I'm so glad to see you on my channel. The story begins with an employee coming to his boss one day and telling him about an emergency situation. The guy really needed 2 days off. The worried young man expected a refusal and promised to make up for lost time as soon as he was working again. Hearing about the need for time off, the boss remembered that the new short film department had been particularly short-staffed lately, which was why time off was not being granted. At that time, the impudent man was watching the stream on his phone. There was a beautiful girl dancing. To thank the streamer for her beautiful dance, boss decided to give her one of his most expensive gifts. Seeing the gift in the form of a rocket, the girl was incredibly happy, and she thanked her donor. The upset boy continued to claim that he really needed a weekend because his mother was sick and was now in the hospital, and he needed someone to take care of her. The adamant boss decided to clarify whether the employee had a father, and if he was also busy, then perhaps there were other relatives who could help, since it was just an illness, for which reasons days off are not provided. While chatting with his employee, the scoundrel continued watching the stream, and the streamer said that thanks to this gift, she would continue broadcasting. Meanwhile, the worker was shaking with anger. He didn't even know how to get a day off. The arrogant man explained that it was impossible to climb the career ladder without sacrificing oneself, since he worked overtime even on the day of his father's funeral, and that is how he became who he is today. That's why the boss ordered the employee not to ruin the efforts of their entire department because of one person. But the guy kept begging for a day off, saying that he could even work from home. Laughing, the impudent man ordered him to forget about remote work, because if he wanted an easy life, then he should just quit. According to the insolent man, the employee should also understand that he is a graduate of a third-tier university and took a job at the city's largest media company because the organization urgently needed new personnel. The boss sincerely believed that the boy should be grateful and asked him to think carefully before asking for a day off again. Sometime later, the blond man was resting in his room when suddenly someone called his phone. As it turned out, the boy's name was Shin, and it was his father who called him, asking him to come. The man called him from the hospital because the nurse asked Mr. Joe to pay the bills for Mrs. Joe's treatment, as enough time had passed and further delays in payment would make the treatment more difficult. But Mr. Han promised to sort everything out in a couple of days, which the girl didn't like at all, because he had said the same thing a few days ago, and if the situation wasn't resolved this time, the patient would have to be kicked out. Hearing this, the worried man just started nodding his head, showing that he understood everything. During the phone conversation, Sinwang also heard everything, but his father did not show that they had big problems. Concerned, the young man promised that he would return in a few days and would be able to help pay for the treatment. With a heavy sigh, the father asked his son not to worry about it, as he had already borrowed some money from relatives and friends, and his mother had health insurance that would cover a significant portion of the expenses. Continuing the telephone conversation, the young man promised that he would definitely pay the rest of the debt and asked not to borrow money from relatives because he would sort it out completely. According to father, his son had just recently graduated from university, and the cost of living in the Sun City was high, making it impossible for him to have any savings. That was why Han assumed that Shinwang wanted to take out a loan. As it turns out, the hero has been working for a year and a half, and although his monthly salary is only 5,000 yuan, he saves a lot by sharing a bunk bed with other people. He also spends only 10 yuan on takeout food, and sometimes earns extra money by editing videos, which is how he managed to save 50,000 yuan. Shinwang was sincerely convinced that 50,000 should be enough to cover the costs of his mother's treatment. As he walked out into the corridor, the boy thought that he was over 20 years old, but he had still not achieved anything, and today he was going to make a decision that would go against the values of his ancestors. So, he came to the department to find employees to make his dream come true. Bowing his head, Shinwang realized with bitterness that he was now officially unemployed, and it was precisely under the current conditions in the labor market and the economic situation that he decided to quit without first finding another job. His action was truly reckless. At that very second, the young man felt changes in his body. He heard a strange voice that told him that the system of absolute and freedom was activated. Looking around, he did not understand what was happening, but a certain voice claimed that the activation occurred because the owner made a decision that contradicted the wishes of his ancestors. A certain interface appeared before the young man's eyes, where it was written that he should check his prize money and also indulge himself, and not be shy, because the more he spends, the more money he will have in the future. To check his money balance, Sinwang took out his phone. The SMS message did indeed indicate that more than 80,000 yen had been sent to his account. The stunned guy couldn't believe that this had actually happened and suggested that it could have been done by scammers. But then a second message arrived, indicating that funds had indeed been deposited into his bank account. The amount of the transfer pleasantly shocked Shin, since he had previously received 5,000 a month, and now he was almost rich. If he hadn't been able to see it with his own eyes, the boy would never have believed in his life that such a thing was even possible, and that it was actually happening. Through his actions, the protagonist was able to awaken the system, which now sent him money. It was a system of absolute freedom. Jinwang guessed that he was able to activate the system as soon as he quit his job. Looking at the amount in his bank account, he assumed that the system wasn't that difficult to figure out, so he would be able to find a way to do it. Suddenly, a stranger appeared behind the main character and asked him what he was thinking about. An incredibly beautiful girl wanted to know from Jinwang if he had prepared a plan for her upcoming live broadcast. As it turned out, it was Gawen, a blogger who sang and danced for 8 million fans across the internet. Looking at such a gorgeous Gao, Shinwang could not contain his admiration and immediately blushed. Because he liked the girl so much, he even listened to what she had just said and asked her to repeat it. At that moment, Gawen decided to come closer and hinted to the guy that he had been very absent-minded lately. The streamer repeated her request that Shinwang provide her with more operational resources, as recently the fans who paid the most had begun to relax, and the replenishment had decreased slightly. The girl in front of the main character was a major internet celebrity, and he was responsible for her broadcasts. Online, she was known as a dance goddess, but in real life, she was friendly and not at all arrogant. A little embarrassed, the guy explained that he had already quit and would no longer be responsible for working with influencers, and the company had to arrange a transfer of authority. This unexpected statement immediately confused the streamer, and she decided to find out why Jinwang had decided to leave so suddenly. Although the young man knew that Gawen did not look down on others, she only cast sideways glances at him. Because he was familiar with the activities of influencers and was the easiest to communicate with. After leaving, their paths diverged, so they had nothing more to talk about. Through his decisive actions, the protagonist realized that he had gained clarity of mind in this world. But Gawen decided to stop him and asked if he was really quitting, because she still wanted him to be her manager, since she didn't trust anyone else. Looking at his girlfriend, the young man felt that she was behaving strangely, and this had never happened before. Although the streamer was kind to the main character, she actually saw him as an advantage, and Jinwang didn't want to feel cheated. The determined guy exclaimed that he wanted to take a long vacation. Suddenly, Gawen decided to hug her former managers and asked him which company he was planning to move to, because now they could become competitors. Someone else would be in charge of her blog, and who knows how long it would take to get used to the new manager. The girl's behavior was very exciting, and the hero literally could not restrain himself. However, with the system, he can easily become a billionaire, which will make the hero's future much more enjoyable. Continuing to look at Gawen, Shinwang saw that she had worked very hard on her appearance. At that very second, the blonde exclaimed that the streamer should fix her nose a little, because it seemed a little crooked. This statement instantly shocked the girl. She clearly did not expect such a statement. Hiding her nose, Gawen became embarrassed. Her face turned red, and she decided to ask again if her nose was really crooked. Taking out a small mirror, the girl decided to check this personally. Looking at her nose, she wanted to understand whether it was really crooked. As it turned out, the nose did indeed look a little crooked. The live broadcast was about to start, and it was necessary to correct the defect as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, the system praised the protagonist, telling him that the master actually refused to serve the beauty, for which he received a reward of 23,000 won. Without stopping looking at his phone, the protagonist was shocked by what was happening, and his bank account now had 162,000 won. Smiling, the boy finally understood what absolute freedom was. Starting to laugh loudly, the young man thought that it was necessary to be himself and refused to be simple, because these were the rules of the system. Winking at her friend, the girl thanked him for his cooperation, and since he had already decided to quit, she was not going to dissuade him, because perhaps they would still have opportunities to collaborate in the future. This statement shocked the boy, because he expected that Gawen would be simply furious when the shortcoming was pointed out to her, but she was calm. Continuing to watch the streamer, Jinwang even thought that she might just be pretending. The delighted girl exclaimed that after all, they were colleagues, and he had been her manager for so long that today she would treat him to a farewell dinner, and if he had problems finding a job, they could write. Meanwhile, The boy continued to ponder what was happening, because Gowan probably knew about his level of education and was worried that he simply wouldn't find another job. The slightly embarrassed hero exclaimed that he should treat his girlfriend to dinner. However, she decided to remind him that his salary was not that big, so it was better to save. Since Sinwang was leaving, he decided not to think about money, because as the girl said, they could cooperate in the future, and it should be considered that this was his pre-expressed gratitude for his sister's support. Feeling awkward, the lady only now realized that she didn't know her colleague at all. Turning around, the boy explained that he had already packed his things, so he would go now and contact her after work. The happy young man was pleased with his decision, because he understood that now he was free and could do what he wanted. Previously, the hero walked when possible, and used public transport when it was impossible to get there on foot. He avoided taxis, except in cases where there was no other choice. In everyday life, even sharing a taxi with someone to split the cost was literally a luxury. That is why Shinwang decided to order the most expensive car, because he wanted to pamper himself properly. Literally 1 minute later, a luxurious car arrived. I think it was a Porsche Cayenne. A pleasant-looking man got out of the car, exclaimed that a service called Dita Luxury Rides had arrived, and asked the customer to get in the car. As expected from a luxury car, it arrived in less than 3 minutes. And it also had incredibly beautiful shapes and a stunning engine sound. Thinking back to the events of the past, Sinwang had previously hesitated to order a taxi just for himself. Although there had been times when it had been too late to find someone to share a ride with, and now he would most likely only return home around midnight. Only now his life had changed dramatically, which made him very happy, since the current him was completely different. The friendly driver again invited his client to get into the car, opening the door for him. The system noticed that the owner felt so wasteful, taking a taxi without looking at the price and recklessly indulging his own desires. For this he was rewarded, and 50,000 yen was credited to his account. The satisfied hero shouted to the driver to stop the car nearby at a pancake house called Lousy. The feeling of driving such a car was really very pleasant, because it felt like that very expensive luxury. In just a few minutes, a very fast car reached its destination and stopped in an instant. The newly minted rich man began to get out of the car, and he did so slowly. The protagonist's worldview changed dramatically, as he was no longer afraid to spend his money. The grandmother at the counter noticed that her regular customer had come for food, and decided to check whether he would order a pancake without eggs and sausages as usual. However, now things had really changed, and Xinwang said that he would make a different order today and asked for 2 eggs to be added to the serving. He also asked to put 2 sausages made of pure meat, not starch, into the pancake, which immediately amazed everyone nearby. Bowing his head, the boy realized that when his monthly salary was 5,000 yen, he spent 800 of it on rent, and could not spend more than 20 yuan a day on food. A regular pancake cost 8 yuan for the 5th, and he never dared to add an egg. But now he had done it and had risen to a new level. Having paid 15 yen for the meal, all the people envied him. Because he was able to add not only 2 eggs, but also 2 sausages made of pure meat, people started justifying this guy's actions, saying that sausages with starch actually taste better, and there's no need to show off. The contented youth continued to eat his pancake with 2 sausages and eggs, and the system gave him 20,000 yuan for the huge leap in his standard of living. The day was truly wonderful, because the hero received incredible pleasure from this hearty snack. Next time he was determined, and was going to add as many as 5 eggs to the serving. Looking back, Shinwang realized that when he was a student, there was no money at all for entertainment. When he started working, he not only lacked money, but also time. It was completely unclear how ordinary people had any fun at all. Walking past a familiar building, the young man noticed one very important detail. He immediately fell into a stupor, because he had forgotten something incredibly important. Hit yourself on the head. The hero realized that now he has a lot of money, and he can go to the mall and shop. He also needed to take Gowan out to dinner today, as he had heard that expensive restaurants had a strict dress code. The main character's current appearance was completely unsuitable, as he looked like a homeless person. That's why Daredevil went to the mall to shop and update his wardrobe. Walking past the shops in the shopping center, he noticed one very remarkable store called Louis Vuitton. He had never seen such stores before. And the shopping center was filled with the smell of oranges, and all the brand names were in English, making him unable to understand anything. Looking around, Sinwang tried to read the names of the stores, but he couldn't do anything at all. The shopping mall was indeed incredibly huge, but it didn't even have the Adidas he was looking for so diligently. At that very second, he stopped abruptly because he realized something. Laughing, the main character realized that he was no longer a villager and could stock up on supplies at the shopping center. His choice eventually fell on the Louis Vuitton store, near which he stopped. Two very beautiful store employees immediately noticed the customer and realized that he needed to be served. However, the experienced manager immediately looked at the potential client and began to analyze his appearance. It was clear that the main character hadn't combed his hair, his bag was filled with junk, and his phone was an old model, costing around 500 yen. The pants were bought at a discount from the market, and the shoes were also from the market, and they were very worn out. Looking at the consultants, the young man saw that no one dared to approach him, as if everyone considered him poor. Indignant, the hero decided to find out if anyone would serve him in this store. Although he looked poor, the saleswoman also reeked of snobbery, because they were quite ignorant with their client. The unperturbed young man exclaimed that he was tired after work and did not want to go and choose himself, which is why he wanted to pick out clothes for about 150,000 yen. But since the saleswoman behaved this way and did not approach him, he was going to go to the neighboring Hermes store to buy clothes there. The boy's statement was a truly shocking revelation for the girls, as they truly did not expect anything like this. The joyful girls instantly arrived at their customer's place and began asking him if he was interested in clothes or bags, and asked him to sit down and drink some tea while they picked out clothes for him. It was at that moment that the main character realized that money really did decide everything. So Shin bought himself several dozen things, which made him look amazing, and the managers asked him to come back for more shopping. Rich people were truly treated luxuriously. Even their things were carried for them, and they would be delivered wherever he ordered. One of the girls suggested the buyer attend a jewelry appraisal event at the end of the month, but the hero said he would do it when he had time. Blushing slightly, the worker asked if the sewer wanted her to deliver the items to his house. The newly rich man refused, saying later that he preferred to do everything himself. The blue-eyed beauty gave him the things she had bought and wished him a good day. Nearby, two girls were talking to each other, saying that in Loganda there were Louis Vuitton and Hermes stores, and if they wanted, they could look for something, but her friend was against it, since they did not dare buy things from boutiques, only through agents. Looking at his brand new handbag, he realized that his things were really expensive, since ordinary people couldn't buy them. At that very moment, the system noticed that the owner had spent 3 years' salary at once, and an achievement for the first serious loss was obtained. Although it was flashy, it was stylish, which is why a reward of 600,000 yen was awarded. Just a little more, and the main character will be able to become a multimillionaire, which is why he was going to spend even more money. Sometime later, the events continued to take place in the evening, namely, in an exquisite Western restaurant. The glamorous and stunning protagonist headed straight to an expensive restaurant. The friendly girl approached the gentleman and said that she would take him to the reserved room. Scratching his nose, the boy noted that he had probably arrived a bit early, which meant he would have to wait for some time. As it turns out, VIP boxes have a separate seating area, allowing guests to enjoy their desserts while waiting for guests. Looking at the girl, she's not there. He noted that he was really judged by his clothes, and he could not have dreamed of such a service before. Arriving in a separate relaxation area, desserts and tea were on the table. The client could freely help himself to one, and if he needed anything, he could simply ring the bell. Blushing slightly, the manager said that she did not dare to disturb her client any longer and asked him to enjoy his vacation. Looking at the indescribable view from the window, the hero could not even imagine that he would see what Sun City looks like from the 40th floor. At that moment, Shinwang began to think that as long as you have money, you can get better service. And as long as you have money, you stand at a height that others can only dream of. The dreams that I had languished in his head for so long finally came true. Distracted from his thoughts, the boy remembered that he would first send money to his father, so as not to scare him off, and transferred 100,000 yen to his account. He was going to say that it was from his part-time job, and his relatives shouldn't ask unnecessary questions or be scared by such large sums. Meanwhile, Gawain was running her stream and asking her viewers for gifts. I was watching the broadcast. The young man was thinking about the fact that he had sent Gawain's geolocation and the name of the restaurant. However, she didn't respond, but simply streamed as usual. This behavior on the part of the girl was indeed quite strange, because she did not pay any attention to Shinwang. Sometime later, the streamer finally ended the broadcast and told viewers that they would see each other again tomorrow. After a tough broadcast, the girl was incredibly tired and wanted to rest a little. Gawain's co-workers invited her to come with them and hang out, but she replied that she already had plans today. Laughing, the red-haired girl decided to find out who her boyfriend was this time. and whether it was really another sugar daddy. The tired lady replied that she was not like that, and everyone knew this guy because his name was Shin. The other streamers knew that this guy had left, but they realized that Gao Wen had never forgotten him, suggesting that there was clearly something between them. However, Gao Wen asked not to invent anything extra, because Shin Wang had previously helped her a lot when he was the manager, but now he quit, and this is just dinner, and what's more, he is treating her. After listening to her friend, the other girl exclaimed that she too, in that case, wanted to go with Gao Wen. In fact, it was really just a dinner, and since the guy was treating everyone, this place probably wasn't very expensive. However, if it turns out to be an expensive restaurant, then everyone will pay for themselves. The girls didn't mind because they were very tired and also wanted to pamper themselves. However, the other friend was against this turn of events and didn't want to take advantage of someone else's kindness. After all, the red-haired lady understood that Shin Wang had such an exhausted face that he couldn't even afford to eat an extra egg during his snack. After listening to her friends, Gao Wen said that she needed to wash off her makeup and that they would meet in the parking lot sometime later. 10 minutes later, the girlfriends actually met in the parking lot. In one of the parking spaces, there was an incredibly expensive car. It's been really tough to get advertising on streams lately, and the girls couldn't understand how Gao Wen could afford such an expensive car. However, she simply replied that she needed to do proper dance streams. But my friend didn't want to do these streams because they were so tiring, and she wouldn't be able to dance from morning until night like her sister, and would have to wait until some kind-hearted fan found her. A skeptical friend exclaimed that Zhang was simply asking too much, since in their industry they were already lucky that their sponsors didn't date every girl. So she was also relying on fans. The girl's dreams were instantly destroyed, since her friend really did think more rationally. Meanwhile, Gao took out her phone to see where exactly they needed to go. When the streamer saw the meeting place, she was simply shocked, because she never expected that Shin Wang would invite her there. Gloating over her friend's reaction, the streamer suggested that the place really was very cheap. At that very second, the girl said that it was a restaurant called Lingge, which immediately caused her friend to fall into a stupor. This restaurant was located in the Qinshan building, which made the girl even more nervous. The price per person in this restaurant was at least 3,000 yen, and it was almost impossible to get a reservation. Listening to everything that was happening, the friend suggested that Gao Wen was probably simply mistaken, since it was impossible for Shin Wang to suddenly become rich. However, another friend thought that perhaps the guy had chosen a different place in this restaurant, and some people do this on purpose to show off. The smart girl realized that her friend was not at all a vain person, and she should not judge him before they found themselves in the restaurant. So they decided to go to the site and find out what was going on. The expensive car started to drive at an incredible speed. The Audi really had a good suspension and high comfort in the cabin. The girlfriends looked at the car and admired it. They understood that Gao Wen had many rich viewers, which is why she could afford such luxury. The red-haired girl wanted exactly the same car for herself, and was ready to do anything for it. She even started telling her friend what she needed to do in order to earn enough money for such a car. But the girl didn't really like it, because she didn't want to do this even for big money. Because if some fat cat wants to marry a streamer, then she should become a housewife. Looking closely at her friend, she decided to find out why Gao Wen had been silent all this time, as if he was looking down on her. However, the lady believed that marrying on a whim, without financial independence, meant putting oneself into voluntary slavery to one's husband. The red-haired girl was completely unsatisfied with this approach, and she didn't believe that Gao Wen would always act tough, since her dancing on streams was very provocative. In fact, Gao Wen just wanted to provide for herself, because while she can still work and wants to earn as much as possible, men can give, but never money. A few seconds later, the expensive Audi appeared in the parking lot of an expensive restaurant. A girl in a chic outfit began to get out of her car, slowly walking towards me. The friend decided to add fuel to the fire and exclaimed that they should still clarify the location, since Shin Wang probably didn't invite them here. They were ashamed to go in and immediately leave such a place, because they don't have a reservation. If someone recognizes them and launches them online, they will lose subscribers due to such an incident. During the call to the main character, unfortunately, he did not answer, and only beeps were heard. The so-called friend only gloated, thinking that Gao Wen had paid for her showing off. Looking at the phone, the streamer suggested that perhaps Khan was simply busy. Without showing her displeasure, her friend suggested going upstairs to look for the boy, but in reality, she just wanted to see Gao Wen's grand disgrace. Still, Gao decided to go upstairs to find out what was going on. She understood that Lingwei was an expensive place. Although she could afford it herself, she also remembered how much Shin Wang earned. Plus, he really loved to save. Her thoughts did not stop, because she understood that such a luxurious restaurant was very expensive for a young guy, and perhaps he was even playing a joke on her, which would then force her to treat absolutely everyone. Sometime later, they finally entered the restaurant, and Gao Wen was looking out for Xin Wang. Fearing failure, the girl looked out the doorway, hoping that the boy would still be there. Looking at her smartphone, she still realized that her friend had not answered his calls. Luckily, Xin Wang finally called her, which made her very happy. At that very moment, a restaurant worker arrived and decided to check with the guests whether they had a table reserved. Gawain was frightened and didn't know what to answer. However, her friend exclaimed that the table was indeed reserved. Expecting failure, the girl nevertheless said that the table was booked in the name of Han Xin Wang. But the friend realized that the manager's salary was 5,000 won, and that a menu item in such a restaurant was equal to at least 3 months' salary. And she wondered how Gawain could get out of this. However, there was no setup. A friendly restaurant worker said that Mr. Han had been waiting for his companions for a long time. This turn of events really surprised my friend. She clearly didn't expect to hear something like that. A group of 3 friends headed straight to the VIP room, clearly not expecting such luxurious service from the restaurant. Looking at Gawain, the red-haired girl only thought that she was very lucky, since her friend's company allocated resources, and she firmly secured first place. And this Xin Wang is really ready to spend big, but in the end he could end up without money and without a girlfriend. As a girl, I didn't believe that Gawain really liked someone pretending to be rich. Pointing with her hand where exactly they should go, the manager asked the girls to go inside the elevator. To get to the VIP room, it was necessary to travel by elevator. After some thought, one of the friends remembered that this elevator was intended exclusively for VIP clients, who could go up to the viewing rooms on the upper floor. And it turned out that Xin Wang was one of these people. 1 in 10,000 people to be exact. Even the skeptical friend didn't believe this, assuming that Xin Wang was simply a namesake of someone richer. Meanwhile, they had climbed to the 40th floor, which was quite high. Opening the door, the friendly girl said that they could now sit down at the table. Looking around, the girls saw that Xin Wang was not in this room. Well, since the famous streamers came to such an expensive restaurant, they decided to take some photos to show off to their subscribers. To my friend's surprise, no one else took photos, because they say you can't take photos in the hallway, only in separate rooms. One of the streamers decided to secretly post a photo on social media, because no one would know that she secretly snuck in there to eat. The upset trader told her friends to take photos with him, because Xin Wang invited guests, but he himself did not show up. For her, this was not a surprise. Meanwhile, the blonde looked at the photograph she had taken and reflected on the fact that she had never been to dinner in such an expensive restaurant. No one knew if she would ever have a chance to come back for dinner, so she continued to admire the photograph. The disgruntled girlfriend turned to Gawain, asking if Xin Wang had answered. They didn't want to make a fool of themselves because it was probably a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, a restaurant worker knocked on the door, asking if Mr. Han was awake, as he had guests. Gawain even suggested that perhaps they really were mistaken, since Xin Wang was just an ordinary office worker and would hardly be able to afford dinner here. However, at that very second, the main character began to leave the room, exclaiming that he had simply fallen asleep. He woke up because of 4 or 5 missed calls, which made him hope that Gawain hadn't been waiting for him here for long. Looking at the waitress, the young man asked her to start bringing the food, and she only nodded approvingly. Looking at her comrade, Gawain noticed how much he had changed in these few days. Such drastic changes really shocked the girl, because she had never seen Xin Wang in such an outfit before. The girlfriends were also shocked by what was happening, because this Han was dressed from head to toe in branded clothes, and his jacket cost about 40,000 yen. As it turned out, an envious friend found out that it was the latest Louis Vuitton collection, and Xin Wang looked like he was a second-generation rich man and was hiding it. The disgruntled girl couldn't understand how Gawain could have gotten so lucky, since she had quietly picked up a rich guy, and it seemed like she was pretending very well. Coming closer to one of his friends, the young man noticed the commas that probably indicated her name was Zhang Qingqing, and said that it was nice to meet him. Looking at the girl with red hair, he decided to clarify her name, since he didn't know it. Straightening her red curls, the lady said that her name was Chu Sinuo. Looking down, the boy apologized, as he had just woken up. Therefore, he was a little confused, as without the filters, Sinuo looked a little different. Without showing it, Chu said that everything was fine, because today she just did light makeup. During the conversation, she inadvertently bit her lip. It seemed as if she was thinking about something. Gawain explained that she had just finished work, and 2 colleagues wanted to join her, and she thought that if Xin Wang didn't mind, they could stay and eat together. At the same moment, many waiters began to bring in a large number of different dishes. These astronomical delicacies shocked the girls, as they understood that such luxurious dishes cost a fortune. Even Gao Wen doubted the protagonist's wealth, since she couldn't even split the bill, and assumed that Xinwang was pretending to be someone unknown. Zhang Qingqing noticed that there was a second-generation rich man next to them, and he probably quit his job to return and inherit the family business. The alarmed girl didn't even know what to answer to this. She blushed and was very embarrassed. Looking at the marbled beefsteak and half a glass of wine, the protagonist couldn't understand how he could possibly eat all of this, since it was just a small piece of meat, even though it looked delicious. Nearby there was also a lobster and some beef cuts that looked very appetizing. While waiting for the meal, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but ask her friends if they would mind if she took a photo. The guy didn't mind at all, and said that they could take as many photos as they wanted. In order to post photos on social media, it was necessary to capture the best moments, and Zhang Qingqing did just that. Meanwhile, Kuo and Nuo decided to clarify what was really going on here, assuming that they were being deliberately kept in suspense. In fact, she and Xinwang weren't that close. Apart from work-related interactions, they hardly ever spoke in person. The few marketing events he helped her with had been profitable, and for that she was grateful. At that moment, Gaowen remembered how poor her friend was, that he didn't even have enough money for a taxi. Previously, he even asked to follow a link in order to get a discount on a taxi and a ticket for a high-speed train, because he did not have enough money for this. Gao then suggested that perhaps her friend was simply a modest and pragmatic second-generation rich man. This time, perhaps he didn't want the girl to pay for the food, so he showed that he was rich. Turning around, the young man addressed the waitress, as he wanted to check if they had something simpler and more filling on their menu. Hearing this, Zhang Qingqing literally began to admire the hero, because he was not afraid to say something like this. After all, last time someone treated her to a meal that cost more than 1,000 yuan per person. But she still did not eat enough. Confused, the waitress suggested beef short ribs with black truffles, slow-cooked, and salmon caviar sauce. However, the mention of these names made Xinwang lose his appetite, as it was boring. He wanted the dish to be cooked over high heat rather than low heat, and asked for more imported crabs, beef, and lamb to be brought in, and for the meat to be cut into pieces. It was the first time the girls had seen anyone order something like that in a fine dining restaurant, which was amazing to them. But as it turned out, Chiu Sinuo was clearly not impressed by this, because there was no point in going to a French restaurant if you wanted to eat something like that. With regret, the girl realized that Xinwang was indeed a rich man, although it looked more like he was just a deceiver. After thinking for a bit, the young man also asked to grill the kidneys and kebabs on skewers. After asking if they could cook this, the kind waitress replied that of course it was possible. Sometime later, the waitress was horrified because she had spoken to the chefs and upset the guests by saying that they only served dishes from the menu, and began to apologize. The young man didn't lose his composure and asked to call the manager, as he wanted to discuss this, because he was very dissatisfied with these dishes. This turn of events surprised everyone present at the banquet even more. A few minutes later, a plump man arrived, greeted the gentleman, and introduced himself as the manager of this establishment. The man felt very sorry, but they are a French restaurant, so they only serve French cuisine. Listening to all this, Chushino gloated because the villager had just been humiliated. She didn't understand the guy's insistence on having barbecue cooked for him at a French restaurant. Suddenly, the protagonist shouted that he was paying 300,000 yuan to eat grilled kidneys and lamb kebabs, and if he was satisfied with it, he would give another 50,000 as a tip. Hearing this, the manager was simply stunned. He had absolutely no idea how to react to such a proposal. The streamers also fell into a stupor. They froze, waiting for a response from the manager. The rather angry man's expression changed abruptly, and he decided to ask the gentleman exactly how well he should cook the kidneys. Placing his hand on the man's shoulder, the youth said that he would reward the manager with the largest kidney sashimi, in memory of their faithfulness to the restaurant's standards, although he preferred the man's cocky look. Taking on a rather bold appearance, the man exclaimed that the gentleman should sit down, because he would immediately go and give orders in the kitchen. At that very moment, the system rewarded the owner for being as impenetrable as a wall in an elite French restaurant. After all, in the opinion of the main character, food should bring pleasure and satiety, which is what he told his companions. If it were in her hand, Zhang Qingqing exclaimed that she thought so too, because photos of kidneys grilled in an upscale restaurant could be even more interesting for social media. Sometime later, the dish was successfully prepared. The waiters were somewhat perplexed, but they still brought the food. A rather ordinary dish, prepared in literally any fast food shop, was placed on the table. In the girl's opinion, money really did solve everything, because if someone had it, then that person could really do whatever he wanted. Taking out her phone, Zhang Qingqing thought that no one would believe her if she said she ate skewered kebabs at a 3-Michelin-starred French restaurant on the top floor of Qintian Tower, the tallest building in Beijing. A pleased Xin Wang exclaimed that he should enjoy this dinner with the ladies. In just 10 minutes, most of the food had been successfully consumed by the main character. Wiping his mouth after such a sumptuous meal, the young man said that he needed to go to the toilet. At the same time, the girls were discussing among themselves that they still couldn't figure out what kind of person this Xin Wang was, since his clothes cost no less than 150,000 yen, which meant he was definitely from a wealthy family. Zhang assumed that perhaps it was for the sake of people like Gao Wen that such rich people came to work in their company. However, the girl sincerely believed that she was not that beautiful. But my friend thought that rich people like to try life out, which is why they constantly experiment. Turning to her friend, Chu Sinuo decided to find out whether Gao Wen was truly untouched and whether she really didn't like Xin Wang. The blonde's heart skipped a beat when she thought that such a rich guy could court her and even spend tens of thousands of wen just to please her and have dinner together. But Chu Sinuo, on the contrary, was interested in why Gao Wen was acting so calmly, as if she knew about it and hid it from her friends. And she herself seemed to have said that Xin Wang was nothing special. And now she had her eye on him. While eating shashlik on skewers, the girl only replied that she was behaving as usual, and it had never occurred to her that her friend was so rich. After all, they weren't that close. On the contrary, he behaved like the most ordinary guy. I was hard-working and reserved, and I also stayed late at work and worked overtime, because I tried to be the most valuable member of their company. The skeptical friend still assumed that Xin Wang was just pretending, because in their time, many people liked to pretend to be rich while treating girls to expensive dinners. Zhang Qingqing suddenly realized that as soon as the girl mentioned it, it could be assumed that Xin Wang was simply an excellent actor. Luckily, the friend had only one way to check whether the main character was really rich, and she decided to try it. But Gao Wen didn't see the need for it, because it would be too much for them to test the man who had invited them to dinner. Kyoshiniwo bowed her head and silently asked her friend not to make a scene here. After all, it was worth remembering that Gao Wen was a big and famous star. Anyone would have to spend hundreds of thousands of yuan to win her over. And then the man will begin to manipulate her, revealing his true nature. So friendship with such people can be dangerous for a streamer. After listening to her friend, Gao Wen exclaimed that she actually didn't want to start a relationship with Xin Wang. In any case, there was no need to worry, because now they were going to reveal his true nature. After all, they were like sisters to each other. First, Chiu Sinuo would help them, and then they would help her someday. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the parking lot. 3 girls, together with the main character, were heading somewhere. Gao Wen looked at her friend and assumed that if he was really pretending to have no money, she would still pay for him. But she still hoped that he had not done anything bad or gotten into debt, because everything should be fine with him. Suddenly, Zhang Qingqing decided to ask the boy if he had a girlfriend. A little embarrassed, Xin Wang replied that he had no one and had been alone all his life. This answer simply stunned the girl. She immediately fell into a stupor and mentally asked, "Is this really so?" Grinning, Xin Wang explained that before, his head was filled only with work, and he had no time for relationships, and all for the sake of living literally like a dog on this money, saving every paycheck. This fate was truly sad, since the young man suffered greatly from his work and was obviously unhappy. The memories of his previous job made Xin Wang literally shake, as he sadly realized that he really was a failure. One of the girls saw that it was only 9 o'clock in the evening, and they could stop by some club. Although Qiu Shino wasn't as rich as Brother Han, she could still treat them to a couple of drinks, since she knew just the right place. Internet celebrities often visited this place, and perhaps they could make new acquaintances and learn something new there, which is why the main character happily agreed. So they headed straight to the nightclub. The boy seemed to feel a little awkward as they drove. At the same time, Gao Wen remained silent the whole way, as if something was bothering her. The main character thought that since he had a lot of money in his account, maybe he should open his own media company. After all, he has worked so much that he knows almost from head to toe how to build an excellent organization. With knowledge, there will truly be an opportunity to achieve unimaginable success and work with a large number of stars. Arriving at the club, Sinu immediately said that it was a very expensive establishment. The prices here were such that she could only treat her friends to a couple of drinks. She would indeed have a hard time paying if they drank much more. but she still decided to find out if her companions were okay with it. The friendly comrades didn't mind, and were happy to not abuse Chiusanuo's kindness. Looking around, the main character noticed a certain rich man in the company of two stunning beauties. In fact, Jinwang was happy that he would finally be able to visit this famous establishment, and was in anticipation. The friends headed straight to the nightclub, where the party was in full swing. Watching everything that was happening, it was clear that Xinwang and Gao Wen were feeling a little awkward, while the other two girls were satisfied with everything. Taking the menu, the girl said that she would have a margarita, and decided to clarify that her friends would be there. Gao Wen immediately explained that she needed a non-alcoholic mojito, since she would be driving, but Zhang Qingqing decided to order a pink lady. Turning to the guy, the girlfriend decided to find out from him what he would order. In her opinion, he was just pretending to be from a rich family, because it looked like he had never been to bars and didn't know what to order. After he had looked around the nightclub, Jinwang became distracted and asked again what exactly he had been asked. Waving his hand, the young man simply replied that it really made no difference to him, and the lady could choose any of the drinks. That's why Chu decided to order Long Island. Zhang immediately noticed this, because her friend ordered a very strong drink. And probably Xinwang, after drinking it, can tell the whole truth about herself. However, my friend didn't care at all, since such establishments were intended for having a good drink. Sometime later, when they started drinking cocktails, Chu remembered that there was a bartender here, Dennis. He made great drinks, but they were quite expensive, and she wanted to try one of the cocktails. Dissatisfied, Gowan immediately asked her friend to stop behaving like this, but the girl did not respond to this request at all. After all, Chu sincerely believed that if Jinwang wanted to continue acting like this and pretending to be a rich boy, then he needed to be taught a lesson. Meanwhile, the main character noticed that there were a couple of famous streamers in this club, and in order to start collaborating with them, it was necessary to save up a little more money. When Chu Sinu approached her, she was successfully ignored, which made her very angry. However, the boy was distracted from his thoughts and decided to clarify what exactly the girl wanted. As it turned out, she decided to offer to play dice. Fortunately, my friend didn't mind, but he still decided to find out what the rules of the game were. A friend decided to make the game more interesting, and she had a rather unusual proposal. If Xinwang loses, he will either give up some of the clothes or pay 10,000 won. This proposal really made the main character laugh, and he even felt a little embarrassed. Walking closer to Chiu Xinwo, Xinwang exclaimed that it should not be forgotten that he had worked in the company before and had seen all the employees' affairs, including hers, and he was well aware of what kind of skills she possessed. The hero also knew that she was good at playing dice, and no one present here could beat her, which is why she wanted to trick him into giving her money. Xinwang understood that Chu thought that he was just a small fry in the company and earned 5,000 yuan a month, and that he could not have a bright future in life. A poor man, destined for only a miserable fate. But suddenly today, Q saw that he was wearing Louis Vuitton clothes. He was inviting them to luxurious restaurants, and after that, they were also going to an expensive club, which is probably why he was just pretending to be rich. Still, the guy decided to confess, saying that the lady was right, and he really was not from a rich family. The pleased girl exclaimed to her friends that she was right, and Xinwang really was nothing special. Laughing at this statement, the young man interrupted the girl and asked her to wait, because he had not finished speaking yet. Although he was not from a rich family, he had a lot of money, so he offered another game in return, and for 300,000, she would leave this club completely naked. Embarrassed, Chu Sinuo immediately began to refuse, blushed, and then said that this proposal was incorrect for her. Trying to defuse the situation, Gowan calmed the boy down and said that these were just jokes, and there was no need to get angry. It would be better for them to sit down and have a good rest. Suddenly, Q decided to doubt that the protagonist even had 300,000 won, since no one believed it. At that very moment, without thinking, Xinwang shouted to everyone that today he was paying 300,000 won and would pay for drinks for everyone who wanted them. Holding his bank card up, the boy exclaimed that today the fun would be at his expense. One of the nightclub workers said that the payment had been successfully made and 300,000 won had been deposited into the club's account. The club's visitors were simply delighted with this young man and were very glad that he was so good-natured. In fact, no one present could have imagined that such a generous person had sneaked into the midst. Thanks to its generosity, the system gave Xinwang another 666 won because he invited everyone present to drink at his own expense, and it was delightful. Kyoshino watched everything that was happening and stood rooted to the spot, because the hero knew that she usually looked down on poor people like him, but he didn't need her respect. After all, to him personally, People like Chu were just pathetic little bugs. People who only cared about money could also be humiliated by that same money. After this turn of events, Shannel didn't even know what to say. She simply continued to stand rooted to the spot. Soon she sat down at the table, bowed her head and continued to remain silent. The two friends also felt quite awkward, because this act made them think. Unexpectedly, Chu stood up from her seat, having just remembered that she had plans for the evening, so perhaps she would go. In tears, the streamer literally began to run away, upset and devastated. Seeing his opponent's reaction, the young man did not react at all. Zhang Qingqing, meanwhile, noted that since all the drinks had been paid for, they could sit here for a while longer. Suddenly, a girl with disposable hair approached. And seeing that it was Gao Wen, she decided to clarify whether she had had an unsuccessful stream and had come to drink away her sorrows. The cheeky girl came even closer and noticed that Gao Wen, her main fan, was somewhat weak in his support today. He might probably leave soon, but the lady wanted to talk about work during work hours, since she was currently resting. The stranger asked him not to play hard to get. It was no longer popular, since she had always shown off her charms, and there was no point in pretending. Waving the girl off, Gao merely replied that it was none of her business. It was clear that the young man was unhappy with this behavior on the part of the scoundrel, and clearly wanted to do something. Suddenly the scoundrel sat down at the table, because for her this was a great opportunity to conduct a live broadcast. Such a chance could not be missed. That's why she immediately started broadcasting live, and greeted her viewers, saying that she met Gao Wen. This was a good opportunity for her to conduct a joint stream, but the streamer noticed that Gao was clearly not eager to host a joint stream, and asked the viewers to help persuade her. As it turns out, one of the subscribers said today that he's ready to send the scoundrel so many rockets that she can overtake Gao Wen and take first place among streamers. With such an advantage, he'll definitely be able to overtake her. At that very moment, someone called Gao on her mobile phone and she said that she needed to answer urgently. It was her manager. He said that she needed to hurry up and start a live broadcast right away because she had gathered too many subscribers and she shouldn't miss this chance. Even though the girl was just relaxing, the manager ordered her to start immediately. After all, they had already paid for the space on the main page, and it didn't matter how she felt. Sometime later, Gao finally came to the streamer, and she noted that the popular girl is very active and loves her fans incredibly. Having decided to check with her opponent whether she was afraid, the girl answered that she was not and said that she was ready to begin. Having placed the camera on a tripod, two streamers prepared to dance in order to show the audience. The dance began, and despite her fatigue, Gao Wen was irresistible. After watching the stream, Zhang Qingqing noticed that many of the subscribers were launching rockets, but they weren't aimed at Gao Wen, which is why she was losing. The scoundrel was very pleased with this outcome of events. She laughed openly, showing her superiority. Viewers noticed that Gao Wen probably uses some kind of software during her streams, because for some reason her live performance was very weak. And if you compare the two of them, the girl was clearly losing. Having opened the stream, the main character also noted that, judging by the votes, there will now be a new top 1 streamer in the world. The smart guy immediately realized that Gao's opponent had decided to play dirty, and that meant he had to intervene. At that very moment, someone decided to be generous and gave the most expensive gift on the stream. Suddenly, Gao Wen noticed this because Big Brother gave her a rocket. The kind girl immediately showed a heart as a sign of gratitude and thanked her viewer. After this small gesture of gratitude, even more gifts began to arrive, which made the streamer incredibly happy. It was clear that her opponent was clearly unhappy, as she expected to win this fight. However, the pink-haired girl did not expect that her opponent had other top donors. Looking at the comments, the hostile girl noted that viewers were wasting their money, since Gao Wen had supposedly already won, and there was no need to send more gifts. This event left Lady in shock. She continued to congratulate Big Brother for more missiles. The boy decided to check whether it made sense to continue the competition at all, since it was obvious that Gao had won. As it turned out, this was the work of the main character. The system congratulated him. Because he spent money as if he had bottomless pockets, it looked too pretentious, and because of this, he was given 5 million as a reward. Looking at everything that was happening, the friend even suggested that perhaps someone's child had taken a phone and mistakenly started pressing buttons at random, but no one guessed that it was Xinwang. Gao Wen was simply stunned by the sheer number of gifts, and didn't even know how to react, as she was so tired and didn't want to stream anymore. Meanwhile, one of the rich diamond-level streamers, Shui, was watching everything that was happening and was unhappy that this event was ignored. In order to support her opponent, she also began to receive gifts, and she thanked her fans. Her main top donor wanted her to send him videos via private messages, and this was no problem for her, since he is rich and generous. After all, Shui tried with all her might to reach unprecedented heights and overtake her opponent named Gao Wen. This turn of events only made the protagonist laugh, because he realized that he seemed to have found a worthy opponent. The tired girl continued to dance, although she no longer paid attention to her fatigue, since she was able to earn a fortune in one stream. The next few seconds were unforgettable, as Big Brother sent a whopping 500 missiles towards Gao Wen. The system even noticed that the gentleman had not ceased to amaze it, and now he had finally established himself as Gao Wen's top donor, and received 10 million as a reward. The victory went to the beauty Gao Wen, which she was sincerely happy about, and thanked her most fierce admirer in every possible way. After another round of thanks, it turned out that this was not the last gift, and the top donor sent another 1,000 rockets for Gao Wen. As it turned out, the more missiles Big Brother sent, the more money they would get, and the system gave him another 10 million for his efforts. Gao continued to thank her admirer in every possible way, but said that in order to earn money, one must work hard, so she asked him to stop spending money on her. Bowing her head, the lady finished dancing, and everyone in the comments began discussing how they would like to have such a kind and unbiased girl for themselves. Watching the audience's comments, Shui simply realized that all her efforts had been in vain, and it turned out that Gao Wen had grabbed all the glory for herself. Tens of millions of yuan was spent on donations, and millions of viewers tuned in to the stream. Even the platform's top streamers couldn't even dream of such figures. Without submitting the visa, the protagonist began to yawn and said that it was already late, which is why it was time for him to go home and go to bed. Addressing the subscriber, Xinwang encouraged Shui, saying that she shouldn't despair, because he thought she had done well, and several big brothers had also come to support her. Overhearing this conversation, the girls assumed that their brother's words could greatly anger Shui. It was really so. The girl just stood rooted to the spot and remained silent, bowing her head. The boy didn't care at all. He started to walk out, and with a casual smile, he left the battlefield with a well-deserved victory. Sometime later, events continued to occur near the entrance to the club. Zhang Qingqing noticed that Shuya's face was clearly angry, and white as chalk. She was probably cursing herself now, because her plan had completely failed. And today, the girl also found out that their older brother Han is super rich, and Gao Wen has the biggest donator of all those on the platform. After finishing her statement, her friend decided to clarify whether Gao Wen was really not happy about this. As it turned out, at that moment the streamer felt something, that she simply felt unworthy of all this, because never before had she encountered such a rush among donors on her streams. And because of this, she even felt a little anxious. But her friend thought that all this was nonsense, because surely some wonderful guy decided to support her, and she should get to know him better. The determined girlfriend nevertheless took the phone and was about to send him a message in private messages. The message was successfully sent, and it arrived directly to the protagonist's phone, causing everyone to hear the notification. Not expecting such a turn of events, the two friends turned around to look at Xinwang. It was then that Zhang Qingqing realized that it was the sound from the streaming app, and it was strange that she had just sent a message to a top donor, but it went to Xinwang. Gao Wen probably already guessed what was going on, but she still didn't show it and simply remained silent. Feeling very awkward, the boy began to justify himself, saying that it wasn't him, and that it was just a coincidence, and nothing more. Even though he quit, he still gets messages from work, so there's no point in making things up. Gao Wen glanced at Xinwang and decided to ask him what he would do next, since he had spent 1 million and was probably planning to spend 1 billion more. The boy sincerely believed that he didn't need to spend so much money, because he had a lot of it, but he didn't earn 1 million a second. Looking at her friend with displeasure, Zhang Qingqing remembered that Big Brother had Wang in his nickname, and it really could be Xinwang. Suddenly, Gao Wen decided to end this conversation and asked his boyfriend how he lives, since I wanted to let him down. Xinwang said that he lives near the Longhuang district, but it would be better if he took a taxi. Suddenly someone shouted Gao Wen's name, drawing everyone's attention. It turned out that it was a drunk guy who said that he saw her stream and just thought that the background of the broadcast was very similar to this club, which is why he decided to take a breath and apparently met her just in time. The drunk admirer did not particularly please the girl, and she turned away from him so that they could continue the dialogue. This man had previously worked in the company and noticed that he was also a former employee named Xinwang, which made him wonder what the unemployed man was doing in this place, since spineless people like him can only rely on women. Only Gao Wen decided to end this conversation by saying that she was relying on Xinwang since he invited her to dinner. And then they went here, and the comrade treated everyone to drinks. These words immediately made the scoundrel think. He was stunned into a stupor and did not know what to answer. Not believing these words, the scoundrel began to laugh and asked not to tell him fairy tales, because this poor fellow was not capable of something like that. Continuing to talk about Sinwang being an unemployed loser, the drunk man also noted that some mysterious stranger was paying for the drinks, and he did not believe that the young man could be him. Suddenly the man realized that such a worthless person would never achieve anything in life, because all he could do was lie to everyone and deceive young girls. The green-eyed beauty decided to intervene in the conversation and said that Xinwang had actually paid for everyone in this club today. The disgruntled manager shouted that Zhang Qingqing was not allowed to open his mouth at all. In the opinion of the scoundrel, the girl does not dare to talk to him because she only has a few fans, and even these fans were not real. These words immediately made Zhang feel genuinely displeased, and she decided to find out what exactly the scoundrel was talking about. In fact, the company poured a lot of effort into her and spent a lot of money on promotion to get her subscribers, and all she does all day is sit and stream about her cosmetics instead of starring in some popular show or commercial. For the company, the girl was an asset that was operating at a loss, and she should have learned from Gaowen, because just one dance that evening and the company would have earned millions. The manager also said that since Zhang Qingqing was streaming, she could have dressed differently when she put on makeup, since there was no point in acting unapproachable. Approaching the top streamer, the scoundrel decided to clarify whether Gao Wen was really sure that she no longer wanted to be a dancing streamer. After all, she did a colossal amount of work today and brought in a lot of money. If she agrees to some application, then tomorrow the manager will tell the boss to promote her. Then Gao Wen would be able to act on television. Holding out his hand, the nasty man began to hint that a lot could be achieved if you spent just one night with him. Watching everything that was happening, the main character could not stand it and grabbed the villain by the hand. The unperturbed young man asked the man to show at least a drop of respect to the girl. Removing his hand, the manager called Xinwang a loser and said that he clearly shouldn't be playing the hero now. The disgruntled scoundrel began to argue that the guy couldn't give anything to such a girl because he himself was wearing shabby clothes, so he should just get out of there. The impudent man continued to claim that Xinwang was not worthy of Gaowen because he was worse than a homeless person. Looking at the boy's back, the streamer suddenly noticed that he began to glow strangely, but did not show it. As she started to leave, Gaowen said at the last moment that if the manager harassed her again, she would terminate her contract with the company. After such a statement, the guy simply started laughing, because he thought that such an outcome of events was impossible. After all, the contract was signed for 5 years, and they still had at least another year of work ahead of them. And if Gaowen wanted to leave, she would have to pay a fine of 10 million yuan. Closing her eyes, the girl decided to remind him that she had earned several million today alone. Plus, she also had her own personal savings, which meant she could easily pay the fine. Gaowen's unperturbed behavior greatly infuriated the manager, but he continued to smile sarcastically. After that, he shouted that streamers call themselves influencers, although in reality they are just people with a price tag. If they lived several hundred years ago, they would be called representatives of the oldest profession. After all, they pretended to be innocent, although in fact everyone knows everything. Still, the man decided to be honest and said that even if the streamer paid the fine, the company still wouldn't let her go. After all, no one in their right mind is going to give away a cash cow to someone else. And besides, just one word from his boss, and she will end up on the blacklist of all the other companies. But this statement made Gaowen very nervous, because after this, the streamer's career would simply be destroyed. Standing up for his friend, the protagonist exclaimed that since she can't leave, then so be it. The smart guy was going to buy a company called Meow Media in order to help Gaowen. However, in that case, not only Gaowen would have to resign, but also the manager himself, as Xinwang stated sarcastically. Feeling a little shocked, the man froze, wondering if this was even possible. The manager continued to look at Xinwang with visible anger and said that this was indeed impressive. To show his superiority, the scoundrel even touched the main character. Pointing her finger at him, he shouted that such a poor guy would never be able to buy such an expensive company. But the manager would sincerely wait for it. Turning around, the future unemployed man spat out the accumulated saliva and exclaimed that Xinwang had really pissed him off. Soon, the scoundrel began to move away, thinking that Xinwang simply decided to show off to the others, but in fact, he is not capable of something like that. Suddenly, Zhang Qingqing began to tremble with the realization of her fate, because she thought she was quite a successful streamer, although in reality, all of her subscribers were fake, and real people simply didn't watch her. The streamer didn't immediately understand what her friend was talking about and decided to find out what she meant. Realizing her fate, Zhang Qingqing began to cry. Because her fans on live broadcasts and the rich people who constantly donated to her turned out to be fake, hired by the company. The girl was in despair because her entire career was fictitious, and in reality there was no success. Her friends started convincing her that it wasn't really like that, and that a lot of people liked watching her do her makeup on stream. Gaowen also knew rich people who really liked her, and the manager just wanted to put pressure on her to manipulate her. A well-meaning friend begged the girl not to be upset by this scumbag's words. The protagonist observed everything that was happening and decided not to interfere in this dialogue, since he understood that Gao could handle it on her own. Gaowen also decided to thank Xinwang for standing up for her, and she thanked her friend for being able to understand the whole truth about Shuya. Trembling with the realization of her fate, Zhang Qingqing said that there was no need to thank her, because besides, if it weren't for her, it would never have been possible to find out that Shui looked down on everyone. Having calmed down a little, the girl began to shout that Shui was a scoundrel who was ruining everyone's lives. Coming closer to the main character, the lady voiced her gratitude, but asked him not to do this again because besides, she and Mr. He are colleagues. Laughing, the young man exclaimed that it was okay, since he didn't like him anyway, and now he had a chance to say everything. This ambiguous dislike for the manager even made Gaowen laugh, since she didn't particularly like him either. Still, Gao didn't know if they would all be able to gather together like this again, but she hoped that Xinwang had a great future ahead of him and asked him to take care of himself. The young man was even a little confused by this statement. He didn't immediately know what to answer. After shaking the girl's hand, he replied that Gaowen should also take care of herself, and that the two of them really had a great future ahead of them. Thus, the rich streamer drove away in her expensive car. At that very moment, the boy realized that he had been so engrossed in sending rockets on stream that he hadn't even noticed the notification. Now he had a fortune in his account, more than people earned in a lifetime. The main character actually became a real millionaire, and he was incredibly happy about it. He also understood that he needed to hurry and buy a train ticket to get home, but he still decided that it would be better to fly by plane. Having chosen the nearest date, the young man began to look for the cheapest routes in order to buy a ticket. The tickets were indeed very expensive. Before this, he had only traveled on the Xinwang Express train for 300 yuan. In his own mind, he still bought that coveted plane ticket because he decided to fork out the money. The flight actually turned out to be quite expensive, and the total cost was 4,000 yuan. Because Xinwang chose the most expensive option, he would now be able to enjoy a once-in-a-lifetime first-class flight, for which he was awarded a 10,000 yuan reward. The next morning, events continued to unfold in the dorm room. Suddenly someone started knocking on the door with all his might and shouting that it was time to pay the rent. The main character was clearly unhappy with such an unexpected event, which is why he immediately woke up. Feeling very angry, the young man tried to cover his ears in order not to hear this scream, because they came to him a week before the payment and began to whine and yell, which is why Xinwang did not understand why the owner was doing this if the time for payment had not yet come. At that very moment, the landlady shouted at Xinwang not to pretend he wasn't home, as it was time to pay the rent. It was only 6 in the morning, and reluctantly the boy got up from his warm bed. Xinwang nevertheless began to come out and said that he was at home, but he replied to the woman that people should be allowed to sleep at least a little longer. I opened the door a crack, and the woman started shouting about how young people these days are all lazy, and that they need to be reminded every time about paying. In her opinion, it shouldn't be difficult to show at least a modicum of responsibility and pay rent on time. After scanning the QR code, the young man paid a year's rent in advance, as he no longer wanted to meet with the landlady. Seeing this, the woman was stunned, because she had never seen anything like this in the dormitory before. As it turned out, 10,000 yuan were transferred via Alipay. The casual guy even yawned, pretending that he didn't care about such an expense. Looking at the young man, the woman couldn't understand where he got so much money to pay for a year in advance, since he used to pay right on the last day of the month. Looking at the amount of the transfer, the landlady also noticed that the blonde man had overpaid by 400 yuan. Without taking it to heart, Xinwang simply replied that the 400 yuan should be forgotten, as it was a service fee so that the landlady would not bother him for a whole year in the future. After that, he immediately closed the door, because he wanted to sleep at least a little more. The silent woman continued to stand right next to the young man's door, feeling very angry. The sleepy boy still decided to lie down on his bed, since the plane was only at 10 o'clock, so he could sleep for another 3 hours. Looking at his roommate, The friend couldn't tell if he had hit the jackpot, since he had paid for the rent for a year in advance, which was really very cool. But he also threw her a handout in the form of payment for 2 months. At that moment, the hero didn't care at all, since he was already asleep, and at the same time he was a millionaire. Unexpectedly, the system praised the young man because he surprised himself and unexpectedly paid the rent for a whole year in advance, and even left a tip for the landlady. The gentleman's coolness reached new heights, and as a reward for this, the gentleman received a villa in Swan Bay, in Sang City, which immediately woke Shin-wang up. Even the protagonist was impressed by this reward. He couldn't believe that for such a small expense, he could get an entire villa. Now Shin-wang had not only a room, but also a separate house. Literally an entire villa. It was probably gigantic. Hearing his roommate, the young man was stunned, because he could not believe that the blonde was so rich that he had his own villa. Having decided to postpone his morning nap, the boy nevertheless began to get dressed, as he was preparing for the flight. Like a ninja, he jumped out of his bed and did it rather quickly. The comrade suddenly noticed that his friend was walking away somewhere very quickly, and decided to find out why he was running away so quickly. Continuing to run, the hero explained that he was going home to visit his parents, and was now quickly running to the airport. Due to the rush, the roommate probably forgot his luggage, which is why the guy said that he should take a couple of bags. But Shin-wang replied that he would go without things. Meanwhile, Shin-wang's parents were in the hospital, and his mother was lying in the ward and recalling that her son would arrive today. Mr. Han mentioned that their son had transferred 100,000 yen to his account, which he had saved up while working part-time. The kind man sincerely understood that his son had earned this money through honest work, and it was used to help their family. At that very second, Shin-wang burst into the room and immediately greeted my mother. The slightly tired boy began to sweat and exclaimed that he had arrived, asking his mother how she was feeling. The woman smiled because she was happy to see her son. Her health had improved slightly, and she had to have a small operation, but now it was much better. The father even fell into a stupor, as he noted that his son had arrived unexpectedly and that he might have problems at work due to an unscheduled vacation. However, the son still explained to his parents that he had decided to quit, so now there was nothing to worry about. This statement shocked the parents. They unanimously decided to find out why their son had quit. However, in any case, they supported their child, saying that there was no need to worry about this, because they were sure that Shin-wang would be able to find a better job. The hero was truly pleased to realize that his mom and dad, no matter what, supported him in his decision. Turning to his father, the young man decided to find out whether he had managed to pay his medical bills. Putting his hand on his son's shoulder, the father informed him that he had managed to borrow money to pay for everything, and that Shin-wang should talk to his mother now, and that the 100,000 that he transferred to you would be returned to him. The man would return to him because he was already an adult, and he had somewhere to spend this money. Having thanked his father for his concern, the boy asked to keep the money for himself, and asked who exactly the money was borrowed from, since they could now go straight there and repay all the debts. Feeling a little awkward, the father explained that he had borrowed the money from relatives. Feeling dissatisfied, Shin-wang suddenly realized that the money was probably borrowed from his uncle and aunt. The determined young man wanted to go and return the money to them right away. However, his father began to stop him, asking him not to worry because as soon as he and his mother had money, they would immediately pay it off, since Shin-wang had really worked hard to earn the money. Having overheard the conversation, Mom started crying, saying that she was to blame for everything, because if it weren't for her health, then everything would be fine now. Her son tried very hard, and she and his father worked hard, and they simply could not take this money because Shin-wang spent a lot of time at work and always sent them all his earnings. Trying to calm his parents, Shin-wang began to claim that his work really wasn't hard and that he didn't get that tired. Continuing to convince his mother that everything was fine, the boy explained that he simply decided to earn some extra money, got a part-time job, worked a little, and earned those 100,000 there. Now he was going to go to the doctors and tell them that they needed the best doctor, and that he wouldn't have to worry about his health. But first, Shin-wang was going to run to his uncle, from whom his father had borrowed money. Otherwise, he didn't want to feel obligated to anyone. Sometime later, events continued to take place on the street, where the young man was looking for transportation. Having found a small moped with a driver, the hero set off to Hutong Street, number 32. Transport began to move at incredible speed, and the roads, unfortunately, were not of the best quality. Experiencing a feeling of discomfort during the trip, the hero was simply shocked by the potholes that were on the roads. Then he remembered that the authorities had said that they would build new roads within 2 years, but it was all covered in potholes. The driver explained that there was a whole story behind this road repair. There was a contractor, and he seemed to have started laying asphalt. First, he removed it, and then he began leveling the ground, but soon after that, he simply disappeared. This statement made the boy angry, because he didn't understand where the law was even looking. Because in such a remote place, the state didn't care who did what. Shinwang bowed his head, and at that moment thought only about how, if he hadn't been lucky with his parents, he could have become a beggar and remained living in this wilderness, but his parents were still able to give him an education. A few minutes later, the hero found himself at his destination, where his relatives lived. Looking at the luxurious mansion, Shinwang sincerely envied them. Since his relatives lived almost in the entire mansion, its area was simply enormous, while his family lived in a brick shack, 10 times smaller. The young man simply did not have the anger to endure all this, because if all of his grandfather's inheritance had not gone to them, then their family could have lived in abundance. But now, they have to beg them to lend them a measly 50,000 yuan for treatment. The determined young man headed straight for the door of the mansion because he wanted to resolve the issue. In order to attract attention to himself, and one of his relatives opened the door for him, Shinwang decided to knock on it. Suddenly, an incredibly beautiful girl came out of a luxurious mansion because she wanted to find out who was knocking at the door. It was Wang Ju. She immediately recognized the boy, and he, in turn, decided to find out what the girl was doing in his uncle's house. At that very second, that same uncle came out and asked if the boy really wanted to say that it would be better for his future wife to be not in her own house, but in his. At that moment, the hero realized what had actually happened, which is why he immediately turned away. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that he had come here to pay off a debt. Looking at Shinwang, the girl did not understand why he looked at her so coldly, after all. Before he only ran after her. However, her uncle noticed all this and ordered her not to look at the guy like that. Wang Ju's mood changed abruptly, and she exclaimed that Wang looked like a complete non-entity, and it was a sin not to absorb him. And his clothes were all the same brand, and he even said that he lived in a big city. According to the girl, life was much better in the backwoods, since they could afford to wear Nike and Adidas. Thus, the hero still managed to get into the mansion, where an elderly man was already waiting for him. At first glance, the friendly man noticed that his nephew had come to visit him. He works in the city and has now become a full-fledged city dweller. Friends started laughing at this statement, because in their opinion, Shinwang must be making a good living like that, since one can rise up in big cities. But the uncle reminded the elderly man that Shinwang's father had borrowed 50,000 yuan for his mother's treatment. But the guy himself only earned 5,000 yuan a month, while working like a horse. Coming closer to his enemy, Mirzavets also noted that it was impossible to save anything from these 5,000 yuan salary. The unperturbed boy exclaimed that he had come to his uncle to pay off a debt, and not to chatter. The man asked not to rush, as his family was in a difficult situation, so there was no point in rushing to repay, and he would be charging interest anyway. Shinwang asked not to worry about him, as everything was fine, and he didn't dare borrow money anymore. Suddenly, the uncle said that he would like to put politeness aside, because they both understand that Shinwang is now living in a big city and is trying his best to save money and help his family. This was indeed true, but the blonde was going to repay the debt in any case. Well, since the guy insisted so much, the uncle was not going to dissuade him, because returning in pots is normal, which is why he asked his son to bring the red book that was lying in his office. The impudent son-uncle pointed out that they were family, and he couldn't watch Shinwang bend over backwards to pay off his debts, because blood ties should be more important than money. Laughing, the uncle also noted that Khan was a university graduate, and his pride did not allow him to use other people's money. But the main thing was that everything was crystal clear between them. A few minutes later, the protagonist transferred 51,000 yuan to his uncle's account, since this was exactly the amount with interest, and he asked to check that the money had arrived. The shocked man immediately took out his phone to see if the money had actually been credited. When Uncle saw the amount in the bank account, he was simply shocked, as he noticed that the debt had been fully repaid. Although shocked, the man nevertheless decided to ask his nephew where exactly he got so much money. As he started to leave, Shinwang just smiled and said that he works in a big city, and for him this money is not that big. But the boy exclaimed that his nephew's family wanted to save face in this way, and asked their son to humiliate himself and work so that he would earn a lot of money and pay them. Wang Zhou even decided to see him off, because he probably still can't believe that she will become the brunette's wife, because soon they will all become relatives here, and will see each other much more often. The red-haired girl ran out into the street and exclaimed that she and Shinwang would soon become relatives, so there was no need to hold on to old feelings and act as if they were seeing each other for the first time. After all, they had been friends since childhood and grew up together. And the girl understood that her former friend liked her, but he was like a little brother to her, and considering that they would soon become relatives, it would be better for him to throw all the strange thoughts out of his head. After this statement, Shinwang felt rather strange. Continuing the dialogue, Wangzhou explained that if people found out about all this, Shinwang's reputation would suffer greatly, and in general, such speech was contrary to the norms of decency. The boy turned around, smiled, and asked if Wangzhou really thought he liked her. As a consolation to the girl, the young man told her to go and look at herself in the mirror, as her appearance had clearly deteriorated over the years. The dissatisfied girl asked to repeat this statement, since she had heard it poorly. Laughing, Shinwang asked her to think about who she would date. After all, when they were little, their pastime was poking cow shit with sticks, and her friend was simple. But now she wore revealing clothes and picked up a rich guy. With a heavy sigh, the young man remembered that Wangzhou had previously not cared who was rich and who was poor, because she was friendly with everyone and communicated very kindly with everyone. The girl understood why her friend was saying such things, because he was angry that he couldn't get her, and that she didn't agree to become his girlfriend. But she suggested leaving the grievances in the past, because soon they would become relatives, because of which there shouldn't be any quarrels between them. This statement shocked the protagonist, as he had never heard anything like it before. Turning around, Shinwang only exclaimed that his girl had clearly gone crazy and did not understand what she was saying. But the girl wasn't going to stop there. She ordered the boy to look at his uncle, because he had achieved a lot in life, while Shinwang had achieved absolutely nothing. In the lady's opinion, the guy's life was like a joke, because he was working like crazy for mere pennies. And there was no point in it, because he had once studied somewhere, but was not even working in his specialty. The arrogant girl also began to mock the guy because his mother was in the hospital, and the treatment cost a lot of money, which could reach up to 50,000 yen. The disgruntled youth stopped her and decided to find out if she had told him everything, and ordered her not to pretend to be a princess when she was actually a real toad. It was not worth thinking that the new hubby had any business with her, and the hero asked her to restrain her pride for more suitable people. This answer angered the red-haired girl even more, and she didn't even know what to answer. However, Shinwang was ready to listen to her forever, and added that he was indeed not as rich as his uncle, but he was very hard-working and ready to put in a lot of effort to achieve his goals. Suddenly, the system praised the boy, saying that he was truly incredible. And without the slightest hesitation, he decided to take and give up his love, with whom he had known since childhood. As a reward for this, he received houses slated for demolition in his city. Unfortunately, Shinwang did not immediately understand what this was and why the houses had to be demolished. Because of such bad behavior on the part of his girlfriend, the young man decided to act and grabbed the girl by the hand. Soon after, the boy exclaimed that people like her and her husband should be either locked up or even in prison, after which he said goodbye. The unperturbed hero walked along the streets of his old city, but a car started driving behind him at great speed. Some cheeky guy drove incredibly close to the guy in his car, causing him to get splashed with mud. Because of this, the car stopped to look at the poor guy, who was all dirty. As it turned out, Uncle Shinwang's son was driving the car. He stopped to apologize because he was in a hurry to get to work and didn't even notice the pedestrian. The arrogant man explained that he works as a contractor for the city's renewal department and is busy with important matters, such as road construction. So unfortunately, he won't be able to help with cleaning the clothes. Laughing, the uncle's son also reminded that if the guy needed some extra work, he could come to him and help carry bricks. The main character at that moment was only thinking that it was really no wonder that the road looked like this, and that his uncle's son was growing up to be a very talented entrepreneur. The determined young man realized that in this case, he would be doing all the local residents one tiny favor. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the building of the branch of the city renewal department. The friendly builder greeted Mr. Han and was glad that he decided to stop by. As he began to leave the building, the young man merely exclaimed that he was glad to see his old acquaintances. Suddenly, the system praised its master again, because thanks to the fact that he decided to spend his money on the development of his city, he received 100 books as a reward. Such a number of books, of course, shocked the protagonist, because the system made this decision automatically, based on his behavior. Still, the boy didn't blame the system, because he understood that books really wouldn't hurt him. With a heavy sigh, the young man looked up at the sky. Lately, the system had been throwing him rewards all over the country, and he even had the feeling that all the riches of the world could soon be in his hands. A few days later, events continued to unfold in the hospital ward. Shinwang came to visit his mother and helped her, doing everything he could. A few minutes later, a doctor came into the room and explained that, judging by the test results, the operation was successful, so the patient should not delay, and the doctor ordered that her things should already be collected. The young man was outraged, however, because his mother had just had surgery yesterday. She was still recovering, and the discharge was happening too early. Moreover, their family had paid for all the medical services in full. The imperturbable doctor did not react to this statement at all, and said that it seemed he was mistaken, and wanted to say that the patient had already been discharged. And looking at the nurses, the head doctor ordered them to help collect the patient's things. Taking out a knife, Shinwang looked angrily at the two girls and decided to ask the doctor what he was saying. The worried mother continued to observe the whole situation and did not understand at all how she should act in this case. The angry man exclaimed that he would not change his decision. Shinwang's mother was completely healthy, and if anything happened, they had other patients who also needed vital medical care, even urgent care. And because of the waste of time, other people could die. The main character clearly didn't like all of this, but he still decided to put down the knife that was in his hand. As soon as the young man put down the knife, the doctor noticed that he was holding a bladed weapon and threatened to call security. Mom began to convince her son that she really was feeling better and that there was no need to spend more money on treatment, and the doctor said that she was already healthy. With a forced smile, the evil doctor explained that the boy's mother did indeed agree, and that a good son should always obey his parents. Looking at the nurses, the doctor also ordered them to be sure to collect all the things, so that other patients who came to this ward would not suspect that some poor people were being treated there. Soon, as if nothing had happened, the impudent man began to leave. However, the hero clenched his fist and was not going to just tolerate it. Baring his teeth, the young man asked his mother to peel the apples herself. In the meantime, he would call his father to come and pick her up. But Shinwang needed to take care of some things at that moment. The boy turned around, smiled, and assured his mother that everything would be fine. A few minutes later, events continued to unfold in the doctor's office, where the doctor was talking to someone on the phone and saying that other people could now come in since the ward was free. However, the doctor still asked to be more careful, because even if it is a common foot sprain, it will take at least 3 months to ensure that the treatment was successful. As it turned out, it was the uncle's son who called, and he had deliberately kicked out Shinwang's mother so that she would no longer be treated in the hospital. The doctor was willing to say for money that the guy was simply incomparable, because his generosity knew no bounds. And this poor man, Shinwang, was simply a pathetic nobody. He was only able to pay for the operation and treatment thanks to their family. Laughing, the guy explained that he, of course, would not want to bother the doctor with such trifles, but he was still glad that they had managed to find a common language. The malicious enemy was thinking at that moment only about how Xinwang would cope with the difficulties on his territory. As soon as the corrupt doctor received a bribe for his actions, he was immediately happy, as his business was on the rise. Watching everything that was happening, the main character immediately realized that all this was done only for the sake of a bribe. However, money was no longer a problem for him. In fact, the whole world revolved around money. Shinwang was now incredibly rich and could afford to do whatever he wanted. After several hours, events continued to unfold in the hospital director's office. Someone knocked on his door. As it turned out, it was the main character who decided to go straight to the director. The young man explained that he was just an ordinary patient at their hospital and had come to visit the influential man. The director approached the young man, saying that if he was sick, it would be better to go to the doctor, since he did not accept patients here. However, the boy wanted to speak directly with the director, because Xinwang wanted to donate an additional building to the hospital. But the man didn't believe these words and exclaimed that if the young man had nothing better to do, he should go to the consultation window, where they would explain everything to him. The director already had enough to do, and the hero was ordered to leave the office. After thinking for a bit, the man came to his senses and realized that he was now being offered an entire building as a gift. The shocked director decided to ask the boy if he even knew how much this building cost. Looking at this guy, the old man realized that he was pathetic. He looked like a poor man. The clothes were probably not worth even 200 won. However, he wanted to donate an entire building to the hospital. It was more like a joke. The joyful hero exclaimed that of course he knew how much the building cost, but asked not to worry about it, because it cost about 1 million yuan to renovate the building that was to be demolished. and today, with current savings, it's mere trifles. The young man explained that the hospital's wards are often overcrowded, as they receive a variety of patients with illnesses, sometimes even in critical condition, so he would like to donate an additional building. However, the man still did not believe that this would really be possible, because Xinhuang looked very poor. The hero was well aware that there was not enough space in the wards, and because of this problem, some doctors began to take advantage of their positions and take bribes, asking for already occupied beds to be vacated, supposedly in order to find space for other patients. Hearing this, the elderly man began to claim that he had been working as the director of this hospital for more than 10 years, and they had never had a situation where their employees took bribes, because doctors are supposed to save lives. It was then that Xinhuang told him that his mother had undergone a major operation yesterday, and that she needed to be under close observation. But today, for some reason, her attending physician said that she needed to leave the ward. The director denied everything, saying that it was the guy's imagination, because their wards are sometimes cramped, and it's impossible for many people to fit in at the same time. But discharging a person almost immediately after an operation is simply impossible. Feeling fury, the director shouted that he did not believe a single word he said and ordered to tell the truth. Otherwise, he simply would not listen. The smart guy made a recording and deliberately turned it on in order to show exactly how the doctor treated the patient. Having turned on the recorder, the director began to listen to that very fateful recording, which contained all the evidence. After hearing the recording with the evidence, the man began to deny this as well, and it is said that the recording may have been edited or falsified. The hero even thought that perhaps everyone here was covering for each other because of bribes. Xinhuang still said that the director might think that this recording was fake and that he would actually donate a real building. Calling an old friend, the hero told him that he wanted to renovate the building for their district hospital and asked if Mr. Kang had time for this project. Luckily, the acquaintance actually had a lot of time, which is why there was an opportunity to discuss additional information with the director, and Kang should arrive soon. Having finished the conversation, the young man smiled and said that the director should definitely believe him this time, and suggested talking personally with his friend. The boy begged the director not to be so stubborn, because the dialogue would not take more than a few minutes, and he would also be able to verify and obtain a new building for the hospital. The slightly stunned director nevertheless picked up the phone in order to talk to the strange stranger. Having started the dialogue, the man introduced himself as the director of the district hospital. Hearing the businessman, the elderly man immediately realized that it was indeed Mr. Kang's voice, who in turn said that the hospital was truly lucky, since the building was given away for free. The stunned director literally cried out with happiness and said that he understood everything, after which he decided to end the dialogue. Thus, he realized that this young man really had not lied to him. Sometime later, they talked about that strange situation again, and Xinhuang made it clear that his intentions were indeed very serious. However, the director still insisted that a single recording of the conversation was not enough. After thinking for a bit, the young man suggested that perhaps one building would not be enough for a hospital, and perhaps it would be worth adding a few more. Nevertheless, the young man decided to leave. But in the end, he said that he no longer had any wishes, but only asked that the unscrupulous doctors be dealt with, because people like them should be severely punished. Having stopped the guy, the man still decided to ask his name, since he didn't even know his name. Turning his head, Xinhuang explained that he was just an ordinary child from a simple and poor family who was trying to protect the interests of patients, and his name did not matter in this situation. But if the director really needs to call the guy something, he asked to call him the messenger of justice. The door closed, and the stunned director continued to stand rooted to the spot, not understanding how to react to this situation. A few minutes later, the man finally decided to take action and picked up the phone to do something. The serious-minded director ordered that the latest lists of patients discharged after the operation be urgently provided to him. Meanwhile, at the day hospital, the nurse approached the doctor, saying that the director was already waiting for him at the entrance to the ward. Literally a few minutes later, the doctor himself was already on his knees, begging the gentleman not to fire him, because he had a large family to feed and he couldn't lose his job. The director was adamant, because the doctor thought about his own family, but not about the patient's family. A doctor like him was a disgrace to their profession, and the man no longer wanted to risk the hospital's reputation. Thus, events continued to unfold the next day, at Uncle Xinhuang's house, where that same guy was being massaged by his future wife. However, a young man burst into the room, clearly dissatisfied. The boy was very angry, saying that his friend had to bribe the doctor at the hospital. But his wife was thrown out of the room. She was literally pushed out of the hospital. Now she was so angry with him that she didn't even want to let him into the house. This turn of events came as a shock to the boy, as he thought he had discussed everything with the doctor and there shouldn't have been any problems. Having asked to wait, the man began to make excuses because he thought that perhaps something had been mixed up, and now he would call and find out everything. When he called the doctor's number, it turned out that the number he dialed was unavailable, which caused the guy severe stress. At the same time, events took place in the main character's house, where workers began to unload a large number of boxes. The mother was shocked by this behavior on the part of her son, since he hired a nurse for her and bought all the necessary equipment. Shinwang, in turn, reassured her, saying that the hospital organized all this completely free of charge. Fortunately, Mom believed her son. But at that moment, the young man wanted to be like a philanthropist and was going to do good deeds selflessly, without receiving gratitude for them. At that very moment, not far from the hero's house, someone shouted, accusing him of being a bad person. As it turned out, the uncle's son had arranged to buy a hospital room for his friend for almost 10,000 yuan. But now everything was lost because of him. The dissatisfied woman did not understand what Khan Dakai was talking about, because she was not aware of his affairs. However, at that moment, the young man realized that the disgruntled man had said this in vain. Feeling very angry, Shinwang started yelling at Han Dakai, saying that it was because of him that they decided to literally kick his mother out of the hospital. And now he had spent over 10,000 on it. He was clearly not much of a relative. Feeling awkward, the guy began to justify himself, saying that he had nothing to do with it, and the woman should not have been thrown out of the hospital, especially if she had just undergone surgery. And in general, Han Dakai did not ask not to change the subject, because he knew that Shinwang was behind all this. The hospital would not have just hired a nurse for his mother. However, the hero explained that the director had ordered this to be done. The uncle's son didn't believe all the guy's stories, because he was doing all this for his dear friend, and thanks to him he became the head of road repairs, and thanks to him he was able to get a job in the organization. Laughing, the hero remembered that Khan Dakai actually makes a lot of money, and in a year it can even amount to several million, and yet he dares to come here and accuse him of some nonsense, and even demand money from a poor family. The blonde man decided to say that he earned 5,000 yuan a month, and that he should subtract from this the amount he pays for renting a small room and the money he spends on food, and then compare it with the income of Han Dakai, who lives in a huge house. Turning around, Shinwang even began to leave, as he no longer wanted to communicate with his disgruntled relative, telling his mother that it was not worth continuing this. In his opinion, some people are so mired in their greedy vices that they have forgotten that money does not decide everything in the world, and that justice still exists. Disappointed by the defeat, Han Dakai began to leave, saying in his last words that Shinwang and his family were insignificant poor people. The smart guy at that moment was only thinking that his relative was a stupid fool. The slightly offended mother still decided to ask her son if Han Dakai was planning to take revenge on them because of some far-fetched nonsense. But Shinwang didn't care at all. In fact, he was even interested to see how his relative was going to take revenge. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, the uncle's son's car was driving at high speed. Looking at the car that was driving in the oncoming lane, Han Dakai noticed that the car looked like Kang's car. However, he was probably mistaken, because there was no need to go to this backwater. The SUV actually arrived at the protagonist's house and stopped right at the entrance. A friendly man greeted Mr. Jinwang and thanked him for his help with the road, because the buildings were restored for free. Feeling awkward, the young man began to improvise and exclaimed that Mr. Kang had arrived so unexpectedly and decided to thank them, but said that there was no need to do this, since he had only helped fix the car when it broke down. Having started to play along with the guy, Kang agreed, because he really came to discuss repairs to the road in front of the house. The man realized that Shinwang hid his affairs even from his parents. The mother still didn't understand what was happening, but her son smiled politely and said that he and the gentleman would need to discuss something. After moving away a little, the boy explained that the next time he came to the city, he would keep a low profile, because he didn't want any of his relatives to find out what he was really doing. Kang also said that what Shinwang had asked him to prepare was already ready for today. The man's efficiency truly knew no bounds. Meanwhile, someone called Khan Dakai and announced that he would no longer be involved in road repairs. This statement shocked the boy, because this was his only income, and he did not receive any other money from anything. Because of the information he heard, the dissatisfied guy immediately began to brake frantically. pressing the brake pedal with all his might. The car suddenly began to slow down, causing tire drag marks to appear on the asphalt. Trying to find out what was going on, the boy was as polite as possible. After all, he had already hired workers and paid them money in advance. They were about to go on shift. But the boss stunned him like this. The boss explained that construction companies now have new rules. Every team must comply with regulations and standards. They would be, to put it mildly, uncomfortable if their employees didn't comply with all of this. Soon after, the man simply hung up, thereby declaring Khan Dakai an unemployed loser. Experiencing severe stress, the guy even dropped his phone and said the word no several dozen times. As it turned out, the boss really couldn't do anything in this situation, since he couldn't disobey Mr. Kang. A few days later, events continued to unfold at the club, where Han Dakai wanted to give a gift to his boss. The man pretended that he didn't know anything, while being in the company of two beauties and hugging them. The boy put the package on the table and said that the boss's profit could increase from 30 to 40% with cooperation. It seemed that these words really touched the man, and he probably even thought about it. The arrogant guy thought that the boss was not satisfied with the small percentages. The man was indeed very greedy, and this was probably a trick from the very beginning to take more money from him. Smiling, Khan Dakai explained that they knew perfectly well that these building codes and standards for companies were just tinsel. And even if he didn't pass the first time, he could create another company and try again. At that very second, the boss got angry and shouted that no one dared cheat their system and forge documents. He was not going to turn over illegal carts for mere pennies, and ordered to find a poor man who would agree to this amount. The frightened guy explained that this was not what he really meant, but the boss decided to clarify what exactly they wanted to tell him, because it was clear that the guy was backing out. Trying to justify himself, the young man wanted to agree on a deal and offered as much as 500% of the proceeds. Feeling fury, the man shouted that he considered Khan Dakai almost like his brother, and he decided to set him up like this. And now he is simply being kicked out of the club. Even several bald security guards came and literally pushed Khan Dakai out of the VIP area, thereby humiliating him even more. In the same nightclub, but in a different room, someone knocked on the door. As it turned out, that same boss decided to visit someone. It was clear that he was quite polite with strangers. It turned out that in the club, but in another room, sat Shinwang and his new friend Mr. Kang. Having greeted the protagonist, the man, from the bottom of his heart and on behalf of all the residents of his city, wanted to express his deep gratitude for the money spent on repairing the road. Looking at this man, the young man immediately realized that he was a traitor and a speculator, since the boss was very two-faced. However, Shinwang still explained that he would like all this to remain between them. It's just that his parents are already at an advanced age, and their legs often hurt. At their age, they have already stopped paying attention to what's going on with the road. Laughing and looking at the boss, the hero also decided to clarify whether the road would break down a year after the repairs. This question really made the boss nervous, but he said that this couldn't be. He endured the humiliation, since the guy was very rich, so the man promised to build a better road, and Shinwang was now counting on him, because he did not want to be disappointed. Thanks to his actions, the system praised the guy for solving the problem of road repairs and rebuilding unfinished houses in 2 days, for which he was given a reward of 9 million yuan. Meanwhile, events continued to happen in Uncle Shinwang's house. Someone was screaming there. These screams could be heard even from the yard. As it turned out, it was Khan Dakai's girlfriend. She really didn't like that the guy was always sitting idle on his phone, staring at things. He hadn't washed the floors or washed his clothes all day, and hadn't done anything at all. If the girl had found out earlier that Dakai was just bragging, and all his projects and work were just a blatant lie, then she would have chosen not him, but Shinwang, because at least he worked in the city, and there are definitely prospects there. These words really hurt the guy. He immediately stood up and was clearly very angry. But the red-haired one. But it didn't matter at all. She continued to call Khan Dakai useless, because even a stone would be more useful than him. If she were in her boyfriend's place, she would kneel before Mr. Zhao and beg for her job back. Turning around, the girl threatened to go to Shinwang, because he had loved her since childhood, and would have agreed to be with her anyway. Unable to bear such shame, Khan Dakai caught up with the girl and grabbed her by the neck. Due to severe stress and anger, he literally pushed her away, causing the lady to begin to fall to the floor. Khan Dakai shouted that she had not earned anything, and now she was also charging him for money. Meanwhile, the protagonist's parents were reading a certain road construction contract, which had some fine print. After reading the agreement, unfortunately, the parents did not understand its essence and asked for an explanation. Kang explained that the road construction would pass through their land and would take up no more than 1 square meter of land, and that as compensation for the damage caused to them, the company could build them a house. These words really shocked Shinwang's parents. They were stunned and didn't even know how to react. The friendly man even said that if the couple did not agree or it was unacceptable to them, they could discuss other compensation terms with them, and perhaps monetary compensation would be suitable for them. Shocked, the parents couldn't understand how prosperity had come to their village, when they could build a house for a few square meters, and they didn't even have to pay for it. This was a real stroke of luck for them, and the father of the family even began to call his son, shouting to him that they would now build a new house for them. Several days later, the events continued to take place in the passenger terminal of the bus station. The main character already needed to return to the city. His parents told him that life there would always be hard and asked him not to forget to take care of himself and his health. Shinwang convinced his parents that there was no need to worry about him, because he would definitely take care of himself. And now it was time for him to catch the bus, since he would be late and would not make it to the airport. The joyful parents said goodbye to their son and exclaimed that they would be waiting for him to visit again. Sometime later, the boy found himself in the first-class waiting room. He was very lucky. He visited his parents and also earned some money. At that very moment, the unremarkable young man was noticed by a stunning beauty who addressed him by name. It was Gawain. The young man explained that he was going home to visit his mom and dad. Feeling awkward, the lady explained to you that she forgot to ask the guy about it, and only later found out that her mother was sick, which is why Gao assumed that her friend quit because of this. In fact, nothing serious happened, and my mother is now fine, and the treatment was successful. As it turns out, the company asked Gao Wen to show a new side of herself and try to change her image. They also asked her to conduct an advertising campaign to support rural areas in various villages. This coincidence was truly very pleasant. Even the hero noticed it. Since the young man had quit, Gawain wanted to know what his future plans were, since he might have already applied to some new company. However, the girl also suggested that perhaps the guy didn't want to talk about it and said that there was nothing wrong with that. Smiling, the young man explained that he really had nothing to talk about. He wasn't planning on getting a job anywhere for now, and perhaps, on the contrary, he would open his own business. The clever hero even wanted to specifically buy a building opposite the place where he used to work, so that his former management would shudder every time they saw him. The kind girl said that if Shinwang needed help, she could help with anything, and she also had many business contacts in their field who could also help. Suddenly, someone called the girl on her mobile phone, and she went away to answer the call. During the phone call, some guy said that Gawain had made a lot of money and should answer the phone as soon as she received a call, because people had been waiting for her on the live broadcast for half an hour, and she needed to hurry. Feeling awkward, Gawain began to justify herself, saying that she had already said an hour ago that she was boarding a plane. And the manager told her that everything was fine, but he, in turn, told her to sell plane tickets and start the stream immediately. Unfortunately, the plane was about to take off, and if she returned the tickets, the next flight would be in 10 hours, and there was no guarantee that she would be able to buy tickets. The scoundrel didn't care, because in their field you can't refuse, and the company won't give the girl the opportunity to ride on airplanes for free. According to the manager, there is nothing wrong with waiting at the airport for 10 hours until the next flight, but missing the audience and losing the audience is expensive. That's when the girl got pissed off, and she started screaming that she had been at the very top of the company's ratings for 6 months, and had earned a ton of money, so there was no point in saying that she was a freeloader and was just wasting the company's money. Recalling the conversation outside the club, the man said that she shouldn't forget that Gawain's contract was still in effect, so if she didn't want to get into trouble, she should do as he said. After hearing this dialogue, the protagonist immediately realized that it was manager He Shui. The scoundrel heard Sinwang in the background. In his opinion, it was now no wonder why Gawain was uncomfortable streaming. Hearing this, the shocked girl exclaimed that this was nonsense, and she had recently been posting photos of her round-trip tickets into the work chat. In this way, the manager manipulated the streamer, telling her that she could easily prove it live, and at the same time, it would be possible to see whether she was at the airport. These manipulations simply drove the girl hysterical. She wanted to get rid of this manager, but she couldn't do it because she still had a contract. Suddenly, Shinwang decided to snatch the phone from the girl in order to say a few sweet words to the man. The clever young man said that since this was already a breach of contract, he would pay the fine instead of Gao Wen, and he didn't care at all about the amount. And by the way, the hero also didn't forget to mention that this conversation was completely recorded, and he has every right to sue the manager for slander. These words only made the manager laugh, as he could not believe that the poor guy would be able to afford to pay for breach of contract. Shinwang was also a difficult guy, and he hung up because he clearly didn't like talking to such a scoundrel. Not understanding how this was possible, the friend thought that Shinwang was just joking, that he would pay the fine because the amount was simply unaffordable. However, at that moment the girl was only thinking about whether she really deserved to be given such support. In fact, Gao Wen held a good position in the company, and the manager only occasionally caused her trouble, so there was no point in getting involved in all this, and the amount of money for the violation would not be huge. The boy began to convince his friend that there was no need to worry or fret about it, and besides, he was doing it mostly for himself. The young man was planning to open his own media company, and he would buy an office right across the street to clearly show who was the best here. And for this very reason, he was looking for acquaintances who could help him with this business. And what could be better for a startup business than stealing a competitor's main star? Gowan didn't immediately believe that her friend could create a company to compete with media giants. The shocked lady couldn't even imagine who this Shinwang really was. The future entrepreneur decided to offer Gao Wen a job if she didn't want to stay with her company. There was an option. Half of her income would go toward paying off the contractual penalty, and she would keep the other half. After the debt was paid, they would split the profits 70 to 30, 70% for the streamer and 30% for him. The offer was indeed quite generous. Gao Wen even blushed a little at it. Smiling slyly, the young man even offered to increase the share for the model, so that she would definitely agree. But Gao was happy with everything as is. The streamer thought the interest rates were already too high, and she said it wasn't worth doing that for her. The interest rate was good, and Shinwang also offered to pay a penalty for breach of contract. In fact, for such conditions, she should have been offered a maximum of 20 or 30%. In fact, the protagonist understood that Gao Wen was the only person in the company who did not look down on him, and he wanted to repay her kindness. After all, few people can look at other people as equals. Not to mention that during his time working there, he had become a good judge of character. And looking at Gao, he was sure that she had a great future ahead of her. The young man guaranteed that his friend would earn so much money that the contractual penalty would seem like a mere trifle to her, and if it was more convenient, she could consider that Shinwang had paid her salary for several months in advance. This proposal touched her friend even more. She didn't even know what to say, and simply blushed and decided to remain silent. Her thoughts were gnawing at her, because it was obvious that Shinwang was offering her a helping hand. But he made it sound as if she was helping him, and not he her. Still, the offer was truly excellent, which is why the young streamer happily agreed. Sometime later, events continued to occur in the office area, namely, inside the office of the Meow Media Group company. As it turned out, the main character and his girlfriend decided to go straight to the manager, who was clearly not happy about it. The manager started shouting, saying that Shinwang had lied to Gao Wen while they were talking at the airport. If the girl really fell for his tricks and decided to bring him into the company, thinking that he could pay, then she clearly has no brains. Looking down on the manager, the young man began to repeat commas so that he would stop his nonsense and call lawyers, because Shinwang didn't have time to listen to his nonsense, since he only came here to free Gao Wen from the slave contract they had foisted on her. Having risen from his desk, the world calls confirmed that the penalty will cost a pretty penny, and the guy clearly doesn't have enough money for it. Although rumors had reached the influential man that Shinwang had allegedly become rich, he still certainly didn't have enough money for that. The sarcastic man explained that when a huge sum of money falls on the poor, they do not suddenly lose their heads, and like his former boss, he wanted to give one piece of advice that luck is like a cardboard house. If you blow on it, it will immediately fall apart. So if Shinwang borrowed money from someone to show off, then before he knew it, he would be mired in a pile of debt. The young man was clearly disgusted to be in the same room with this scoundrel, but he still said that money is a renewable resource, and the more you spend it, the more it will return to a person. And judging from the manager's expression, it seems like he's really afraid that he will be able to take Gowan away from the company. Upon hearing this statement, the scoundrel immediately began to tremble with fear, as if it had just dawned on him that this was not a joke. However, the scoundrel explained that he didn't own the company, and he had nothing to fear, and he didn't care whether they took the streamer or not. But Shinwang realized that because Shuya wielded so much power, he was always trying to force people to do strange and sometimes terrible things, and the guys were very worried about what kind of future the enemy had in store. Having started to get aggressive, the manager could not stand it and shouted that no one dared to look down on him. Because Shinwang had previously obeyed Shui like a dog, the young man decided to remind that he had a contract through an employment agreement, so if the manager called him a dog, it was an insult, for which he could sue him. Also, the fifth clause of the contract stated that the dissemination of false or defamatory information about a company employee should not occur, even after the termination of this very contract. A few hours later, events continued to unfold in the conference room, where contracts were issued between the streamer and the company, and they only needed to be signed. It was clear that Gao Wen was very afraid, but she still agreed to sign the contract. The manager sincerely didn't believe that Gao Wen would just up and leave the company, because she literally signed up for some kid who suddenly got lucky and a ton of money. Becoming even more angry, the lady said that there was no need to worry about her, since she was now making decisions for herself. Thus, the contract was successfully signed, and now, Gao Wen is officially no longer an employee of the company. The arrogant man nevertheless decided to find out when exactly the penalty for the terminated contract would be paid, because Xinhuang would not have forced Gao Wen to sign this contract for fun, only to leave her with a pile of debts. As soon as the contract was terminated, the hero noticed that the manager was already in a hurry, and there was no need to worry, because he had already transferred the money to the account. Tens of millions of yuan were instantly transferred to the company's account, and Xinhuang ordered the scoundrel to check the accounting. At that very second, the hero decided to look out the window and noticed that there was a really good view from there. It was high, and the style of the building was not bad. The young man turned around and addressed Mr. Ho, saying that he would like to discuss some details. The dream of taking revenge on the former company was successfully realized, for this system rewarded the young man and gave him as much as 99 million yuan. When the two friends went outside, someone started shouting, thereby stopping them. It turned out that it was Zhang Qingqing, and she was very happy about this unusual coincidence. A little upset, her friend mentioned that she had heard that Gao Wen had quit her job, and Zhang suggested that because of this, they might never see each other again. Feeling awkward, her friend naturally wanted to answer this question, but Xinhuang did not quite understand its meaning. Pointing his finger at the neighboring publication, the young man exclaimed that their office was in this building, so that at any moment now they could come and have lunch together. This event became a turning point. Zhang Qingqing was stunned with shock and did not know how to react to such a statement. Suddenly, someone called the boy on his mobile phone, and he said that he had to answer. It turned out that it was Li Wanyi who called, and this call was probably very important. The man called regarding the property documents. They were already ready, and he decided to ask Xinhuang when he could come pick them up. Fortunately, he would be able to pick up the necessary papers soon. Since the hero returned here, with all these affairs, he completely forgot that he had his own home, and this amused him. Having explained to her friend that they had already sorted out their affairs, Gao Wen could now rest peacefully, while Xinhuang would go somewhere in the meantime to resolve the remaining issues. Overall, the new company employee was not against it and happily agreed. While talking to a friend, Gao Wen said that Xinhuang offered to compensate for the contractual penalty, so now she really does not work for her previous company. It was really unusual. The redhead didn't expect that the guy who used to work in an office and run errands would suddenly become rich. It seems you really shouldn't judge a book by its cover. In one of the companies in the city, they were discussing that a very important client was supposed to arrive today, so it was necessary to behave in a manner befitting his status. The manager explained that it was necessary to make every effort not to disappoint that very client. The fair-haired man agreed with the lady and was going to do everything in the best possible way. Calling all his subordinates, the man explained that Mr. Han, who had bought the mansion from them, would be here soon, so they needed to go to the front entrance and greet him properly. But before that, they needed to tidy themselves up and make sure their uniforms looked neat and dignified. He was an honored client of the company, so he could not be neglected. The slightly worried girl asked the manager for a photo of the client so that they would be sure not to make a mistake and confuse him with someone else. However, the man only smiled, since that same rich man was a mysterious financial magnate, and they did not have his photo. But usually such people like to brag about their money, so they would not confuse such a bright personality with anything. Sometime later, the manager ordered the office to be cleaned to the last speck of dust, as he wanted his dear customers not to feel inconvenienced. Meanwhile, an economy-class taxi pulled up to the building. It was unremarkable in any way. But in this taxi, there was that same rich man who got out in order to conclude another deal. Looking at the main entrance to the company, the young man understood why it was number 1 on the list of the best real estate companies. Looking at one of the guards, Xinhuang didn't understand who these people were waiting for. Probably some former bigwig. As if nothing had happened, the young man walked into the office, because he still needed to get to the appointment. The company office was indeed very large, but there was absolutely no one around, and no one approached Sinwang. The hero couldn't believe that all the workers had gone outside. Looking at the model, he saw that there were a lot of trees and greenery on the territory of the villa. And next to the house, there was a swimming pool designed by a famous designer. Meanwhile, a friendly girl approached him, greeted him, and decided to clarify whether the gentleman would like to see the apartment. At that very second, the head manager asked Irene to come to him, probably on some very important matter. As it turned out, the man was telling his client that they weren't accepting other clients today, and he didn't understand why Irene was even standing at the main entrance. Feeling strong anger, the boss was against serving ordinary people, because the most important client was about to arrive, and he should not think that they did not respect him and did not pay due attention to him. Realizing she was right, Irene continued to insist that it was actually their fault because they hadn't put up a sign saying they were closed today. The manager still stood his ground and said that the girl was too stupid and that he would sort it out himself. The client didn't seem to have even 200 yuan in his pocket, and it was completely unclear how he dared to come to their office. The manager believed that such a troublesome client would disturb their dear client. Coming closer, the man insisted that some people who can't afford something like to come and brazenly look at it, distracting the workers from their work. And if a guest wants to buy something, then there is no point in delaying it. Otherwise, there is no point in standing there for long. Having heard such a strange remark, the main character decided to ask again whether they were really telling him this. The head manager called Irene and ordered her to clean up the building as quickly as possible and at the same time throw out the troublesome client, since the rich man was supposed to arrive soon. For the guy, such a strange statement was quite shocking, since he hadn't even had time to look at his apartment, and he was already being kicked out. The scoundrel did not hide his hostility and exclaimed that the guy clearly did not have even 100 yuan in his pocket, and in their houses, the cost of 1 square meter is 300,000 yuan. Shinwang was outraged to the limit. He shouted that the level of customer service in this organization left much to be desired, and that managers looked down on the most ordinary customers. As it turned out, the man didn't care at all, because in his opinion, the boy couldn't afford to buy a home here. The determined young man heard a call, probably about the purchase of property. This was indeed the case. A company representative asked him whether he had come to their office and asked him to address any questions to their manager. At that very second, the same troubled manager heard a familiar voice on the phone. It was his director. Smiling, the boy exclaimed to the director that the manager of this company told him that he was a nobody and unworthy of buying a house from them. After this, Shinwang thinks that he will cancel the deal and buy a mansion from some other company. This unfortunate event caused an immediate reaction from the director. The girl literally begged him to wait, as she was planning to come to the office immediately. In her opinion, it was some kind of misunderstanding, which is why she immediately rushed straight to the epicenter of events in order to understand what was going on. After leaving the building, the director ordered the driver to take her to the sales department, but to do it as quickly as possible. The car started to drive at an incredible speed. It was a business-class taxi with a personal driver. The disgruntled girl didn't understand what was going on, because the manager had been warned that a very important guest would be arriving today, and God forbid this rich man should harbor a grudge against their company. Literally a few minutes later, the director had already arrived directly at the building and was planning to sort things out as quickly as possible. However, at the moment, the only person in the building was a dysfunctional manager who was smiling like a fool and didn't know what to do. Turning around, the man continued to insist that Sinwang should get out of here as quickly as possible, because that same rich man must have found out that they were entertaining all sorts of rabble here. At that moment, Hiroev realized that, judging by the man's face, he had probably been mistaken when he thought that he had heard his boss's voice from his phone call. Taking Irene by the ear, the manager began to shout at her that her cute appearance meant nothing, and that it was not enough to just look cute for work. It was because of her that they had problems with clients. And it was because of her that that mysterious rich man was offended, and now it was the manager who had to clean up the mess. Trying to justify herself, the girl began to cry. She told Van that she was just doing her job and had done nothing wrong. Coming even closer to Sinwang, the manager pushed him, called him poverty, and then ordered him to get out of here as quickly as possible before he got a kick in the back. Meanwhile, the company director finally arrived at the office and immediately contacted manager Wang. The angry scoundrel continued to insist to the guy that he should leave as quickly as possible, since the director had already arrived. Smiling artificially, the blonde explained to the lady that there had been a small misunderstanding. However, the woman didn't care at all. She walked past the unfortunate manager and headed toward that same poor man. At that moment, the man thought that the director was furious that this poor kid was still here. Suddenly, the lady bowed to the guest and introduced herself as Wang Ying. She was the vice president of the company, but Wang could simply call her Li. Feeling awkward, the girls were very sorry that their company was unable to give the guy a positive experience communicating with their employees. Manager Wang most likely simply did not recognize him, so the vice president apologized if the manager's words offended the guest. This turn of events made the manager freeze in place because he did not know how to react to something like this, and was simply in shock. Looking at the poor-looking boy, Wang would never have believed that the guest was a multimillionaire. The vice president promised that in the future, they would definitely improve their approach to absolutely all clients and would not allow their employees to have the audacity to behave in such a manner. At that moment, Irene realized that this guy was the rich man they were waiting for. He was their VIP client. Ms. Lee continued to insist that they actually treat all clients equally, no matter whether they're just looking or have already decided to buy a property from them. A dumbfounded Van looked at the guy and realized that this was the same mysterious rich man who wanted to buy their property for crazy money. However, he looked like an ordinary ragamuffin. Turning to the manager, the vice president began to reproach him for the fact that she had already told him hundreds of times not to underestimate clients, but Wang still did not listen to her. Filled with fear and shame, the man understood that now his career would definitely come to an end. Becoming even more angry with the man, the lady insisted that he was no better than others, since he was selling expensive apartments. Pointing her finger directly at Wang, Li shouted that he was officially fired as of tomorrow. Starting to cry, the bespectacled man tried to persuade them not to fire him, because he sincerely regretted that he had done this. Falling to his knees, Wang brazenly tried to beg for forgiveness, thereby trying to remain in office. The scoundrel claimed that he had a large family, a mortgage, a car loan, and a sick daughter who needed to buy expensive medications every month. The vice president actually knew about all of this, and Wang kept begging her not to take his job away from him. However, the man was aware of the company's rules, but he still acted in his own way. Because they were doing business here, and they had their own standards, which would make Vanu think about her behavior. Coming closer to the main character, the man began to beg him to have mercy on him, because he admitted his guilt and asked to give him another chance. The frightened girl trembled with fear and thought that perhaps she would be next, which is why she did not understand what to do. Suddenly, a friendly guy exclaimed that Irene was a good girl and should be made the new manager. For Lee, this was not a problem, and since they had decided everything, then it was possible to look at Mr. Sin Wang's future house. This unusual statement shocked Van even more, because just recently he managed Irene, and now he is essentially unemployed, but she is the manager of a large company. Meanwhile, Wang explained that he didn't have much time and asked if they would have time to inspect the mansion. Lee happily agreed to help with the inspection and also offered to give the buyer a ride. The girl blushed and didn't believe what she heard, because she didn't expect to be promoted so quickly, since she had only recently started working at this company. As it turned out, the system noticed the protagonist's Vic. He behaved bravely and courageously, like a true knight, which is why he was given a heart as a reward. The heart-shaped reward is a personal praise from the system, and it shouldn't be underestimated, because perhaps such praise could one day help at some very critical moment. Sometime later, the same events continued to take place in the courtyard that led to the entrance of the mansion. The people standing nearby were supposed to work in this mansion, and the guards would ensure Wang's safety, and the 5 maids would provide the house with warmth and comfort. A little later, facial recognition will be set up on the gates so that they will work automatically. The mansion was truly impressive, although the protagonist seemed completely unimpressed. Meanwhile, the friendly director had already prepared the certificate of ownership and attached all the necessary documents. The boy understood that he needed to take a good look at everything. A mansion worth 300 million yuan was an impressive purchase, and in the hero's opinion, he might look like a complete fool who walked around with his mouth open and was surprised by everything. The expensive case contained real estate documents, and it was clear that the director had done her homework. Taking the documents, Wang immediately felt that their cover, in terms of the quality of the material, was truly what he needed. The boy smiled, put the documents back in the case, and said that they should go. The woman breathed a sigh of relief and realized that this guy was probably some kind of billionaire to be buying such an expensive house. He wouldn't even check the documents. The building was truly magnificent. It looked like a 19th century castle. The landscaping around the mansion was done by a professional. He was a world-famous and talented landscape designer. Everything was specially designed for Wang. Looking at the boy, Lee realized that he dressed very modestly for enrichment, and apparently he was rather indifferent to money. Perhaps he was a member of some very, very rich family that did not want to advertise its financial status. After inspecting the area, the young man noted that the landscape designer had really done a great job. But considering what kind of parents he had, he needed to redo a few things and add a small field. He was planning to plant cabbage and eggplants here, so that when they arrived, they could enjoy it. Although the area was prime, it would have been better to plant bitter gourd and green beans. The friendly young lady also noted that if the gentleman is not satisfied with something, then one should not be shy about speaking up, because they will immediately call the designer and make changes to the landscape for free. Lost in thought, the boy did not immediately begin to talk about his plans. Suddenly, the system praised the hero, saying that he had done simply amazingly, and in just a few minutes of being in his mansion, worth 300 million, he had already managed to find several compelling reasons to reveal his dislike for this very mansion. Also, thanks to this action, the system acquired a skin, and the owner was now entering a new stage in his life, so the system did not stand still. Observing the rich man's behavior, Lee felt that even the best landscape designer could not please this guy, which is why this guy really had an interesting temperament. Laughing, the vice president noted that the gentleman had already purchased the pearl of their area at such a young age, and now she was sure that a brilliant future awaited him. He mentioned that as soon as their leader learned that Sinwang was ready to spend so much money on real estate, he immediately ordered them to serve the guy in the best possible way. However, the hero was against this, and noted that there was no point in bothering him anymore. Still, Lee sincerely hoped that the gentleman would want to contact their company again in the future. However, she was still bothered by the fact that the guy was not at all happy with the purchase, having spent 300 million yuan, and he was unperturbed. Thus, the main character became the owner of a luxurious mansion worth a fortune. Shinwang was still happy with the purchase, even though he didn't look like it was worth 300 million. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in another mansion. A certain girl was interested in who exactly bought this villa. The man said that the villa was bought by a young man named Khan, who was about 20 years old. Hearing this, the lady was shocked. She did not expect that such a young person would be able to purchase such an expensive property. The elderly man nevertheless guessed that perhaps the lady knew what kind of person this was. Bowing her head, the girl explained that in fact, the one who could afford to buy a mansion for 300 million yuan was clearly not an ordinary person, so if they wanted to know something about him, the Han family would definitely suspect it. That is why the influential girl ordered a gift to be chosen in order to pay a visit to Xinwang in the near future. The next day, the protagonist celebrated his triumphant ascent into a new business, because after 3 long months of preparation, they were finally happy to announce that the Dujin Media Company was opening. He also wanted to thank director Gao Wen, who had worked tirelessly for the past 3 months, which is why he thinks that everyone should work just as hard, and then their efforts will definitely lead to success. Other streamers were also happy to work for this company and wanted to do everything possible to popularize it even more. The boy was really very grateful to his girlfriend, as she supported him at every stage. However, 3 months ago, Xinwang told Gao Wen that she did not need to broadcast live at all. Experienced employees had to help beginners, because there aren't many skilled streamers in the company right now. Therefore, the first priority was to focus on training newcomers. Besides, half of the donations from the streams of the newbies that Gao Wen taught would have gone straight into her pocket. But the girl thought that was too much. The guy explained that Gao is literally one of the founders of the company, and besides all this, she understands better than anyone how to make an account trendy, attract a diverse audience, and how to properly set up a stream. Naturally, once they had fully set up the company's processes, trained the newcomers, and everything settled down, no one would stop the girl from broadcasting live. The determined lady said that she was now determined to help the company. On the same day, events continued to occur in the morning in a neighboring company. The main character's former manager and administrator noticed that some new streamer accounts had appeared. The competitor's company had a lot of people, and the streamers were actively trying to build their audience, even though they were beginners. But the impudent fellow believed that his competitors wouldn't be able to create a new company and break through to the top of the media giant so easily. Laughing, the sarcastic man believed that no one dared to fight with his company. Suddenly, another man walked by. He had a gold tooth, and a huge gold ornament hung around his neck. He mentioned that competitors were located across the street in the neighboring building. As it turned out, it was the brother of the hapless manager. who had already returned from his trip, having vacated his workplace. He said that he had been waiting for him for a long time and missed him very much. Smiling, the real manager noted that his brother could definitely use some help, because now they would show their competitors who was the king of live broadcasts here. Rubbing his hands, the manager sincerely hoped that they would succeed and was determined. At the same time, the main character was sitting in his office and watching streams. As a true leader, he also didn't forget to look at the designs of other houses. Different people sent him as many as 4 house layouts, and they were all terrible. Bowing his head, the young man understood that his mansion for that kind of money should look luxurious and creative, and not all this. Meanwhile, someone knocked on the guy's door, and he immediately asked the guest to come in. It was Gao Wen, who reported that their employees were receiving offers from competitors, each of whom was offering to broadcast with a 1 million-follower streamer. The enraged girl even showed one example of such streams, which clearly made her unhappy. And after looking at the correspondence, the young man noticed that this was an old company tactic. Major streamers challenge newcomers. The scheme was as old as the world. To hold a joint live broadcast between a popular streamer with millions of subscribers and a small one, and during the broadcast to humiliate him, this is their tactic to show who is the boss. The main character had a plan for this, though, and he decided to find out if the competition was about how many donations the streamer would receive. Frightened by some strange plan, Gao found out whether her friend was planning to donate rockets to newcomers in order to win. Laughing, the boy admitted that this was indeed the case, since he wanted to humiliate million-follower streamers in this way. Suddenly, Gao Wen realized that perhaps when she streamed and earned a lot of donations, those rockets were from Xinhuang. An old saying goes that there is nothing useful in money if you can't spend it wisely. But if you put it to good use, then that is a different story. However, the friend thought it might be better to save money, since more than half of the donations were taken by the streaming platform. They could have simply given the money to newcomers without the platform's commission. The shocked lady thought that her guess was confirmed. And since Xinhuang was able to pay her contractual penalty, it wouldn't be difficult for him to donate rockets to her. In the hero's opinion, life was too short. They were all born without money, and they died without money. When it was their turn to go to the next world, they would not take the capital they had earned during their lives with them, which meant there was no point in saving up these pieces of paper. The best way to attract attention to a company and its people is to use the heat of the moment, and if they pull this off successfully now, their company's popularity will skyrocket in a matter of hours. And Gao Wen lacks confidence. After all, she herself taught newcomers how to present content correctly. After the broadcast, many viewers will defect from the competitors to them, and this will be a real victory. Still, Xinhuang asked his friend not to worry, since he had a sense of proportion, so he wouldn't spend all his money on donations. Looking at her friend, Gao realized that the behavior and thoughts of rich people were clearly different from hers. Since Xinhuang had spent so many millions on the company, it would not be difficult for him to spend tens of millions on donations. When Gao Wen came to the new streamers, she had to explain to them exactly what to do. Not understanding what was happening, the girls were confused and wanted to ask the lady what to do, because if they agreed to a joint stream, they would definitely lose out on donations. The determined girl shouted to all streamers to immediately accept the invitation from their competitors. Meanwhile, events continued to take place in the office of the protagonist's company. The company fought against its opponents, and thanks to a series of donations, Xinhuang was still able to maintain her streamer's dominance. However, the boy spared no expense and was only thinking about whether to choose a rosewood furniture set for the mansion or stick to the discreet French vintage. At that very moment, Gao Wen came with some not very good news that she wanted to tell. One of the streamers lost to her opponents on a joint stream, and she did it very quickly. Apparently, one of the main ones was sitting and specifically monitoring the situation on the stream. Everything was already prepared for an unexpected answer, and the colleague just wanted to know when they would start. The smart guy realized that he needed to wait a little and give them time. Let them rejoice and be upset by their victory. But when it was time to relax, Xinhuang would come with his donations. Feeling a little awkward, Gao nevertheless moderated her ardor, saying later that she was indeed in a bit of a hurry. It was worth remembering, however, that fighting spirit was important to their guys. And seeing their inevitable defeat, they would begin to lose heart, which is why they needed to be taught that even under the best of circumstances, they must not give in to weakness and must fight to the end. In a neighboring company, the manager had already begun to celebrate his victory, taking out champagne. He didn't care that Gao Wen had left the company, because their new rising star, Nong Ran, could already give her a run for her money and earn hundreds of thousands of yuan in a matter of minutes. However, the brother understood that they had defeated some unknown and small company, which was nothing to be happy about. Even though their company had received tens of millions in penalties from Gaowen, the man still couldn't shake the feeling that they had lost a valuable asset in her. Suddenly, the man received a message from one of the clients, who said that Gao Wen was now working for another company. Enraged, the brother immediately shouted at the manager about his dissatisfaction, saying that he should have said that Gao Wen was working for a competitor. Still, the manager didn't want to lose face in front of his brother, which is why he immediately began to get nervous. From this, the scoundrel said that Gao Wen found herself some rich brat, and he helped her pay the penalty under the contract. Perhaps the money went to her head, and now she thinks that she is capable of founding her own company and reaching the top in the media sphere. The brother considered it a fifth that there was nothing terrible about it, because they definitely should have won. Suddenly, one of the employees entered the office and started shouting that their company was in trouble, and that huge donations were starting to appear on all of their competitors' streams. The manager immediately remembered that last time that same donor was able to win the battle on only one stream. And now they are hosting 10 at the same time, and he is winning on all of them. He clearly has a ton of money. Addressing his brother, the man suggested that their company most likely donates to its own streamers. They have a minimum donation difference of several million yuan on each broadcast, which is why it's simply impossible to overtake them. Enraged, brother shouted that they couldn't lose, but the manager thought that there was no need to worry about it, since it was probably just a random donation. But this was not entirely true, and the worker had already noticed this, shouting out the word no. A new round of donations began, with streamers from the new company giving out numerous expensive gifts, which made the scoundrels nervous. This turn of events immediately made them wonder whether they could really win this fight. Trembling with anger, the brother decided to ask the manager if he was really sure that there was no need to worry. Turning around, the man firmly decided that they must definitely win the confrontation. Meanwhile, the main character continued to donate continuously. He sent such sums that people could only earn in their entire lives. A shocked Gaowen didn't understand why all this was happening, since they had already won by donations. However, the young man continued to donate, and the opponent's donation bar in this streamer battle was simply destroyed. Laughing, the hero simply exclaimed that the young streamers hadn't yet seen the world of big streaming, but no matter, because now he had shown it to them. In fact, Gao didn't even know how to react to this, because there were so many gifts that she had never received so many in her entire life. However, the boy asked the girl to calm down a little, as she was very distracted. The young man asked her not to forget their main goal, which was to reach the top in the media space and become someone who could not be surpassed. Now all that was needed was to go to the guys and praise them for the work they had done. Since the streamers from the competitor's company had lost, they should now remove their company's name from their nickname and put theirs instead. So, the friend went to follow the instructions, but the main character had to go on with his own business. The young man continued to look at his tablet and see the very room of his dreams that he had chosen so carefully for himself. The room had a purple tree and also had a French style, which is why he wanted something similar. However, the hero was also very interested in how much money he had in his account, since the system had been giving him rewards all this time. Looking at his bank account, Jinwang was simply shocked. He had 1 billion yuan in his account, because the more he spent, the more money the system gave him. Meanwhile, in the office of a major media outlet, a reporter ordered everyone to bring her all the information about a new company called Dujin Media. Now all the media were paying attention to the hype, and people wanted to be the first to know about this company, because the young company was literally capturing the market. The streaming platform's office was discussing how the company had increased its subscriber count by 2 million overnight, a miracle that was the most remarkable achievement since their founding. Young streamers weren't against this success either. They even liked the fact that they were gaining subscribers so quickly. In fact, this work was tiring for the girls, because they worked very hard, which is why they were tired. When they came to the boss, the girls were delighted. They told him that the main streamers of the opposing company had fought with them, and at first they had been very scared. However, they had won the confrontation. Due to a series of large donations, the streamers also wanted to get their salaries as quickly as possible. Their boss was already distributing their shares in accordance with the contract. Suddenly, the system praised the gentleman, since the system was touched by his actions, so it gave him 500 yuan as a reward. However, the hero was not very pleased with this turn of events, because such a reward could only frighten the audience. Gaowen was watching everything that was happening, and she was probably proud of her comrade. The good-natured girl did everything possible to help her friend, because she understood that the feeling was mutual. The competitors were indignant at this, They read the news feed and understood that they had simply been humiliated. One of my colleagues came into the office and suggested changing the company name, as many stream clips had already been made and tagged on social media, and their streamers were also asked to change the company name and their nicknames. This ploy really didn't work in their favor, as it was previously a tactic of the organization to further humiliate streamers. Realizing that the management was not ready to listen to her, the girl nevertheless decided to leave, hastily closing the door. After hitting the manager, the man started shouting that he was promised that the confrontation would be easy, but 500 million yuan was donated, which would make the company a laughing stock. Now, they're like doormats that everyone will wipe their feet on. However, the manager did not understand what was going on, because in fact, the company had made a lot of money and there were no losses. The brother was still angry and ordered not to say another word, because the manager was clearly too stupid for that. At that moment, competitors were watching the main character's company stream. The girl skillfully begged for donations by dancing. Because of this outcome of events, the boss realized that if Gaowen were in their company now, they would have donated at least 100 million out of those 500 million. All these events happened literally overnight, and this same donor had already supported Gaowen more than once. Last time, when she was still streaming with them, he also donated large sums to her. According to the manager, this donor previously looked like an ordinary poor person. The enraged brother did not want to listen to him anymore and asked him not to pull the wool over his eyes and deceive everyone, even himself. Bowing his head, the scoundrel was truly ashamed, as he had literally destroyed a business that had been built up over the years. Unable to tolerate such behavior from his colleague, the influential man literally kicked him out, not wanting to see him again. At the protagonist's company office, Gao Wen decided to attract attention. My colleague was very interested in whether it was really wise to spend money like that, because she calculated that out of the 500 million earned, they only received 180 million, and each of the streamers would also take a few million for themselves. However, the hero believed that they had not actually spent that much, and Gaowen was stunned by this. In fact, the young man donated only 200 million. All the rest of the money was donations from viewers who, apparently, were genuinely interested in watching this, which is why they actually spent a rather small amount. Feeling awkward, her friend still realized that Xinwang had rounded off the amount a bit. She would never have thought that one day he would be able to say that 200 million was not that much. The guy also didn't forget to mention that they're already being written about in the media, and they say that in order to achieve results like theirs, you need to spend countless hours and a lot of money. That was why Xinwang was convinced that Gaowen had a bright future ahead of her. But now, he would like to thank her for her courageous and responsible work in the company, and for agreeing to train newcomers. After all, when a person literally speaks with his actions, he will also inspire those around him to new achievements. From now on, the path to the top was supposed to be even easier. And besides, Xinwang was going to invest money not only in streaming, but also wanted to launch his own talk show and start filming dramas. At that very second, the boy's phone rang. This call was probably very important. As it turned out, it was an employee of the repair company that the hero had recently contacted who was calling. So, the hero decided to mind his own business, because he received a call from a company that does renovations, so he urgently needed to go home and supervise the finishing work. The guy also didn't mind if Gaowen took some of the streaming earnings for herself, as agreed upon. After all, they had previously agreed that part of the newcomer's donations would go into her pocket, so everything was fair. The young man's business ideology was truly simple. The more workers work and earn money, the happier they are, and the better they begin to work. The statement was indeed true, causing Gaowen to happily agree. Sometime later, the events continued to take place at the entrance of Xinwang's mansion. Inside the builder's mansion, they were busily rebuilding one of the rooms, making it custom-made. They stacked cement and bricks near the entrance, and the hero asked them to be careful, since it was impossible to dismantle the load-bearing walls. Suddenly, an elderly man came to visit the boy, which was quite unexpected. The man explained that he had heard that they had a new neighbor, so he came to visit him. But he didn't have anything at hand, so he decided to bring the products that they produce. Looking at the stranger, Xinwang realized that he looked like a butler from a wealthy family, and he had a good manners, as if he was some kind of hero from a TV series. He thought for a bit, and when she wasn't there, he realized that he too would like to have a butler. In order to accept the gift, the hero decided to take off his gloves. Laughing, the homeowner explained that he was in the middle of renovations and it was a complete mess. He himself was covered in dirt, which is why he asked them not to be angry with him. However, the butler also apologized, as he had come unexpectedly, and thought in advance that since they were not neighbors, they would probably see each other often. So he decided not to postpone the meeting, so that if anything was needed or difficulties arose, Xinhuang could not hesitate to contact him. The hero immediately understood what kind of area this was, because it seemed that all the residents here were rich and famous, since even the butlers behaved in such a manner. The gift box also looked impressive. It was decorated with gold and silver, and inside was supposed to be wild mountain ginseng. After shaking hands, Xinhuang thanked them for the gift and said that he also believed that neighbors should help each other in difficult situations. As soon as he sorted out his own affairs, he would definitely visit his new comrades. A few hours later, it was lunchtime, and the workers needed to rest. The hero was also quite tired and realized that he had been working on repairs for half a day without a break and needed a rest. Suddenly, someone called him on the phone and said that they would be having a class reunion this weekend. His friend also heard that the girl Xinhuang had been chasing at school would also be coming. The class reunion was a good excuse to show off, because during his studies he was the worst in his class. He was called a beggar, and was always invited to the class reunion just to make fun of him once again. But this time things were different, and the protagonist was indeed ready for the meeting, which is why he happily agreed. Having heard the answer from the man was simply shocked, because he did not expect that he would agree so quickly. Probably this happened because of the girl he had been chasing after before. In another mansion in the same area, the butler told the girl that the new neighbor was quite polite and courteous, did not look down on him, and even though he was a butler, he still treated him with respect. Even before taking the gift box, he took off his gloves and wiped his hands. In general, this young man looked very decent, and the man thought that he could gradually begin to build a relationship with him. And he worked together with the builders to build the mansion, doing everything with his own hands. While telling her story, the neighbor suddenly heard someone approaching her. Turning around frantically, she immediately looked at the uninvited guest, exclaiming that it must be him again. Some guy actually brought a girl into the house and was brazen enough to walk around the mansion. The lady was clearly dissatisfied and decided to ask the uninvited guest why he had brought the man here. The impudent boy explained to Pingja that she was her future daughter-in-law. He loved Silly and was going to marry her. Starting to cry, Silly tried to appeal to his pity, saying that the problem was only hers and that it would be better for her to leave. However, these tricks didn't work on Pingzhao, as she was quite experienced in relationships and business. Even more embarrassed, the girl made every effort to show them that it was best for them to leave, as Mrs. Pingzhou was not very happy to see them, and the scoundrel did not want to spoil her relationship with her sister. The unwavering man began to convince her that her little sister had been behaving like this her whole life and that there was no need to worry. This pretentious behavior made Pingzhou even more angry. She didn't want to tolerate it anymore. However, the brother continued to say that one should not forget the words of the grandfather, and if Pin wants to receive the inheritance, then she needs to get married. And probably the sister is jealous that he still managed to find himself silly in order to marry her. Turning around, the little sister began to laugh. Because she had only just turned 20 years old, it was quite early to think about marriage, and unlike her brother, she was not chasing an inheritance, and did not run to marry the first person she met. Moreover, she will not allow anyone to approach her and immediately share the Ping family fortune with him, because her marriage will depend only on her grandfather's consent. Sometime later, events continued to take place near an expensive restaurant. Gowan was going to go to the client to deliver the goods, and about an hour later, she was going to pick up Xinhuang. So the girl set off in an expensive car because she was in a hurry. It was at that moment that the main character had a premonition that today he would be able to earn a lot of money. Looking ahead, he suddenly noticed several people watching him closely. It was a group of young people. They noticed what the stranger looked like. Suddenly, the blonde noticed that this guy's name was Xinhuang. He arrived in a Mercedes S-Class, which could cost almost 10 million yuan. However, the guys did not believe that he could have an expensive car, and he was probably dating some rich woman, and in fact, it was her car. It turned out, however, that the hero had arrived at a reunion of Odnoklasniki, and his former Odnoklasniki did not believe that he had become rich. The not very friendly young people thought that the young man was dating an old woman, because the young girl could not be so rich. Laughing, Xinhuang asked the gang if they were jealous that he was dating a rich woman, since none of them had been able to pick up anyone rich. The girl didn't like this statement at all, and she exclaimed that she didn't envy anyone at all, and she didn't need money. However, Xinhuang knew very well that Wang Duo had married the director of a large factory and had deliberately forced him to separate from his wife in order to take her place. a fact that angered the lady even more. A few seconds later, another car pulled up, and more people were gathering for the Odnoklassniki meeting. The same couple got out of the car. They were the young people who had previously communicated with the protagonist's neighbor. Classmates immediately noticed that their goddess had arrived. Over time, she became even more beautiful, and even acquired a gentleman who was a member of the Ping family. Pushing the boy towards him, the former classmate kept telling him that he was told that Sinwang came here only for Silly and asked him to approach her to say hello. Bowing his head, the boy greeted the goddess a little shyly. Feeling rather awkward, the girl returned the greeting, but she was clearly uneasy. After explaining everything to his classmate, the young man mentioned that one girl is not strict, so she allows him to greet others. Meanwhile, other classmates assumed that Sinwang clearly wanted to get closer or talk longer with the goddess, but apparently realized that he had no chance and decided to leave. The rich young man turned to his girlfriend and asked her to call when everything was over, because he was going to pick her up later. At first glance, the kind girl said goodbye to her gentleman and was quite polite. Everyone envied Silly because they thought she had a great relationship with a rich guy, and they even asked her to invite them all to the wedding. Laughing awkwardly, the girl nevertheless said that although her boyfriend was already busy, he still decided to let her down, and she would like to go to the restaurant as soon as possible. There was a special room rented for the event, because a party was planned there. All the classmates were happily drinking drinks and singing funny songs, since there was karaoke. Only the main character sat on the sidelines and watched everything that was happening. He clearly didn't like this event very much. One of the guys mentioned that due to the economic crisis, he was unfortunately only able to acquire one floor on a plot of land opposite the city hall. Upon hearing this, Odnoklassniki were simply shocked, because that very plot of land opposite the city hall cost literally tens of millions of yuan. Meanwhile, the girls were discussing how Silly was indeed very lucky and that she planned to become a housewife after her wedding. As a sign of his serious intentions, her boyfriend even gave her a luxurious ring with a huge diamond. The only thing on the girl's mind was that the poor people were simply jealous of her, and nothing could be done about it, since she was born such a beauty. Meanwhile, the boy received a letter stating that the renovation of the building had been successfully completed, but it turned out that Sinwang had completely forgotten to donate the promised building to the hospital, due to his many other things to do. The arrogant former classmates assumed that Sinwang had only come here to play on his phone, since he was most likely upset that their goddess was getting married. However, the boy exclaimed that he was not sad about this, because since Silly had decided to get married, then on the contrary, they should support her in this decision. There was no other way. The red-haired guy decided to ask the hero where he works, since he gets 5,000 yuan a month, or if it's just a salary with overtime. Having started a conversation, the young man immediately put his phone in his pocket, as he realized that he needed to act. Smiling, Shinwang explained that he had indeed been working overtime. After all, for him personally, the most important thing in life is for the world to become a much better place. This statement made all his classmates laugh, as they believed that it was simply impossible to make the world a better place with such a meager salary. In the opinion of nasty people, Sinwang was already quite old, but his thoughts were still like those of a child, which is why they suggested that he go to a construction site and carry bricks, because he could earn more there. These words touched the depths of the protagonist's soul. He wanted to show everyone what he was truly capable of. Seeing the boy's reaction, Odnoklassniki immediately shut up and said that they were joking, because in fact, they were saying all this for his own good, and could even help Shinwang find a new job. Smiling slyly, he simply told the hero that it was really very sweet of them. Still, he told his former classmates to continue having fun, eating and drinking to their heart's content. But he was going to leave because he had started new finishing work in his house, so the construction crew needed supervision. But no one believed him that such a guy managed to buy a house. After all, if he had a house in a rich area, he would have to invite everyone to the housewarming party. Laughing, the hero explained that his modest abode was too small to accommodate everyone, and mentioned to a classmate that housing prices in the city were simply astronomical, and that a salary of 5,000 yuan required several days of hunger strike to save up for a couple of square meters. Shinwang continued to insist that Odnoklassniki would indeed be able to squeeze into his house, but his classmate stopped him, saying that the guy couldn't leave without paying the bill. Feeling angry, the young man nevertheless said that they should send him the check in the general conversation, after which he would pay his share. The blonde continued to insist that they were in an elite restaurant in the city, and that they couldn't just open a bottle of first-class wine and then leave, because Shinwang could just leave the conversation. With a heavy sigh, The young man showed the transaction where 10,000 yen was sent. This situation made Odnoklasniki make fun of the hero even more, since his nature has not changed at all over the years. He is still the same miser and tightwad. In their opinion, he saved these 10,000 yen for an eternity to brag and show off in front of them. The girl also mentioned that there was no point in showing off, since his check would not have amounted to 10,000 yuan anyway. At that moment, Silly looked at Shinwang and exclaimed that she would pay for him, causing everyone to admire the goddess's action. In this way, she simply wanted to humiliate the boy, pretending that she was too kind to do such things. If the hero had not known the true nature of this girl, he would indeed have been glad to thank her. But in fact, Silly had previously called him a worthless and beggar. Thus, Shinwang refused the help, saying that 10,000 yen was not that much for him, so it was not worth paying for it. The other girls became indignant because Silly had shown a gesture of goodwill, and she had not only been thanked, but also refused. But since the girl was called a goddess several times, she apparently thinks that she has truly ascended to the pantheon of gods. Jinwang thought that since they were all old classmates, they shouldn't put on masks in front of each other and pretend to be God knows who. But Silly didn't seem to have changed. The steadfast young man still insisted that he would pay his share of the food bill. Suddenly, one of the Odnoklasniki exclaimed that it was not worth doing this, since Jinwang would clearly not be able to afford it. After all, they were in the VIP lounge, so the VIP client should pay. The dissatisfied young man ordered the head manager to be called here, since he wanted to pay the bill in full himself. The waiter explained that the manager was busy at the moment and that it was really the VIP clients who should pay. However, after the classmate, as a VIP client, asked to call the administrator, the waiter immediately agreed. All this was done so that Shinwang would make a laughing stock of himself, which was what his classmate was really hoping for. A few minutes later, the manager arrived and was clearly unhappy that he had been called for such a trifle. The young man decided to find out if he needed a VIP visitor card to pay the bill at the VIP lounge. The administrator replied that a card was indeed necessary, which is why Shinwang wanted to get one. This only caused laughter among Odnoklasniki, because in order to get a web card, it was necessary to spend at least 500,000 yuan, so now Shinwang will not be able to pretend to be rich. And looking at the scoundrels, the guy decided to clarify how much it would cost to kick everyone out of this VIP lounge. The manager explained that it wasn't about money, because their establishment cared about its customers first and foremost. Looking at the man with determination, the young man offered him 10 million yuan for such a service. The offer was too good to be true, and the manager was stunned. As if nothing had happened, the hero began to walk to the table to sit down. He sat down and began to eat his food, explaining that he didn't need a VIP card. He just wanted to eat alone, in silence. The administrator continued to look at the stranger and saw that, judging by his clothes, he had no money at all. And besides, who in their right mind would spend 10 million on food? Of course, the head manager understood everything, but such jokes were too wrong for him. At that very second, the main character took out his gold bank card. Its color was a symbol of the fact that it was the most expensive and unique credit card. The black one was the best, while the gold one was lower class. After seeing the boy's card, Odnoklasniki began to mock him even more. Since the rank of his card was quite low, all the rich people had black cards. The whole situation really made everyone laugh. No one would have thought that Shinwang would pay so much just to kick everyone out of the VIP room. When paying with a bank card through a terminal, everyone assumed that there couldn't be that much money in his account. The waitress, shaking convulsively, suddenly exclaimed that the gentleman's payment had been successfully completed. Upon hearing that the payment had been made, the administrator shouted nervously. He had never seen anything like it in his life. All of his classmates immediately shut up, because Shinwang really did have a substantial amount of money in his bank account, and he clearly had more than 10 million yuan. Such consolation was only necessary so that the manager would finally allow the guy to eat in peace, and at the same time kick out all the intrusive classmates. Because of this act, the administrator told all the guests that they would have to leave the establishment. One of the dissatisfied customers shouted that this was an inappropriate attitude on Shinwang's part. After all, they were all former Odnoklasniki members, and you can't just throw them out. Other girls also said that many of them were famous people in the city, and there would be consequences for such an act. As it turned out, the main character wasn't afraid of making enemies, because Odnoklasniki had specifically invited him to this meeting. They needed to find a scapegoat, because they all wanted to make fun of him and stroke their own ego. With this approach, they had to think about the fact that they could make enemies for themselves, and Xinhuang could really afford to expel absolutely all enemies from his circle. The disgruntled girls began to claim that it was just food, and that they really should leave. Suddenly, a rich guy arrived at the party and shouted that he would give 10 million and 1 yuan to get Xinhuang out of there. Pleased Silly still wanted to ask the gentleman why he came here, because he already had things to do. But the guy only answered that he had nothing more important than his girlfriend. It was that same guy from the Ping family, and also their savior. Because everyone thought that Xinhuang had no chance against him, since it was clearly impossible to compete with the family of magnates. The hero realized at that moment that his opponent had simply raised the bet by 1 yuan on purpose to mock him. After thinking for a bit, he remembered that this guy's last name was familiar, and it seemed that it was this butler who came with a gift from the Ping family. The disgruntled guy drew attention to himself again, asking the hero why he had gone quiet, suggesting that the 10 million were all his savings. In Silly's opinion, Xinhuang was clearly no match for them. The goddess believed that they shouldn't mess with him because he was clearly not himself. The disgruntled young man mentioned that the guy shouldn't be there at all, since it was an argument between him and his classmates. However, he still thanked his opponent, because he could not have imagined that such a rich man would come and help him earn even more money. Taking out his bank card, the young man decided to up the ante and added another 5 million yuan to the sum. Hearing this, the administrator blushed deeply. He did not understand what was happening, as if the gods had descended from heaven to bestow even more money, or perhaps it was just a dream. The stakes were raised. The rich man wanted to pay 15 million and 1 yuan, but the main character raised the stake to 20 million yuan. 20 million yuan was successfully paid out, causing the system to give Xinhuang another 50 million as a reward. At that moment, all Silly could think about was that marrying the right man was truly the secret to success. The disgruntled youth exclaimed that he was already tired of his opponent and was betting 30 million yen. However, the classmates still wanted the Ping family member to win this competition and told him to continue fighting. However, at that moment, the boy's reaction was rather strange. He simply remained silent and continued to look at his opponent. Silly ordered him not to dare lose, otherwise she would be humiliated for the rest of her days. The rich man clutched his head. The only thing in his mind was that this guy named Xinhuang was simply sick, because he spent a lot of money on ordinary food. As it turned out, the Ping family's youngest son was planning to buy a stake in this restaurant and talk to the board of directors about the company's shares once he had dealt with this beggar. But 30 million was too much. The opponent clearly didn't print money, making it too much of a waste. Meanwhile, the waitress brought the protagonist's bank card, for which he thanked her. The administrator has even started the auction, saying that the last bid is 30 million yuan, and if there are no more offers met, then they have a new winner. Feeling furious, Ping knew that the poor classmates should pay for all this. And Silly is not even a member of Ping's family, and he should not get involved in this at all. Of course he decided to show off, but now they all have to deal with this themselves. Smiling, the hero decided to ask his opponent why he didn't want to bet 30 million and 1 yuan. At that very moment, the guy's phone rang, which allowed him to distract himself from the argument. Feeling awkward, the young man said that he was receiving a call and needed to answer urgently. But Xinhuang was just about to eat at that moment. After answering the call, Pin immediately heard a familiar voice. It was his sister. The little sister asked whether her brother had really spent 20 million and 1 yuan, and hoped that he had used this money to buy a share in the restaurant. Trembling with fear, the brother began to explain, saying that it was not his sister's doing, because it was up to him to decide where exactly to spend the money. The girl didn't care at all, but the grandfather was worried, so he asked her to call the younger one back. Experiencing a strong shock, the boy clearly did not expect that the old man was keeping track of where they spent his money. At the moment, the blonde was heading to the restaurant and entering the elevator, so the connection would be lost, but it's okay, because they would be able to see each other soon anyway. Grinding his teeth angrily, the family's youngest son realized that his sister had been watching him all this time and would now arrive at the scene. If Zhao can find out where exactly his brother spent the money, it will be the end for him. Seeing that the conversation was over, Xinhuang exclaimed that it seemed like it was time for his opponent to make a bet. Turning to the other classmates, Ping exclaimed that they were all crazy here, because the maximum they should pay for this food was 20,000 yuan, and they weren't on some kind of stock exchange here to guess the food price. Scratching his head, the red-haired boy exclaimed, "Such an act will really bring shame to the Ping family." Aggressively towards one of Silly's comrades, the guy shouted at him to shut his mouth. Because he was nobody to talk to him like that, the administrator at that moment began to calm the young man down. However, the kind man offered to return all the money, since Mr. Ping no longer intended to participate in the auction. and the young man asked to write to his secretary about this matter. For the main character, this competition was already quite boring, since he thought that he would get more money, but it turned out that in the end, he received less as a reward than he would have liked. One of her classmates approached Silly and said that if she didn't do anything now, it would be a real shame, because she probably felt bad about some Xinhuang dictating his terms. The girl was confused then. She didn't understand what was happening, and she thought that she shouldn't have even come to this alumni meeting. Turning to her gentleman, the young lady asked him to pay more money, since many people were looking at them, and this would spoil the impression. But Pin Jr. didn't care at all about this. He hit the girl with all his might and shouted that he had now been humiliated, which is why there would be no wedding. An arrogant man ordered his ex-girlfriend to get out of there because he didn't want to be with her anymore. Silly remembered that her boyfriend himself said that they would live together forever and die on the same day. And now, for the sake of a measly 30 million, he decided to break up with her, literally because of ordinary pieces of paper. It wasn't about the measly 30 million, but about the fact that because of her, the honor of the Ping family was disgraced. Of course, the younger one saw that Silly was beautiful. She had good genes, and they would have had wonderful children, but it was absolutely not love. Turning to the manager, Xinhuang decided to clarify whether he could now go and eat alone in peace. The man happily agreed to escort everyone out of the building. The youngest son of the Ping family began to leave, and exclaimed that this was not the end, because one day Xinhuang would definitely encounter him and learn the true power of the family. At that very moment, the door to the VIP room began to open, and the eldest daughter of the Ping family decided to clarify what the conversation was about. The young man was clearly unhappy and shocked that his sister was already in this room. This was clearly not in his plans. Coming even closer to her brother, the blonde decided to clarify what exactly he was doing here. Pushing the younger one aside, the lady suddenly turned to the administrator and said that their family was contributing 200 million yuan to the development of this restaurant. No one could believe that the family had so much money, and apparently the brother couldn't say a word without his older sister's permission. Zhang also asked the manager to give them the opportunity to discuss a lot with Xinhuang, and asked for help in vacating the premises. The man clearly didn't mind. Hearing this statement, Odnoklassniki could not imagine why Ms. Ping came here in person to discuss something with Xinhuang. Everyone was unhappy that the former Odnoklassniki was hiding something from them. It couldn't be that the poor bastard suddenly became rich. The smart boy, meanwhile, looked at the lady and realized that he would like to get to know her better. The adamant manager turned to all the guests and asked them to go out. Laughing, Zhang also did not forget to mention that her brother was already waiting at home. It was her grandfather. Feeling awkward and disgusted, the former classmates nevertheless began to leave, showing everyone their displeasure. Mr. Ping also started to leave, and Silly tried to catch up with him, because she didn't want to lose her chance to marry the rich guy. The young girl screamed that it was her fault and did not expect that everything could turn out like this, which is why she begged not to leave her. Chang immediately exclaimed that if Mrs. Silly still wanted to live in this city without unnecessary problems, then she was asked not to come near anymore and not to have any dealings with the Ping family at all. The frightened girl immediately started running away because she understood that if she continued to try to get her ex back, she would have big problems. The dissatisfied younger brother began to leave. Sighing heavily, he understood that he had suffered a defeat today. Meanwhile, the administrator immediately wanted to order fresh food to be brought and asked to wait a few minutes. The friendly girl came closer to the main character and decided to clarify if he would mind talking. The protagonist and Pin headed to the VIP room, where they began to discuss all the issues. The girl immediately reminded her of the gift, and Khan stated that he was going to visit her after the renovation of the villa, after which Zhao began to apologize for her brother's behavior, which was extremely terrible, adding that in reality her family doesn't like to show off and boast about their money. At the same time, Pin calmly poured a glass of wine and noted that she had not bought out the restaurant's share in order to rein in the guy. The young lady tried in every way to please Xinhuang, saying that her family was indebted to him. She then drank a glass of wine, declaring that the misunderstanding needed to be resolved. Naturally, Khan completely agreed with her and asked what she wanted to talk to him about. She then admitted that she simply wanted to send her brother away so she could have a snack in peace. The teenager was extremely surprised. He couldn't even imagine that Pin would actually be so sweet, after which they had a rather pleasant conversation with each other in a friendly atmosphere. Suddenly, Zhao announced that she was no longer hungry and he could continue eating without any hesitation. Xinhuang immediately followed her advice and began to eat. He caught himself thinking that the girl was simply silently watching him eat lunch. Pin, in turn, understood that the young man was a good person and, moreover, not picky about food. However, Khan found her behavior strange. Everything indicated that she was planning something bad. Suddenly, he tried to fill the gap in their communication and encouraged Zhao to set the topic of dialogue. The stunned girl noted that they had just met and she was a little shy. Of course she was right. But it wasn't very comfortable for Khan to eat lunch while people were looking at him. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and the guy hurried to answer. It was Gao who asked what floor he was on. Shin happily informed her that he was having lunch upstairs. After a certain time, Wang rushed off, telling Ping that his girlfriend would join them. Soon Han met Wen, and the young lady asked if the food was good. But when she saw Shin Wang alone with Zhao, a surprised Gao asked where the others were. After all, it was a class reunion, so naturally Pin didn't like what was happening. In connection with this, she hurried to leave the restaurant and reported urgent matters, which seemed rather strange to Han and Wen, since she herself wanted to communicate. Not paying much attention to her departure, Gao again asked where all her classmates were. Shin Wang replied that it was a very long story and immediately invited the girl to join him and have a little snack. Soon the girl enjoyed such exquisite and expensive dishes, saying that she had never tasted anything tastier. However, it seemed to her that even such delicious food should not cost that much money. Khan noted that if she continued to work with him, she would be able to afford to have lunch like this every day. After he asked about the client, Gao stated that the issue of live broadcasts was currently being discussed, but the main thing is that they will have several presenters, since this is a new trend now. Shin was pleasantly surprised by her talent for running a business. At the same time, she understood perfectly well that it was precisely with the help of the teenager that she had succeeded. So Wen began to thank Wang once again, saying that he appeared at the most opportune moment in her life. She also realized that she could do more than just perform for the crowd in front of the camera, but also help others become better. Khan, in turn, assured them that a bright future awaited them and that they would definitely succeed. Then they poured more glasses of wine, and the teenager said he wanted to drink to her. The girl smiled sweetly and also took the glass in her hands, declaring that they should drink not only for her, because without the participation of Shin Wang and his company, nothing would have worked out. The guy started talking about the future again, claiming that he knew how to make more money. At the same time, he constantly asked Wen not to be shy and to have a good snack, especially since the food was incredibly expensive. After a certain amount of time, a luxury sports car was discovered on the street, which people began to examine from all sides, literally dreaming of such a car. Soon a young boy came out of it and the girls started talking about how incredible he was. Naturally, Jiang was in demand among young girls, because they understood that he was rich. At that moment, Wen suddenly came out of the building. She was surprised to see the young man. The teenager immediately started saying that if she had problems with money, he could help her. He offered to give her a ride to the restaurant, but Gao refused and said she had a lot to do. But the guy continued to insist and said that he would take her to all her errands. And after that, they would go to a cafe. But this did not influence the girl's decision in any way. On the contrary, it only pushed her away from Jiang. Naturally, he was upset by this result, because he had already told his friends that he would come to dinner with her. Suddenly, the main character stopped in front of them on a scooter and asked her who this person was. Wen had no choice but to introduce him to Shin Wang, saying that Chen regularly sent her donations. Han greeted the stranger with the utmost politeness, but Jiang was hostile. After an unsuccessful conversation with him, Wang called Gao with him, and the girl headed towards his scooter. After saying goodbye to Wensheng, she smiled sweetly and said that it was time for her to leave. A shocked Jiang just looked at them, not understanding who this teenager was and why she was with him. Moreover, his luxurious sports car was clearly more elegant than some electric scooter. Looking at his incredible machine once again, Chen wondered how this was possible. Soon he got into the car and started calling his mistresses, because his wife was returning from a business trip only in a couple of days. Naturally, the girl agreed to go with him to a restaurant, thereby giving him a chance to assert himself and make up for his failure with Gao. Meanwhile, a huge traffic jam formed on the road. But for Han and his scooter, this was not a problem, because he and Wen simply drove around her from the sidewalk, which Shin began to boast about. The young lady, in turn, hastened to check the map and noted that they were on the right track. Van happily said that he was tired of ordinary food, and this time he wanted crayfish, after which they headed to one establishment that the teenager had been telling her about the whole way. Of course, Wen agreed, since she herself wanted to have a snack, and a moment later they arrived at the place, where they were served a lot of crayfish with garlic sauce. Shin Wang suddenly asked for noodles. Without waiting for the crayfish gloves to be brought to them, Gao immediately began eating them. Khan also followed her example, and they decided to celebrate the occasion by ordering a bottle of wine. Suddenly, Xinuo came into the same restaurant with Jiang, and she was stunned by what she saw. Where right in front of her, Wang and Wen were having a completely calm lunch and chatting pleasantly. The girl immediately ran out of the establishment and asked Wensheng to go to another cafe. But the guy said that this was one of the most prestigious and expensive restaurants in the city. As soon as he entered, his smile instantly turned to anger, as he clearly didn't expect to see Wen and Han. In this regard, Chen immediately hugged Sinuo and pulled her along with him. The girl did not understand what was happening. Naturally, Xinwang and Gao noticed them, but pretended not to notice them. Jiang suddenly had an idea. Send money to her friends for streaming to show Wen what she had lost. Seated a few meters away at the next table, Chu kept her eyes on Wang and his much-celebrated companion. Shino herself understood perfectly well that this was the best opportunity to steal Wen's best donor. Gao herself called on Han to warn Nuo that Zhang simply wanted to use her. However, the teenagers stated that it was better for them not to interfere in their relationship, and they would clearly sort everything out themselves. At this time, the extremely kind and helpful Chu offered to clean the crayfish for Wensheng. Of course, the businessman agreed, stating that she definitely knew how to do it well, after which she even began to demonstratively feed him from her hand, which was done intentionally. But at that moment, the young man was suddenly called out by his wife, who had appeared so unexpectedly in the cafe. The stunned guy decided to pretend it wasn't him and rushed towards the exit. However, Wensheng's nimble wife immediately ran up to him and grabbed his hand. Having stated that while she was on a business trip, he decided to have some fun with another girl. Naive Jiang thought that he only needed to give a few compliments, and Lin would calm down. The enraged woman then turned to Zinuo and asked if she didn't know that Chen was married. Q was shocked by what happened, especially since this whole thing happened in front of Wang and Gao. At the same time, Lin continued to scold her husband, to whom she gave so much money, and instead of waiting for her at home, he decided to spend her money on some girls. Suddenly, Chen declared that it was actually Chu who had been pestering him, and he had fought her off as best he could. Surprisingly, Lin believed her extremely cunning husband and hit Xinuo. Wenkin continued to play the victim, insisting that the treacherous woman had dragged him into the restaurant by force. The Nuo finally realized that he had nothing, and that he even sent donations from his wife's wallet. Suddenly, the girl turned to Jiang and asked if he really loved her. The young man knelt down and replied that she was his only one. But Lin couldn't calm down and demanded that he prove that it was Shin who had harassed him. Without thinking twice, Chen jumped up from his seat and slapped Sinuo. Everyone was shocked. A shocked Gu said he had no right to treat her like that. But the guy said again that she was running after him, and his money, and he had refused her more than once. Naturally, No began to deny everything, saying that she didn't even know about the existence of a wife. Xinwang, meanwhile, could not stand such injustice and headed towards them. Gao, in turn, understood that she had made the right decision and did not get involved with Jiang. Unexpectedly, Han grabbed a plate of crayfish from his table and walked towards Wensheng, who tried to drive the teenager away. But Van, with a lightning-fast movement, threw the plate at his face. A stunned Xinuo asked Han why he decided to intervene. Chen, publicly humiliated, was in turn simply horrified by what had happened. After a few seconds, the hot sauce began to sting his eyes, and Jiang began to scream. A puzzled Lin asked who he was and what he was even doing. The young man did not explain anything and ordered them to leave the establishment immediately. The girl couldn't understand why, but she couldn't shake the thought that this man had done the right thing. Wiping his red eyes, Wenshin promised that Han would soon be in trouble, but the self-confident Xinwang declared that he could not do anything to him. Noah was pleasantly surprised by the fact that even while in Wen's company, the young man decided to help her. Chen, enraged by the provocation, instantly grabbed the bottle and headed towards Wang, after which he smashed it on the table and said that today was his last day of life. He then immediately attacked his worst enemy, not expecting any resistance in return. But Xinwang managed to dodge the attack and delivered a series of crushing blows, thus sending the overconfident Zhang into a horizontal position. Han also urged Lin to find a more worthy man who would not cheat on her and spend all her savings. Suddenly she caught herself thinking that she liked this brave man. Wenshin, in turn, could not understand where this thin guy got so much strength from. At that moment, Chu thanked him for his help, but the teenager noted that the issue was not about her at all, but about justice. But the naive girl thought that he was simply embarrassed to tell the truth in front of Gao. Meanwhile, an enraged Jiang jumped up from his seat and called on his wife to call security so that they could throw Wang out of the restaurant. But suddenly she ordered him to shut his mouth and not act like a little child. Then she even asked Sin for his phone number. And everyone was shocked by such a sudden turn of events. Soon the conflict died down, and the protagonist and Wen hurried to leave, but Xiu stopped him. Having said that he really wanted to thank the guy with dinner, he naturally refused. He said that there was no need for this and that he had a lot of unfinished business. But the girl continued to persuade him and suddenly asked for forgiveness. However, the young man stood his ground and said that he was tired of the arrogant wenching, and he didn't try to help her at all. And Xinwang also repeated that he and Gao needed to hurry on business. But even so, the teenager continued to be liked by the helpless Xinyo. Therefore, she decided not to give up, especially since Wen and Han were just friends. At that moment, the restaurant manager approached Chen and asked for compensation for the destruction. Lin immediately declared that Wenqing was to blame for everything, and therefore he had to pay for this misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, she even hit him on the head with her heel, demanding that he leave her alone. A stunned Jiang couldn't believe that in just a couple of minutes he had lost such a position, after which the embittered Lin headed towards the exit and walked past Shannuo. Q also silently rushed towards Jiang to dot the I's and cross the T's once and for all. Chen himself quickly realized that everything was over with Lin, and therefore he could try to befriend Nuo. In connection with this, the teenager literally threw himself at her feet, begging for forgiveness. The girl was stunned by Wensheng's behavior and stepped aside, so the guy flew past her and hit his head on the ground, after which Chu said that if he dared to approach her again, she would call the police. At this time, Gao told Xinwang that she did not expect such zeal for justice from him. Han said he didn't like Chen from the start and realized he was clearly a troublemaker. Wen, in turn, hastened to present him with a new project on which he had been working for a long time. The girl recommended that he focus on small shows, as this had become a trend. Moreover, these programs are quite profitable. Han decided to give it a try and completely trusted the experienced Wen in this matter. But he wanted to film several shows, and a stunned Gao said that they didn't have that much money in their account. Then Wang suggested that she not spend the company's budget and use his personal funds. He added that money is only needed to spend it, and that he has no problems with it. Due to the guy's noble intentions, the system rewarded him with 5 million. This was just what the teenager needed, and the teenager rushed to transfer the necessary money to Gao. Xinwang then hurried home where he was doing some repairs, urging Wen not to stay out late. Naturally, she understood that she liked him more and more with each passing minute, but she did not dare tell him about it. The young man left the group quite calmly and got on his scooter. By that time, it was night. Suddenly, he heard screams from the neighboring building and decided to find out what was going on. As it turned out, Xiao had been arguing with Shi, claiming that she only wanted his money, but the girl tried in every possible way to deny it. Suddenly, Ping couldn't hold back and hit her, something Xinwang never expected from the guy. As a result, the young lady collapsed to the ground and immediately burst into tears, asking Xiao why he was doing this to her, since she had given him no reason for such behavior. Suddenly, Xinwang approached her and handed her his handkerchief. She slowly raised her surprised gaze, where she saw Khan in front of her and literally froze in place. Of course, she recognized him. The main character, in turn, really wanted to help her and therefore did not pass by. C took the handkerchief from him and asked if he really wanted to laugh at her. Khan replied that he simply heard screams and decided to figure out what was going on. He added that he was actually renovating his new mansion and pointed to the builders who were carrying things. The stunned young lady asked if this estate was really his property. The smiling teenager answered positively, noting that it was actually not that expensive. The former classmate couldn't believe how much Xinwang had changed over the years. After all, at school he looked like a beggar, but now it's as if he's been replaced and he's become a rich man. Wiping away her tears, she again asked if he was angry with her for what had happened. A puzzled Khan asked her in return what she was talking about and why he should be angry with her. At the same time, the guy of course became wary, realizing that she could be starting some kind of game. C suddenly stated that she didn't pay attention to him at school, but now he has changed a lot. After all, he could have gotten angry at her because of this. But Van said that she had misunderstood everything. The girl suddenly interrupted his story and said that she was just trying to explain to him. The guy stated that there was really no need for this, and they had nothing to find out. The system instantly rewarded the owner with another portion of money for his behavior. Sai immediately hugged him and said that they had a lot of important things to discuss. But Xinwang pushed her away and said that he did not have any feelings for her, as he had in childhood, adding that he used to love her. But now it's all over, and he's actually aware of her nasty nature. Therefore, at the moment, she is nobody to him. The girl was stunned by his words, simply not knowing how to respond to such an angry statement, after which Khan calmly headed home, realizing that she should have changed during this time. The saddened young lady only looked at Xinwang, realizing that he was partly right. The teenager turned sharply and looked at her, then walked through the main gate of his estate. The gate made a distinctive click, indicating that it had closed, and Wang felt as if he had turned the next chapter of his life. where completely different people and concerns awaited him. She, in turn, returned home. Where it was quiet and lonely, the upset girl slowly moved towards the sofa, after which she lay down on the bed and tried to fall asleep. But thoughts of Sina did not leave her head. Suddenly she received a call from an excited Lily and heard Shi's upset voice. A friend reported that she managed to find out who the donor was, who sends huge amounts of money to all the streamers and various bloggers. The girl asked her to get to the point, and then Lily said that it was Shinwang. A shocked Shi asked how she found out about this, and her friend said that when she registered on the platform, she listed her friends from her phone book. The stunned girl immediately threw away the phone. The perplexed Lily could not understand what was going on. It was terrible for her to realize that Khan had been courting her for 4 years, and she hadn't paid any attention to him, which turned out to be her fatal mistake, and now she can only bite her elbows. Watching the guy arrange his life without her participation was impossible to come to terms with. Besides, she was pretty and everyone always liked her. So C set out to awaken feelings in Han, no matter what it cost her. Moreover, crowds of guys were running after her, and she would definitely succeed in getting Shinwang back. The next day, the teenager looked in the mirror, believing that he needed to change something about himself. Staring at his muscles, he also realized that he was still far from having the perfect body. In connection with this, the young man decided to find himself the best trainer to get himself in order. Suddenly he had the idea to equip a gym in his house and hire a personal trainer. And after a certain amount of time, he still managed to find what he needed, which made him extremely happy. Realizing that very soon his life would really change dramatically, suddenly the system informed the protagonist that he had made 2 girls repent. The program also suggested that he update the application, and Shinwang was surprised and learned that he had greatly upset Shi, but Sinuo also began to rethink her actions. At the same time, the system notified Khan that he had been given 5 skill points, and he could spend them on strength, charisma, or intelligence. Naturally, since he intended to become stronger, the choice was obvious, and Wang felt the effect immediately, realizing that he should have updated the program before he purchased a 20-lesson subscription. However, the teenager was not very upset about this, since he had enough money. Moreover, he also had to furnish his parents' house with new furniture, and besides, the renovations were already completed. After looking through several options before going to bed, Shinwang finally went to bed. The next day, the guy went to the gym, which looked like a pretty serious establishment. Khan immediately showed the worker a receipt for a subscription for 20 workouts. The girl began to check this information, while the young man looked around, where the newest exercise machines were installed. Then he understood why this gym was so expensive. The employee soon confirmed his payment, but stated that since he was not a member of their club, he could not work out. It was necessary to purchase a monthly gym membership card to be able to train with a personal trainer, which was quite strange, since Shinwang had bought the most expensive training course. Now he needs to pay extra to finally start his classes. Since it all looked rather suspicious, the guy decided to refuse this service. The sports club employee immediately reported this. The girl was stunned by the young man's decision. Khan also said that he had paid 80,000 and would make every effort to ensure that they returned the money to him. The employee replied that in that case, she needed to talk to her superiors about getting her money back. The extremely dissatisfied girl rushed to her management to report the problem that had arisen. In fact, Jinwang decided to simply stick to his principles, as the gym's attitude left much to be desired. Unexpectedly, the system notified the owner that 1 yuan had been transferred to his account for his zeal for justice. What was rather strange was that suddenly Van called out to him and approached him. When the teenager turned around, he recognized him as that same Shinwang and was simply shocked to meet him. Khan, in turn, also did not expect to see Talon. For a moment, they froze in place. Lan immediately called the girl to go back to the reception, saying that he would sort it out completely, after which they discussed the misunderstanding that had arisen, where Sin refused 20 training sessions and wanted a refund. Naturally, Tai agreed to return the 80,000 to him, saying that it was no problem. Unexpectedly, Van noticed that he had another classmate working at the gym. A moment later, he called Gao, which of course Han was not very happy about, but he had no other choice. Tylan stated that they had obviously not seen each other for a long time, and she would also be glad to meet. A couple of minutes later, Yang ran up to them and looked at Van with surprise in her eyes. She clearly didn't expect to see him at the gym, and Sinwang also didn't think that his visit to the gym would lead to a meeting with her. After which the main character decided to look at the girl's characteristics, which he asked the system to do. The program gave him absolutely all the available information in detail. The teenager then realized that he needed to do something special to raise her level of regret. Khan, in turn, could not even imagine that such lovely girls could turn out to be so bitchy. At that moment, he plunged into his memories, where Yang tried to warn him about one of those girls. Shinwang insisted that he didn't really like anyone and that he didn't think about it at all. Because he was only in love with her, Gao was flattered to hear this from his classmate. However, at the same time, she manipulated the guy's feelings in every possible way and asked him to continue doing her housework for her. Then it seemed to him that he was really in love with her and everything would be fine between them. Yang happily accepted gifts from him, but was in no hurry to enter into a relationship. She said the same thing to Jian Yang, who also had genuine feelings for her. He was the next to fall into her trap and began giving her rather expensive gifts. But Gao refused absolutely everyone. And besides, she had a wealthy family and was used to expensive gifts. That's why she chose the muscular and strong Talon, who was always a bully at school. Then Xin Wang had an idea. In order to make Yang regret it, he just needed to defeat Wang. It would have been even more stupid to refuse money, since it is never superfluous. Gao looked at the boys and asked what happened between them and why they called her. Han continued to think about showing her how insignificant this Lan was. In connection with this, he began to escalate the situation by declaring that he was not going to pay for membership in the club. Besides, he had already paid 80,000, and Tai immediately began to be rude to him. However, in the end, he unexpectedly agreed to purchase a subscription for a year in advance. Van pointed out that he should leave some money for food, as he clearly didn't have enough money. Talon also suggested that Xinwang was still in love with Gao, and that was why he was acting this way. Suddenly, the teenager asked his former classmate for a discount, because they were not strangers. The stunned Wang didn't know what to answer. He simply didn't expect such a turn of events. At the same time, Han understood that the Gao family was much richer than Tai Lan, and they clearly gave him money to open the gym. Finally, Wang agreed to give a discount, but increased the number of training sessions by 10. But this was not so important for Xin Wang, who was pursuing a completely different goal. He also didn't miss the opportunity to laugh at Khan once again. Then a smug Wang headed into the gym with Yang and asked Zhang to train with Xin. Gao, in turn, smiled sweetly at him and wished him luck, noting that he was too thin. At this moment, Qi approached him and asked if he had trained once before, but Han suddenly refused to train. He stated that he had a lot to do today, so they should postpone training. Chang naively believed that the guy simply decided to show off and was not in the mood for painstaking work in the gym. Naturally, the young man heard people talking about him behind his back, which gave him real pleasure. Sitting on his scooter, the teenager asked the system to demonstrate its own characteristics. Where he suddenly found himself growing a whole centimeter, this was due to an increase in strength. Xinwang understood that if things continued like this, he would soon become the strongest, and then it will be much easier to gain the regret of Yang and the other girls. Han again asked the system to show him information about Yun and Xianwo, where he was left with only 20% to fall into despair. So of course the teenager decided to deal with her, and then deal with Chu. Meanwhile, the girl was actively putting on makeup in front of the mirror, believing that she had every chance of getting Van, understanding perfectly well that men cannot take their eyes off beautiful makeup. Therefore, she needs to be at her best to make a lasting impression on him. But just a couple of minutes later, her phone rang, and it was the main character. The delighted Yun couldn't believe her luck, realizing that Xinwang was walking into her arms, naively believing that the guy simply can't forget her, and constantly thinks about her. At that moment, the system informed the young man about the girl's increased regret. Naturally, he was glad about this, since at this rate it would not be difficult for him to fill the entire regret scale. In fact, Han realized that he fell in love with her at school only because of her resemblance to Gao. But this no longer made any sense, because all this time Si did not love him. Soon the young lady picked up the phone and asked Xinwang what had happened. The guy started a simple conversation. In fact, he wanted to check something. The girl didn't imagine that he was suffering without her, and wanted to invite her on a date. But suddenly Khan announced that she had to return the scarf he had given her that evening. Yun's expression literally changed, not understanding how he had the audacity to say this. The program immediately notified the owner that his behavior was somewhat strange and that he should find a different approach to it. After hanging up the phone, the girl was in a state of bewilderment, because no one would ask such a thing. The teenager's behavior was indeed extremely suspicious, but she couldn't get him out of her head. Afterwards, she thought that he was simply embarrassed to ask her out on a date and said some nonsense instead. She soon convinced herself of this and began to think about what the next step would be. At the same time, the girl tried to understand how she should now behave with him. After all, if he really wasn't joking about the scarf, then the situation is very strange. As Yun began to look around her room, she began to think that if she brought him a napkin, it might help. Then an equally strange thought occurred to her, and she hastened to make it a reality. Meanwhile, the system informed the owner about another increase in Xi's regret. Then Xin Wang remembered the moment from school when the student stole her towel, after which he continued on to the coffee shop where they had agreed to meet. It was an extremely cozy place, and so Khan invited her to this wonderful establishment. While waiting for C at the table, Wang was considering new investments so he could finally start playing for high stakes. Having found a lotus teapot at one of the trading auctions, Jin became interested in it. This item was the property of the Zhou dynasty, and the boy decided to buy it. A moment later, a thin voice of an extremely smiling Yun called out to him. Noticing Khan looking at the auction items, she assumed he was indeed a rich man. This, of course, raised her spirits even more, and C began to charm the young man, after which she sat down at the table and showed a certain box. Xinwang pointed out that he hadn't really rekindled his feelings for her, and she shouldn't have spent so long wearing makeup, adding that for some reason she brought his handkerchief in such a strange box. An enraged Yoon instantly jumped up from her chair and declared that she had not even tried to please him. Besides, before he had to grovel before everyone all his life. But now it was their turn. The girl burst into tears, saying that she didn't even have time to say anything before he attacked her with insults. The system immediately registered an increase in regret on Shi's part, which was exactly what Han was aiming for. At the same time, Yun continued to say that he shouldn't have put on such a show, and he could have simply refused to meet with her. The protagonist stated that it would be too boring, especially since he was eager to make fun of her, just like she and the others constantly bullied him, so he repaid her in kind. A stunned C said that he had become a bad person, after which she ran out of the cafe. The system immediately informed the owner about the girl's level of regret increasing by 1%. Han again remembered his school years, where Yun used him for her own purposes and persuaded others to do the same, claiming that such people deserve to be humiliated because they are unable to defend themselves. Understanding that he had gone through this school of life in his time, and now he would not make the same mistakes. So Jinwang earned a few points and decided to spend them all on strength. The guy instantly felt a surge of strength, and he wanted to put this energy to use somewhere. At the same time, he was preparing for Zinyo, but before that, he decided to test his strength in the gym. The next day, the young man went to the gym, where he began to work hard and told Chi to intensify his training. But Zhang said he first needed to find out the boy's approximate level of preparation so as not to overdo it. Besides, they often had newcomers who wanted too much and quickly broke down. However, the teenager stood his ground and asked to increase the weight of the barbell to 150 kilograms. Extremely surprised, Chi said that even he could not carry such heavy weights and that one would have to be a professional to do this. But Xinwang said that he could handle 200 kilograms, and Zhang was shocked. Khan really believed that such weight would not play a role, because he put all his points into strength. Moreover, Chi could back him up at any moment, as the self-confident young man stated. Shang then suggested that he write an agreement stating that the gym would not be held liable in the event of his injury. Xinwang just smiled in response and said that he shouldn't take it so seriously. But the coach insisted that the boy come to his senses and concentrate on their training plan. T had indeed seen many upstarts who wanted to prove their readiness to everyone, but they all met the same fate. At that moment, Tylin and Gao approached them and asked what was going on. Chang explained the situation to him, saying that the boy was taking on too much and wanted to increase the difficulty of the lessons. Yang also sided with the coach, but Han unexpectedly suggested that they make a bet. He was shocked by the teenager's self-confidence and didn't know how to dissuade him. Shin said that if he succeeded, they would pay for his membership in the club and further training. Otherwise, he would pay for 100 practical lessons. Naturally, everyone was skeptical about his statement, but the guy showed his card and said that he would immediately pay for 100 training sessions. And if he won, they would return the money to him. A puzzled Gao couldn't understand what the teenager was even counting on. In this regard, she suggested that he try at least 100 kilograms in order to make the exercise more difficult later. In the end, the coach nevertheless agreed to the terms of the contract, believing that yet another upstart would now disgrace himself. The young man immediately began to lift a barbell weighing 200 kilograms. She urged him not to rush. He added that if he still didn't succeed, then he should forget about this idea. All this time, Zhang thought that Xinwang was just a fool who didn't know how to impress others. Khan, in turn, grabbed the barbell with his hands and slowly began to try to lift it. However, she didn't even budge, as stated by the coach, who continued to dissuade him from this argument. But after a couple of seconds, the guy lifted the barbell absolutely calmly and naturally. Everyone was simply stunned by Xinwang's incredible strength, not knowing how to react to it. Then Khan started doing push-ups, which shocked everyone. It seemed impossible. Chi immediately fell silent. Just like the others, he watched what was happening. Yang understood that even though Shin was so thin, he was stronger than even her, Tai Lan. After which the self-confident teenager put the barbell back on the racks and said that they should give him his money back. At the same time, he suddenly announced the end of the lesson and asked to change his trainer, saying that he was too weak. A couple of minutes later, he received a call from Shinwo, and the guy immediately smiled. Then, showing that a girl was calling him, he noted that one shouldn't make a lady wait. Gao couldn't believe he had managed to get himself a girlfriend and wanted to know if she was beautiful. Soon the protagonist headed to Sinu's restaurant to continue his performance. Q began to thank the young man for the invitation, despite her attitude towards him in the past. Shinwang only reluctantly answered her, then looked down at his grilled steak. The girl believed that he was deliberately pretending to be disinterested in her in order to appear cooler. After all, last time he refused to meet with her at all, but now he invited her to dinner. Suddenly she started talking about their company, which was literally going bankrupt more and more every day. With most of their sponsors having abandoned them, Khan wondered if things were really that bad. Shinwo stated that some streamers are being forced to terminate their contracts and pay the corporation penalties. And so she decided to meet with Jian to earn some money, but Wang saved her from this scoundrel. But the guy understood perfectly well that if it weren't for the money, she would have continued to consider him trash. As a result, the teenager was taught all the tricks of women and knew how to deal with such people. Initially, it was necessary to fork out a little money to get the girl hooked, and then become completely cold towards her. This behavior would make her doubt herself. So Jinwang said that he had a favor to ask of her. The inspired girl replied that she was ready for anything, after which he asked what they were talking about. Khan noted that newcomers are coming to Dojin Media, but he needs an experienced person to teach them everything. But while they were talking, the teenager's phone suddenly rang, and he couldn't help but answer. After talking to someone for a few minutes, he asked his interlocutor to wait. Then he even informed Nuo that he had a lot of things to do and needed to leave. She naively believed that the young man was trying to offer her a job in his company. The guy himself walked out of the restaurant into the hall, absolutely calmly and naturally. The system instantly alerted him to the increase in regret on Zinuo's part, which couldn't help but make him happy, since the task was completed, and all that was left was to continue walking along this path. After heading home, Chu saw the news about John transferring to Han's company, realizing that he must definitely invite her to work. The girl regretted not having transferred to Dojin Media initially, and now she can only watch the success of others. The next day, Zinuo came to the Miao Group office, where the girls, for some unknown reason, avoided her. The perplexed Chu couldn't understand why everyone was whispering behind her back and discussing her. Suddenly and enraged, he jumped out of his office and furiously ordered her to come to him, where the guy said that she tried to seduce the best donor, and now he refuses to deal with them. A stunned Sinuo replied that the boss himself had asked her to do this. And besides, she was the one who became the victim in this situation. Then he said that he would pay the penalty himself, but would increase the amount of the fines in her contract, adding that she herself should have understood perfectly well what her actions would lead to. The shocked girl immediately ran out of his office, not knowing what to do. Noticing her colleagues taking personal belongings out of the office, she asked what was going on. One of the girls said that many decided to quit and go to Dojin Media. Moreover, the director is a young guy who respects his employees and pays them generously. Shino thought about it once again, realizing that this was truly the only way out. Her friends strongly encouraged her to do the same, but the naive Chu decided to act differently, assuming that Shinwang was actually trying to lure her over to his side. But in the end, after thinking it over thoroughly in her spare time, she nevertheless changed her decision. As a result, Chu went to talk to a former colleague about employment at Dojin Media. However, by that time, the company's recruitment had ended due to an influx of newcomers, so Khan did not need her. Shino was simply crushed by this news when her friend told her about it. After all, she was only able to pay the penalty to Maya Group now that recruitment at Sinwang's company had ended. Meanwhile, the teenager was in his office watching the news about the collapse of his competitors. The program suddenly notified him of the increase in regret of Chu, who wanted to work for him. The girl sat at home and eagerly awaited a message from the main character. Then she decided to write to him first, but Wang replied that Chin was handling everything and therefore there were no vacancies. Thus, Zenua was left with nothing but debts, not knowing how to pay her bills. Q believed that he was involved in this, threatening her with an extremely bleak future. He said that he would do everything possible to ensure that she would not be hired anywhere. Despite the fact that she paid all the fines according to the contract, he did not spare her. Thus leaving her with nothing, it seemed that there was simply no way out of this situation. The girl did not understand how to continue living and what to do to change the situation. Meanwhile, Gao came to Sin Wang's office to discuss Sinuo. Wen stated that Chu called her and said that she wanted to meet him to talk. adding that she was actually very experienced and could help them in business. Then the teenager smiled and said that he agreed to meet with her. Just a few hours later, they met at a cafe, Newell looking unhappy. Naturally, the young man was immensely happy about this, watching the sad Sue with pleasure. Suddenly, Zeno began to talk about how she had rethought her life, realizing how arrogant she had been before. At the same time, she began asking him for a job, stating that she was in a terrible situation. The unexpectedly self-confident guy raised his hand, signaling that she should stop this conversation. The sad girl looked down and waited for Shinwang's verdict, who urged her not to humiliate herself, since he would not be able to push her into the top streamers. However, the young man agreed to provide her with a job, but on one condition. He said that she would have to start at a low rank, where there were few bonuses and a small salary, but it all depended on her. Of course, Zeno thought that she would succeed and would definitely prove herself. A moment later, she agreed, and then the teenager asked her to contact Gao. At the same time, she once again thought that she should have been more gentle with him earlier. So Q decided to apologize to him and said that this would not happen again. Khan, with a smile on his face, replied that he was extremely happy to hear this and that he was happy for her. The system immediately reported an increase in Nuo's regret. Wang understood that people were designed that way. They needed to experience everything firsthand. Only then, to realize everything, the program soon gave him more points, which he invested again in strength. Shinwang felt a greater surge of energy each time, and as always, it needed to be put somewhere. The idea came to him to immediately demonstrate his skills to Talon and Yang, and as soon as he had the opportunity, the guy immediately rushed to the gym, where, of course, Wang was training. Han confidently headed towards him to show off his power. Approaching the counter with an employee, he asked to start today's workout with a jog. Gao, in turn, noticed that in just a week, Shin had transformed into a muscular man. Lane didn't like this and decided to teach him a lesson by asking to become his coach. Khan agreed, and then Tai encouraged him to start with a jog and finish with strength training. The cardio was supposed to last about an hour, which was pretty weird. Wang continued to say that in addition to strength, endurance is also necessary. Shinwang agreed again, noting that he hadn't run for a full hour before, but it was still worth a try. Lan naively believed that if the young man was strong, then he clearly had problems with endurance. Realizing that Han had come here to show off in front of Gao, he decided to put him in his place. Soon, Talon went to Yang to help her with her exercises and kept an eye on his worst enemy. As he continued to run tirelessly, the girls in the audience began to pay attention to him. Gao, in turn, also stared at the protagonist, realizing that he was simply incredible. Shinwang noticed that he was the center of attention and took full advantage of it. Lan was enraged by this result, realizing that the teenager was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. Meanwhile, the girls never ceased to be amazed by the guy's abilities and literally devoured him with their eyes. Khan had been running tirelessly for an entire hour, which the girls, fascinated by his body, began to notice. Looking at his muscles, which were dripping with sweat, naturally drove them crazy. At that moment, Talon looked at his beloved, but Gao seemed not to notice him at all. Looking at the luxurious body of the tireless teenager, which he took advantage of, Van was simply furious about what was happening and did not know how to fix the situation. The system instantly reported a 10% increase in Yang's regret, which was exactly what Han had been aiming for. After running for an hour, Shinwang said it wasn't that hard. Unexpectedly, Talon called him to take a 10-minute break and then continue training. But the young man said that he didn't have much time, so he would study without breaks. Gao, like her Wang, thought that the guy was just pretending, saying that he was supposedly not tired. Lan began to think about how he could stretch out his studies to earn more money. Since the training was paid by the hour, Tai again urged him to rest, as any body cannot be overloaded. However, Shinwang refused to do so, repeating that he was full of strength and would continue training. Suddenly Van remembered his school years, when Han was not so impudent and was constantly beaten by everyone. And he, in turn, staged the attack on Yang in order to look like a real hero in her eyes. Thus, the fake people beat Han, and Gao naturally made her choice. At this time, Shinwang once again began to urge Talon to continue training, noting that if it is too difficult for the coach and he needs rest, then he will do it himself. Lan suddenly noticed his skinny legs and began to think about how to stop him. Then he said that he urgently needed to start pumping up his leg muscles, because they had to support his entire body. This means that the legs must be pumped up, and naturally the young man agreed with his statement, and they immediately headed to the exercise machines, where Tai intended to humiliate him, to look more masculine against his background and regain the attention of Yang, who was constantly keeping an eye on Han. However, Gao agreed with Wang. Looking at Shin's legs, she came to the conclusion that he really needed to train more. After a certain amount of time, the guy once again amazed everyone in the gym. While working on the simulator, he noticed that it was too easy for him, and that the difficulty should be increased. A stunned Lan couldn't believe what was happening, because before this lesson, he had run for a whole hour. However, Han still looked energetic, and Yang's regret continued to grow. Suddenly she couldn't stand it any longer and ran up to Xinwang, which clearly didn't make Tai happy. He tried to call out to her, but the girl seemed not to hear him, and headed towards the young man, flirtatiously asking if he would come to tomorrow's training. Shocked, Talon simply froze in place, realizing that Gao would soon reject him. Moreover, the young lady even asked the main character to become her friend in order to stay in touch with him. A furious Van watched what was happening, not understanding how he could stop this madness. Soon Xinwang exchanged contacts with Yang, and Lan had great difficulty restraining himself. After which, with the gait of a winner, the teenager headed towards the exit of the gym. Tai immediately approached her, but Gao continued to ignore him and look at the guy's account. Wang was depressed, realizing that he was getting closer to breaking up with her. Suddenly he couldn't stand it and asked her why she added him as a friend. Yang replied that Han was an important client, so she treats him properly and thinks about developing the business, but Tai objected to her. He said that he was not an important client at all, and just wanted to impress her, since the young man had been chasing her for a long time. Gao stated that he can't even admit to being jealous, and that's why he acts like that. After which she left in an unknown direction, a stunned Lan urged her to calm down. Thus, the system informed the owner about the advancement of Yang's level of regret, realizing that he practically didn't have to do anything, and Van's mistakes speed up the process. After all, the one who tries harder to win attention will naturally suffer defeat. But sometimes doing nothing is much more effective than trying your best. You just have to wait for the right moment. Unexpectedly, the program alerted Xinwang to increased regret from C, who immediately called him and asked if he was free today. The teenager responded sharply that he was busy and would not be able to meet her, adding that if she wanted to tell him something important, he was willing to give her some time. The happy girl said that she would like to invite him to an unforgettable dinner. But Khan suddenly stated that he should have thought about this earlier, since he was busy now, after which the guy calmly hung up and began to wait for a message from the system. But it never came, so Xinwang began to think about how he could raise her level of regret. Yun, in turn, still couldn't believe that he just hung up. As a result, she immediately jumped up from her chair and left. And the stunned hairdresser noticed that her hairdo was not ready. However, now there was no point in her, because Khan refused to meet with her. Returning home, the girl flew into a rage and fell onto the bed. Meanwhile, Xinwang returned to Dojin Media's office, where Gao became concerned about his condition, because the guy suddenly started sneezing, but Khan replied that everything was fine and someone was just remembering him. Wen also gave him documents about the auctions that he asked her to find out about. The teenager immediately began to look through the files. The girl silently watched him. Having selected a cultural treasure of Xiaoshang, Wang asked her to register the item. But Gao noted that there would be foreigners there, and the self-confident young man declared that it was even better that way, since they would be able to take the artifact right from under their noses, which Wen quickly agreed to. A few minutes later, she came to her senses and once again tried to call Xin. But the guy simply dropped her call and continued doing his own thing. Yun was shocked. Running around the room, she tried to understand what she had done wrong and why he was behaving this way. Having literally started to rack her brains, C still couldn't find any reason for the guy's behavior. Realizing that she had most likely missed her chance to get such an independent Khan, the protagonist also walked around his company, waiting for the percentage of Yun's regret that he so desperately needed. But instead, she called again, which he happily hung up. The stunned girl did not understand why he was ignoring her and what had happened. As a result, she panicked again and started destroying the entire house. Soon Xinwang went to the gym, where Gao reported him for being late. The teenager answered absolutely calmly that he was at a very important meeting. Unexpectedly, Yang offered him a bottle of water, trying to interest him, because Talon, as always, was busy with his own affairs and completely forgot about her. And Khan was always attentive and courted her for a long time at school. And now he also has acquired money. Taking the water from her, the guy noted that he was used to writing down all his expenses. But Gao said it was a gift. But suddenly the young man refused the water, saying that usually one should respond with gifts, but he had nothing for her. This put Yang in an extremely awkward position, and she began to doubt herself. As it turned out, an enraged Talon was watching everything that was happening, and he didn't like it. At the same time, Wang was absolutely sure that Xinwang liked Gao and was deliberately avoiding her, naively believing that the teenager's self-confidence would soon simply destroy him. Khan then immediately began training hard, sparing no effort. Naturally, this could not go unnoticed by such young and pretty girls, who began to discuss the guy's incredible figure and his huge muscles. They were all wondering just one question: does he have a girlfriend? At that moment, Gao walked toward him. Yang asked what muscle groups he intended to train today, and Shin replied that he wanted to pump up his legs. The surprised woman noted that he had done this yesterday, but Khan said it was very important. Then Gao thought that he was doing this on purpose to show off in front of her. Suddenly he also asked her who she would be training today. The girl replied that her clients were late, but she did not understand what Xinhuang wanted: to invite her or to distance himself. At that moment, Talon unexpectedly approached them and abruptly hugged his beloved. But Gao replied rather nervously that he had been too busy and had now found time, adding that he should leave as she was busy training with Han. A stunned Wang couldn't understand why she was acting like this, but Yang avoided him in every possible way. They claimed that they were constantly being distracted from their classes and that this was leading to a deterioration in the gym's financial performance. Meanwhile, Xinhuang received a message from the system stating that Gao's regret had increased. Lan and Yang continued to quarrel vigorously, while the guy went to train, understanding perfectly well that Tai will do everything himself, and there is no need for him to try so hard. Wang grabbed Gao's hand and again urged her to calm down, suggesting that she was going through a tough time. Yang nervously replied that there was no point in shouting about it throughout the gym, and the guy immediately began to apologize to her. Then she broke free from his embrace and demanded that he not come near her again. Because he had been constantly irritating her lately, Talon was shocked by her statements. Bitterly realizing that he had lost her, Xinhuang would not miss his chance. The distraught coach decided to teach Khan a lesson, believing that all this happened because of him. In connection with this, he immediately called his friend and asked him to come to his gym, since there is some work for him. And besides, it was necessary to put one person in his place. Just as the protagonist was about to leave the gym, Yang suddenly called out to him. The girl unexpectedly invited him to have dinner with her, under the pretext that they were classmates and hadn't seen each other for a long time. Surprisingly, he agreed, intending to see what exactly she had in mind. Naturally, Gao began to believe that his feelings for her had still not cooled, and she asked the guy to wait a little. She herself rushed towards the shower to quickly change her clothes and go on a date with him. The teenager remained waiting for her on the couch, realizing that her regret would soon increase. However, the system remained silent, which seemed rather strange to him. But Xinhuang was not going to give up. Talan, in turn, continued to move furiously around the gym. A few minutes later, Yang came out to the young man in a dress and declared her readiness. At this time, Wang called his friend again and said that they had left the building. Now all he could do was wait for good news from him. His friend assured him that everything would be fine. Once outside, Gao told Han that she knew a very good place. Soon they hurried to get into the car to head to the restaurant. However, at that moment, an unknown person suddenly closed the driver's door of the car. He stated that it wasn't his parking space and the guy should have known about it. His henchman also ran up to him, but Xinhuang was not afraid and asked whose parking space it was. Suddenly, an enraged Yang emerged from the car and demanded that he leave them alone immediately. The fat man asked if it was her car, and the girl answered yes. Then the stranger said that he had noticed this place in the morning and would like to take it. Gao replied that this was a public parking lot and that the space could not belong to one person. Xinhuang began to realize that this man was clearly looking for trouble. Suddenly, the fat man grabbed her by the hand and ordered her to immediately move her car. But this had no effect on him. The unknown man continued shouting and demanding that he vacate the parking space. In the end, the teenager could not stand such rude behavior from the stranger. Having ordered him to let the girl go, the fat man naturally began to be insolent, holding Gao back. Turning to the young man, the thugs declared that he was clearly tired of living, since he decided to stand up for the lady. At that moment, Yang grabbed her phone and said she would call Thailand right away. But Xinhuang said that it was too late to do that. Gao was very surprised. After asking Han what he meant and why it was too late to call Van, the fat man, in turn, demanded that they immediately kneel before him. Of course, no one intended to do this. Xinhuang, on the contrary, made the situation worse. And in the end, it paid off, as the unknown thugs immediately rushed towards him. The teenager instantly dealt a crushing blow to their leader, and he instantly fell to the ground, after which Khan unleashed a barrage of furious attacks on the remaining thugs. Yang watched in amazement as the strangers were beaten, realizing that Wang was truly incredible. By that time, Xinhuang had easily scattered the big guys, and they didn't want to mess with him anymore. Suddenly, one of them asked him for permission to take his friends to the hospital. A stunned Gao asked the guy if he really did martial arts, but Han answered in the negative, hurrying her to get into the car and finally go have a good bite to eat. Naturally, after these events, she began to like him more, and Yang constantly thought about him. Thus, the system recorded an increase in the girl's level of regret. In this way, the unknown thugs only helped him to win Gao over. Soon, Yang and the main character arrived at a wonderful establishment and sat down at a table. The waiter immediately offered them a legendary bottle of 30-year-old Chateau Talbot. Naturally, they agreed, and the young man began pouring wine into their glasses. Raising her glass, Yang suggested drinking to Han, because if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have dealt with them. The teenager in turn agreed, and during a simple conversation they began drinking expensive wine. Gao suddenly announced that last year her classmates told her that Xinhuang was working at a good company, but the guy decided to change tactics and said that he had been unemployed for several months. The girl was horrified, saying that he should pull himself together and not get upset about it. She also mentioned compensation, and the system instantly informed him of Yang's increased regret. The young man said that he was actually happy to quit his previous job, as it was slavery for pennies, understanding that she needs to be extremely careful in order to raise the level of regret. Gao noted that Xinhuang was being honest with her, as others would have looked for excuses for firing her. Then Khan went on the offensive and said that he was extremely glad to meet her again. Yang asked him why he no longer resented her for school when everyone bullied him, but Wang stated that at that time he was madly in love with her, and therefore forgot about everything. He added that there was no point in stirring up the past, since he now had a completely different life. The perplexed girl could not understand how he had changed so much. After pouring another glass of wine, Xinhuang said that one should always look forward and not look back. Gao, of course, agreed with this, and suddenly Han wished her and Talon a happy marriage. A stunned Yang immediately said that she had no intention of marrying him, after which they finally started eating and continued to chat pleasantly. Suddenly, the teenager stood up in his chair and announced that he needed to leave. As soon as the guy headed towards the restroom, her phone rang. Naturally, it was none other than Van, which was extremely inopportune. Concerned, Lan asked where she was, and the young lady said that she had decided to treat Han to dinner at a restaurant. Tai asked her again if everything was okay with her, and if this Shin was overdoing it. At the same time, he did not understand what happened to his friend, whom he asked to deal with the sweet couple. Yang asked him back why he suddenly started asking her about this, realizing that Wang was clearly hiding something important from her. Of course, he started denying everything and said that he just wanted to know how she was doing. However, she really did find it all quite strange, and she hung up. Xinhuang, in turn, went to pay the bill when he received a message from the system. Where Gao's increased regret was mentioned, Han couldn't understand who had helped him again. Yang herself continued to reflect on Tylan's suspicious behavior, and just when she assumed that her husband had set it all up, Van returned to the table. At the same time, he noticed the phone in her hands, realizing that Lan had clearly called her and helped him once again. This has become a trend lately, and in general, Xinhuang could rely on him in this matter. Noticing the sad grimace on Gao's face, the guy pretended to be concerned about her condition. Naturally, she was flattered that Khan was supposedly worried about her, since the young man played this role extremely convincingly. Suddenly, he even began to insist on taking her home, saying that she was clearly not feeling well. After all, he knew perfectly well that one should always stop at the right moment and show the girl his best qualities as a gentleman. Yang noted with a smile on her face that Xinhuang had been looking after her all day today. The guy replied that true friends always do that, and the girl became embarrassed. Khan was curious if he could bring her regrets to 100% in one day. Once outside, the protagonist politely walked her to a luxury car. Meanwhile, it was late evening, and the teenager, like a true gentleman, put her in the back seat. They soon arrived at her home, and Yang invited him over, but Han suddenly refused. He added that they would only be separated for a couple of days and would then meet again in the hall, after which a self-confident Xinhuang, with a smile on his face, declared that it was time for him to return home. The guy understood that this is how a real man should behave and always be in control of the situation. Suddenly the girl called out to him, asking him to wait a bit, and the young man stopped. Gao suddenly suggested doing a live broadcast from their gym, since Han worked in that field. The teenager was confused for the first few seconds and didn't know what to answer, looking at the smiling Yang. The young lady literally began to beg him to do it. Xinhuang thought about it. He eventually agreed to introduce her to Wen so they could organize the stream, after which he calmly caught a taxi and said goodbye to the girl, who in turn only looked at him and also headed home, not understanding why he still refused to go to her, since she herself invited him. Meanwhile, the system reported 99% regret for Gao. As a reward, Xinhuang received 5 attribute points, which he was extremely happy about. In addition, the program gave him 6.5 million yuan for rejecting the girl. This made him once again convinced that he was on the right path, fully aware that even if a person was born beautiful, he has no right to wipe his feet on others. A joyful Khan immediately asked the taxi driver to stop in the nearest neighborhood, Arriving at the scene, he got out of the car in a good mood. At this moment, Xi's regret also increased by 1%. Wang understood that she should have been simply ignored before. This time, the teenager decided to invest his points in charisma to always be on top. The system congratulated him once again, informing him that the owner had become more attractive. Unexpectedly, he met Yoon alone at such a late hour, which made him extremely surprised. The girl, looking innocent, rushed towards Shin Wang, asking how he was doing. The guy immediately greeted her, but did so extremely reluctantly. Sai caught herself thinking that Han had become much more attractive and handsome. Yun became noticeably nervous and couldn't do anything about it, not understanding why her heart was beating so hard when she saw him. Shin Wang, in turn, asked her what she wanted and what she was doing here. At the same time, he behaved as usual, but it seemed to her that the young man was looking at her mysteriously. Then he even apologized, saying that he had been busy all these days and so decided to talk to her. Naturally, the girl was delighted, naively believing that he had dropped everything and rushed to her. Suddenly, she invited him to come to her place and have a fancy dinner. Han smiled and asked if she could cook. Si replied that he could see for himself. Finally, Shinwang agreed to visit her and stated that he had little time, so he would not stay long. They soon found themselves in Yun's apartment, where she immediately rushed into the kitchen. The main character sat down at the table and began to wait for the very dinner she had praised. Turning around, Si noticed his incredible eyes, which were literally devouring her. The girl instantly felt shy, thinking that they would probably no longer be friends. The teenager himself thought that she had put something in the food and was extremely wary. Placing a plate of sweet rice on the table for him, she said that he should try it. Shinwang noticed that she was acting strangely today and was so polite to him. Yun was surprised by his statement and was too nervous to know what to say. At the same time, she did not miss the opportunity to remind him that Khan had not been answering her calls lately. The young man replied that in fact he had kept their communication to a minimum because he thought she still hated him. Si sat down at the table with him and said that she used to be stupid and didn't understand everything. After which Yoon suggested that they start from scratch and finally become friends. But he was in no hurry to follow her lead, realizing that the girl was clearly up to something bad. In this regard, Shinwang said that if they are friends, then they should behave appropriately. Then he began to eat his dinner quite calmly, not paying any attention to his interlocutor. Suddenly the young man smiled and declared that she had indeed made very tasty rice. However, Yun's expression was extremely sad, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Soon her sadness turned to anger, as evidenced by her displeased expression. A puzzled Shinwang asked what had happened, but she remained silent. The teenager noticed that no matter what he did, for some reason Si was always dissatisfied with everything. In connection with this, Khan decided to leave the confines of her apartment and go home. But at the last moment she grabbed his hand and told him that he had misunderstood everything. The stunned young man immediately froze in place, waiting for an explanation from Yun. But she only pressed herself against him and laid her head on his shoulder. Shinwang asked what happened. Suddenly the girl pulled him by the hand into her room. Khan was shocked by this turn of events. At the same time, for some unknown reason, she closed the door to the room behind her. Then she pushed the guy onto the bed and began to look at him mysteriously, after which she put on a real show for him, which the young man was delighted with. But he continued to pretend that she had stepped beyond the bounds of what was permitted, as if he didn't like it. Soon, Yun declared that she was not asking him to marry her, especially since she herself was not ready for this, adding that this should not spoil their relationship. Shinwang watched her silently. The girl also continued to lift the teenager's spirits with her feminine tricks. Unexpectedly, Khan said that she should understand what kind of relationship they would have. Suddenly, Sai interrupted his monologue with a kiss, pursuing her own insidious plans, intending to finally conquer Shinwang so that it would be easier to manipulate him afterwards. The next morning, the boy woke up and saw Yun sleeping in front of him. Han thought about what had happened, realizing that she would now treat him differently. Lost in his thoughts, Van didn't notice how the girl woke up and asked him why he got up so early, adding that now, because of him, her lower back hurt a lot. The young man smiled. The system informed the owner of Yun's 100% regret. Thus the task was completed. The main character continued to lie in bed, admiring the incredibly beautiful she, which naturally gave him pleasure. The girl also looked at the guy. Suddenly, Khan realized that if he reached 100%, the evening with anyone could end like this. The teenager also asked the system what rewards were provided for completing this task. The program immediately notified him that this person would now help him earn money. Then Shinwang thought about ultimately finding himself a rich girl, after which Khan said that he had to go because he had a lot of work, but promised to return. Naturally, Yun was looking forward to their next meeting, and she told him about it. In high spirits, Shinwang set off to conquer the next peak. Returning to the Dojin Media office, the teenager went to his office. Along the way, he greeted his charges in an extremely polite manner. Suddenly, the workers informed him about the battle that Li Shui's company had offered them. Gao urged them not to distract the director, as she would personally handle the matter and conduct the broadcast. At this moment, Xinwang saw Shino's joyful expression and remembered that her level of regret was also high. Therefore, he should start processing it in order to finally achieve the desired result. At the same time, Han asked Wen to focus on more important matters and not to broadcast. He added that this time he wanted to test Qiu, and she would be the one to deal with it. In fact, he decided to help her get a promotion in the company in order to increase regret. No, dumbfounded, asked how she could do that if she was a B rank. Khan urged her not to refuse such an opportunity, because it was a chance to become more successful. And of course she agreed. Xinwang then asked Gao to inform Shui that they were accepting the challenge from their streamers. Extremely surprised, Wen replied that in that case, she would take care of the organizational issue. Meanwhile, Chao's assistant rushed to notify her boss of Dojin Media's decision, who agreed to compete with them, but only on their own terms. Liang was amused to hear this, and he was also eager to find out what exact terms of the game they had put forward. Without thinking twice, he asked his subordinate when this battle would take place. The girl happily announced that the battle was scheduled for this evening. Chao noted that today the girl would be able to win and thereby wash away her shame. Li Shui was absolutely confident and wanted the Wen company to collapse. Since Liang also used the money system, he also intended to get Gao and Nuo. Suddenly Chao grabbed the girl's hand, saying that they should have a good time. Besides, she still hadn't thanked him. Shui instantly blushed with embarrassment, having said that he should calm down, because everyone was looking at them through the glass. All the girls in the office actually ran up to the director's office, watching what was happening. In fact, he acted solely according to the program's instructions in order to get a lot of money, so he had to pretend that he was madly in love with young Li. The system immediately informed Xinwang that he had an impudent competitor, who also tried to take the girls away from him in order to receive a reward. At the same time, the main character didn't like that the system sent him new tasks every day. However, the program decided to punish Khan with a fine for his dissatisfaction with its work. A couple of minutes later, she rewarded him again with 6,000 yuan. It was quite strange. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Xinwang asked to come in, and soon a worried Shinuo ran into the office. The girl closed the door behind her and stated that she needed to have a serious talk with him. Naturally, the teenager agreed, and the young lady immediately sat down at his table. She began by expressing her gratitude for the opportunity given to her, and the guy said that formalities could be dispensed with. Then Jinuo said that she wanted to win on her own, without anyone's help. Suddenly, Xinwang asked her if she had ever thought about what would happen if she lost, knowing full well that she is a terrible careerist and will do anything for money. At the same time, the young man understood that if he did everything right, he would soon become rich, to never work again and never think about how and where to make money. Shinuo, in turn, noticed his strange smile and wondered what he was thinking about. Then the teenager repeated the question once again about what she would do if she lost. But the extremely self-confident girl declared that she would not tolerate defeat in any case. Of course. He approved of such confidence and said that he would personally watch their battle. Q continued to insist that she would not disgrace the corporation's honor and would bring about the long-awaited victory. Unexpectedly, Han said that if she really wins, she will immediately move up to rank C. Shino thanked him again and confidently said that she would do everything possible to make this happen. At this time, Chao received a new task from the system. He immediately began to look through it. The program gave him detailed information about Yun, but he didn't know this girl. But he also drew attention to the fact that almost all of the targets were related to Qinwang. In this regard, Liang immediately called his man and asked him to collect all the information about Shi. He even agreed to pay double so that the guy would do everything quickly, understanding perfectly well that efficiency is paramount in this difficult matter. Khan, in turn, enjoyed the moment, because the money literally flew into his pocket. Suddenly, the teenager sneezed and assumed that someone was actively discussing him, and all thanks to Yun's zeal, because she worked tirelessly and thereby replenished Wang's budget. The system regularly notified him of profits of several hundred yuan. A couple of minutes later, he received a call from Shi, who again invited him to dinner. Xinwang replied that he had no time and was very busy, so he would not be able to come to her. But realizing that she had already done so much for him, Khan abruptly changed his mind. Yun suggested that he go to a restaurant in Sangshin Tower, which offered an incredible view of the city. The guy agreed to meet her in the evening, which made the girl extremely happy. While in his office, Chao received another message from the intrusive system. The program notified him that she was trying to intercept his main competitor. Naturally, Liang couldn't sit idly by and began to think about how he could prevent their meeting. After a certain amount of time, the protagonist finally met the charming Yun. Everything was going as well as possible. They were having a nice conversation and drinking expensive wine. Their table was located near the window, which offered an incredibly beautiful view. Suddenly, Xinwang noticed that she was very tired and had probably worked a lot today. After replying that he was extremely observant, she told him about several advertising agencies she had met with. But Yun didn't know how to interpret what was happening, whether it was Han's concern or whether he was doing it on purpose. In fact, she continued to see him as a better man, kind and sympathetic. Van urged her to eat more meat to at least replenish her energy reserves a little. The girl smiled back and said that she knew about it. Of course she was pleased to hear something like that from Khan. The young man himself began to think about whether he should enter into a relationship with her, since it was a troublesome matter. The program suddenly issued its recommendation on this matter, stating that maximum effort must be made to achieve this. Then Xinwang decided to finally focus on the rest of the girls with Shui in her company. Unexpectedly smiling, Yun said that she needed to step away for a couple of minutes. Naturally, the guy let her go and continued to think about conquering Chu. He was also curious about when the next target would be unlocked, so he asked the system about it. The program responded that to do this, he needed to expand his social circle and meet new people. Xinwang liked the idea and decided to follow the advice of his system. Moreover, he was soon to go to an auction, where there was clearly something interesting to be found. C, in turn, was primping herself in the dressing room in front of the mirror, adjusting her hair. When she left the room, the girl suddenly ran into an unknown man. Yun ran to the side in surprise and slipped. Chao did not expect such a turn of events. In this regard, Liang of course decided to help her, and immediately extended his hand to her. After a couple of seconds, he grabbed her by the waist and pulled her towards him so that she wouldn't fall. After which, like a true gentleman, he asked her for forgiveness and if everything was okay with her. The girl immediately broke free from his tight embrace and replied that everything was fine. At the same time, Chao used a hackneyed technique for getting to know her and stated that her face was familiar to him and that they might have already met. Naturally, such a banal approach did not please her, and she said that he was clearly mistaken. However, Liang was not offended that the young lady did not appreciate his attempts to get to know her. After all, he naively believed that soon she would belong to him, and his friend was supposed to help him with this, which helped him create a conflict situation where Chao was in the role of the hero. A couple of minutes later, a stranger approached her and started a conversation with her, but Yun immediately rejected him. However, the unknown person insisted that they exchange phone numbers. The girl demanded that he stop pestering her, but the persistent guy continued to press. Aggressive C said his parents should have taught him how to behave around girls. The stranger immediately grabbed her hand and said menacingly that she would not go anywhere, after which he began to declare that it was too noisy here, and he knew a more comfortable place, especially since he had a luxury car. At that moment, as expected, Liang suddenly appeared, intending to save her from the hands of the villain. Naturally, Chao immediately went towards him and pushed him away from the young lady, ordering him to get out of there. They then acted out a scene where the persistent guy continued to insult them and intimidate them with his connections. Liang, like a true man, responded with equally refined curses. But Yun wasn't so stupid as to not realize that they were acting out a scene from the same TV series in front of her. Having finally gotten rid of the enemy, Chao asked Shi if she was okay, naively believing that the girl would throw herself on his neck and thank him for his help. However, Yun said that he should ask her for forgiveness, and that would be the end of it. His friend continued to escalate the situation and said that he would call his people right away. Ling said that he could call anyone he wanted because he was not afraid of anyone. But at that moment, Xinwang approached them and asked where she had disappeared to. Surprised, Xi asked him in return why he had come, and Han said that she had been in the restroom for too long. So he thought that Yun might need help and decided to check it out. A stunned Chao began to realize that this was the very guy the system had warned him about. Then Xi told about the situation that had developed, where one was harassing her, and the other was behaving extremely strangely. Xinwang thanked him for his help, although he understood that it was clearly a performance to please the girl. Liang replied that it would take any man a long time, but he himself did not know how to get out of this situation. Realizing that today's battle is clearly lost, but giving up is not an option, as the reward is extremely high. At the same time, Khan urged his friend to hurry up his friends because their food was getting cold. Of course, Yun was pleased that the teenager cared about her, and he clearly had feelings for her. Then she also decided not to be shy about showing her love, so that everything would be mutual. Chao, in turn, could not think of anything better than to leave the restaurant in disgrace. In this regard, he said that since the lady was in good hands, he could go calmly. As he left, He quietly called on his friend to also rush towards the exit, thinking that Xinhuang might actually have fallen in love with this girl, or they will pretend in the same way for their own benefit, while his friend hastened to leave. But Khan suddenly called him an incredible actor, and the guy immediately turned around. Wang asked what acting school he graduated from. Naturally, the stranger pretended not to understand what was being discussed and rushed towards the exit. At the same time, Chow's stunned friend could not understand how the young man found out about their performance. However, Xinhuang asked again how much the man had paid him, and she was shocked. Realizing that her guess was correct, the unknown man, in turn, stated that he did not have time to deal with them. So he followed his comrade, but Khan offered him an incredibly profitable deal. Having said that, he was ready to pay him 10 times more than his simple-minded friend. The stunned guy immediately stopped. Van noted that he definitely needed money. At this time, an embittered Liang went straight to the restaurant parking lot. Where was his luxury car? After getting into the car, Chow couldn't understand why the detective didn't tell him about Shin. At that moment, the system notified him that there were only 4 hours left until the end of the task. The enraged Liang did not expect that he would have no time left for Shi. Realizing that now he would definitely not be able to get Yun, and he had finally lost this battle. However, the penalty was only 5 points, and Chow had the money, so he tried to calm down. A few minutes later, Xinhuang brought Shi home, for which she was once again grateful to him. The girl locked the door with a lightning-fast movement and dragged the young man behind her. Then she even kissed him, which was, by and large, quite expected. Naturally, the teenager did not resist his fate and reciprocated it. An excited Yun said that he would never forget today. But at a certain moment, the protagonist seemed to have a revelation, and he threw clothes on C. He said that she shouldn't do this, but the girl really wanted to thank him. Xinhuang smiled and said that in fact he had done almost nothing. He didn't like the fact that Yun was currently in control of the situation, but it was simply impossible to resist something like that because it was a beautiful C. Moreover, she turned out to be extremely persistent, which awakened incredible feelings in the guy. It was impossible to resist, and so Xinhuang let everything slide. The unstoppable Yun took advantage of this, literally throwing him onto the bed. At this time, in the neighboring building, people were celebrating and drinking heavily, paying no attention to them. The next day, the Dajin media office was a hive of streaming activity. Gao tried her best to calm Shinhuo down and said that she would definitely succeed. She added that even defeat is an incredible experience, and she shouldn't be so nervous. Of course, Q completely agreed with this and got straight to work. Wen herself rushed into Xinhuang's office, who was in a good mood. The smiling manager asked his subordinate if she had ordered everything. Gao replied that she had purchased plane tickets, booked a 5-star hotel, and rented a car. Han, in turn, asked her to look at Shui. Wen looked at the monitor in surprise. The teenager then asked her what she thought was the best thing to do with Li. The puzzled girl did not understand his question and asked again what he was talking about. Xinhuang immediately reminded her of the situation at the bar, where she had suggested that they organize this streamer battle. Gao noted that what she loves most in life is money and power, so she's ready to do anything for it. The smug young man thought for a moment, realizing that he really did have a lot of money. However, there were problems with dominance, as Khan was always gentle with the girls. Wen suddenly glanced at her phone and said that the live broadcast would start in a couple of minutes. Xinhuang replied that everything was fine and they would definitely be able to win. By then, Sina was ready to start streaming and went to the appropriate room. As soon as the broadcast began, a smiling girl greeted everyone present and announced a blogger battle. At the same time, she was interested in what exactly the audience wanted to see, or to organize a dance tournament. Shui, in turn, could not understand why Liang began to irritate her so much. After which, throwing all thoughts aside, she also started the stream and greeted all subscribers. Xinhuang decided to watch the broadcast of the famous blogger Li. Suddenly the guy started showering her with various gifts and money, after which he intended to move on to the next stage of his brilliant plan. Noticing the impressive donations, a stunned Shui wondered who this generous stranger was. In connection with this, Li decided to give the main character her legendary dance, realizing that this could be rewarded with an even larger donation, and she would win the competition. After which the girl turned on some upbeat music and started dancing. In places her dancing looked ridiculous, but Shui moved the way she felt, which naturally made an indelible impression on all the viewers, including Khan. Li thought only about victory and was ready to do anything for it, which is what Wang took advantage of. Meanwhile, Xinhuo also persistently tried to amuse the audience and posed for the camera. This brought her a lot of gifts and donations, which literally flowed like a river. People were going crazy over her live broadcasts, but Shui kept up with her. Having received several very substantial donations, the young lady thanked everyone for their support. Soon, Li surpassed Chu in views, and the system rewarded Xinhuang with 6 million yuan. Then the teenager decided to start playing for high stakes and play a little with the girls by running Sino broadcast on multiple phones simultaneously. Khan thus dramatically increased her views, but this was only the beginning, because then he started sending gifts and donations to his own subordinate. For a certain time, the young man did not slow down and continued to shower Chu with donations, who also began to dance on camera, which is what the cunning guy was counting on. Of course, her efforts were justified by hundreds of gifts, which made her immensely happy. However, there were also those who were not very happy with what was happening, which angered Shinwang. Shinuo also noticed the controversy in the comments and couldn't figure out what was wrong. Naturally, Shui also noticed the absence of her main donor, since there were practically no other gifts. Then she decided to find out what was going on, and once again started corresponding with him. But all the messages from the unknown person were deleted, which was quite strange, so she quickly left. Having told everyone that she needed to change her clothes, she was also curious about what Liang was doing, who in turn tried to understand who this stranger was and where he got such money. A moment later, Li burst into the office and announced that they were losing. Chao, stunned, asked how this was possible and what had happened. Shui encouraged him to join the game and also send her money to win. But the director said that Sinuo had received a huge number of donations and he couldn't get around them. The system instantly notified Liang that Li's attitude towards him had worsened by 50%. Chao was simply shocked by such an unexpected turn of events. Ling soon announced that he was about to send her some money, but Chu's fans literally bombarded her with donations. Finally, the girl calmed down and noted that nothing terrible had happened, and they would definitely win. At the same time, Chao understood that he could only spend the 200 million limit on conquering girls. Li, in turn, hastened to return to the live broadcast, declaring that she was expecting money from him. Liang didn't know how to get out of this situation, because the program didn't give him any reward. However, it was impossible to let Shui lose, since this was his first goal, which meant he had to see it through to the end. Then he began to send his last money and gifts to his ward. Naturally, Shinwang was aware of what was happening and decided to respond to such a generous donor. Besides, he was eager to finish this exciting game with his victory. As a result, the system gave him a reward of 600.5 million yuan, thus burying all the efforts of Chao, who could not understand how this happened. Suddenly he dropped the phone from his shaking hands, realizing that this was the end. The guy was simply crushed and didn't know how to solve this problem. The employees passing by also did not understand what had happened to him and why he was in such a state. Meanwhile, an enraged Shui was moving around the office, declaring her defeat. Approaching her manager, she asked what they should do now, since after the last stream, many had moved to Dodgen Media. At that moment, the program informed him that he had lost another 20% of Li's relationship. Chao was horrified because he had spent 50 million yuan and still had not achieved any boring results. At the same time, he understood that Shui was also to blame for what happened, since she always wanted too much. Afterwards, he stated that there was nothing terrible in defeat. Naturally, the girl did not agree with him. Then he said that he did everything possible and spent all his money on this stream, which means that the problem is in her. The embittered Li did not expect to hear reproaches addressed to her and reacted immediately. She sternly declared that she had had enough of this bullying and intended to quit. The angry director noted that the whole problem was her selfishness, because she always thought only about herself. Shinwang, in turn, modestly celebrated the victory in his office. Suddenly Gao came into his room and said that Shui had decided to leave the company. Khan, of course, expected this, but he didn't think that everything would happen so quickly. He then asked Wen to do everything possible to ensure that Li became their employee. A stunned Gao declared that she was absolutely not suitable for them and was quite willful. But Shinwang said that she was an experienced worker and would be of use to them, and the young man urged Wen to prepare for the auction. Assuming that Khan was knowledgeable about this, she decided to trust him completely in this matter. As soon as she left the office, Wang immediately sent another donation to the defeated Shuya as a consolation. At this time, Li continued to be angry at her former boss, not understanding how he could allow this to happen. A moment later, she received a message about a large sum of money being transferred to her card. A couple of minutes later, she received a new message from an unknown admirer, where the guy asked if she could guess who he was. The next notification simply shocked her, as Khan stated his name. Out of the blue, he wrote that he had booked a table at a restaurant and wanted to have dinner with her. She couldn't believe that this was really the same director of Dojin Media, and of course she couldn't miss such an opportunity to meet him in person. After a certain time, the girl came to the restaurant and knocked on the door of the VIP room, where the main character was. As soon as she entered, Khan noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Li asked him why he needed all this, since he had his own corporation. The teenager immediately changed the subject and invited her to sit at the table to have a snack after a hard day at work. Sitting down at the table, she again asked if it was he who had brought Gao to the top streamers. She was also curious to know why he sent her so much money. The young man only smiled in response. At this time, the sommelier poured them glasses of expensive wine and headed for the exit. Shinwang admitted that it was he who helped Nuo win this competition, something Shui had already guessed. At the same time, she noted that if they started communicating, Gao might start to hate him. But the guy said that if she joined his company, they would become colleagues and their feud would end. The stunned girl thought about it, realizing that with him she would really get rich. Khan continued to persuade her and urged her to name the amount so that she would agree to sign the contract. But Li misunderstood everything and demanded that he admit that it was Wen who sent him to Maka, after which he decided to get ahead of the situation and named the figure of 100 million yuan, which simply shocked her because Shui only wanted to ask for 10,000. The system informed the owner that the teenager had exceeded all of the young lady's expectations and therefore returned 90 million to him. Li doubted Shinwang's proposal for a long time, but money was a powerful tool. Khan began to rush her with an answer, saying that she might not have such an opportunity again, because he has a huge amount of money and he can help her become better and happier. She understood all this perfectly well. But at the same time, a strange feeling did not leave her. The program immediately notified Khan that the girl's regret had increased by 40%. She suddenly agreed to take a job with him, but noted that she would not stay for long. Shinwang said that she could resign whenever she needed to. He added that he is ready to spend huge amounts of money on high-quality and experienced workers, as this is the key to the company's success. It is worth noting that with the increase in charisma, the young man became more eloquent and was able to persuade anyone. So, of course, a positive result awaited him. And in the end, they shook hands as a sign of further joint cooperation. Khan caught himself thinking that he was moving in the right direction, because in just one evening, he had won Shui over. Chao, in turn, continued to oppress himself, realizing that his future was over. The system constantly urged him to start a relationship with Yun, otherwise the mission would fail. Enraged, Liang once again began to destroy everything around him, not understanding how he could achieve this. The program also notified him that in case of failure, 20% would be debited from his account. This caused the guy to fall into complete despair, not knowing what to do to improve the situation. However, he still rushed towards Xi, thinking about how to win her favor. The girl, in turn, continued to work hard on the next shoot, thereby earning money for her beloved, but she didn't know about it. The main character was only happy about this and could only count his money. However, he was confused by Yun's way of earning money, so he decided to find her a job. The system rewarded him with another portion of money. When Gao asked what he was thinking about, Shinwang replied that he was developing a new plan to obtain even more funds. In fact, Khan intended to at least double his fortune, which was what filled his head. Then Wen suggested that he expand the corporation, but this also required money. Meanwhile, Xi was brought a bouquet of flowers and told that some young gentleman had sent them. A joyful Yun asked if this man hadn't introduced himself. However, it didn't matter, since the girl believed that they were from Jinwang, who was extremely attentive and most likely noticed that there were yellow flowers everywhere in her house. So she immediately asked her assistant to collect her things so that she could go to him. However, when she left the room, the same stranger from the restaurant was waiting for her. She realized that it wasn't actually Han, which of course made her very upset. Chao, in turn, immediately turned to her and broke into a sly smile. Yun was shocked by this unexpected turn of events and didn't know how to react to what was happening. Liang immediately began to pretend to be a polite gentleman and greeted the young beauty, after which he matter-of-factly asked her if she liked the bouquet of yellow flowers. A saddened C asked him in return, asking if it was really he who gave her these roses. The guy responded positively, saying that he noticed yellow flowers in her photos, and therefore decided to please her. But the system informed him that his actions were only making the situation worse. At that moment, an extremely dissatisfied Yun returned the flowers to him and asked him not to come to her anymore. The program immediately recorded a sharp decline in the girl's attitude towards him. But at the same time, C asked him if he really thought of offering her a job as a model. Chao said that he just wanted to meet her because he liked her. But the beauty's attitude inevitably declined, and Liang could do nothing about it. After which she announced that she had a boyfriend and that they should not meet anymore. Realizing that whatever he did would cause Xi's standing to fall, he remained silent. As Chao watched her go with a sad look, he realized that he would not be able to complete this task. Thus, the indicator reached minus 90% of Yun's location. Liang literally fell into despair, which had already become a kind of pattern for him. Meanwhile, Shinwang and his assistant Gao went to the airport, where they were met by a personal driver who was supposed to escort them to the hotel. because in the evening they will have a banquet in honor of the opening of the auction. After a certain amount of time, the protagonist and Wen successfully arrived at a luxury hotel. The driver said he would contact Khan half an hour before the event began. Upon entering the hotel, they were met by an extremely polite staff member who led them to the elevator. He stated that their luggage had been delivered to their room, for which Xinwang thanked him. At this moment, Han heard the spirits of unknown people talking about Chang Li's sudden appearance. Based on the dialogue, the teenager understood one thing. This man was quite rich and influential in these circles. They also mentioned how he deals with his enemies. The young man understood that he really should be extremely careful with this man. Gao also heard their conversation and noticed that this Zhang was a very influential person. However, Xinwang decided to play a game with him, where he was going to buy out all of his lots. Wen said that it was better not to do this, as he could create problems. But the self-confident guy replied that he definitely wouldn't dare to bother him. After all, Khan understood that the points invested in strength would definitely help him today. In fact, Li had been watching the couple from his office the whole time. He became extremely curious to compete with this kid at the auction. Suddenly he waved his hand and thereby beckoned his assistant to him. The charming girl immediately rushed to her patron, asking what was the matter. Businesslike Zhang, smoking a cigar, asked if she knew what needed to be done. The young lady said that this boy should be given a hint that it would be better for him not to get involved with Li. The smiling guy replied that he was actually interested in competing with him. However, he clearly needed to be made to understand who was in charge here and where his place was. At this time, Wen informed Xinwang that she needed to change her clothes to look appropriate. Of course, Khan had nothing against it and let his young companion go. Li's maid was already watching them and waiting for a more opportune moment. She also understood that she needed to deal with this guy first. Since the girl was only his assistant, she rushed up the stairs, where she jumped out of the window in an extremely dexterous manner, having first caught her belt on the cornice. In this way, she intended to penetrate the ventilation in order to get to Jinwang, which she ultimately managed to do without any obstacles. After which Zhang's henchman headed to the guy's room through the ventilation. Soon the girl heard the teenager's voice and carefully looked through the bars. Seeing Khan, she realized that she was moving in the right direction, and all that was left was to do something small. Xinwang, in turn, saw such a high-tech toilet for the first time. While he was rejoicing like a child, suddenly he splashed water at him, and the young man stepped back, after which the main character fell to the floor, wiping water from his face. It was all rather strange. Li's stunned servant watched what was happening and could not believe that he was so stupid. It was as if a child had been shown something amazing, and his joy knew no bounds.